high-octane. Fight this guy. Left one.
Got a knock over here. Got another knock on it. 140 off him, Aaron. Got them all. Let's go. Get inside. On the roof with me. Last one.
Yep. Let's go. The best route in there. One more.
Scanning now.
Nice! Oh my god!
Good afternoon, Canada, and welcome to the TELUS Esports Series 2, Apex Legends. This time, we're going to be covering the Advanced Division Finals, and my name, of course, is Dia, and I am joined by two legends, T-Squared and Fallout. We'll start with you, T-Squared. I mean, how are you doing today? You're ready to jump into some Canadian Apex? It's certainly exciting, and Fallout, I know that we've talked a bit before the show just about how much talent we've got here and what it means to have a community tournament like this organized across an entire country.
Yeah, absolutely. It's an amazing event, right? You know, at first, you see the format, you see the series, you wish the whole world could participate, but the reality is we need to build local grassroots scenes in Apex Legends, and the fact that TELUS put this together for the Canadian community, helping connect people all across Canada, every single province, is amazing. I'm a huge fan. I lived in Vancouver, BC for a year, working for Xbox Game Studios, so it's a big dream to be here and casting this event alongside TELUS as a former customer of TELUS myself.
Yeah, I'm using their internet right now. And a big thank you, of course, to them for not only making my internet possible, but this event alongside our other sponsors, Xbox, HyperX, Nanoleaf, and Gamescom Canada. With that, let's talk a little bit about what the event has actually looked like, because we're in the finals now, but we got here through 4 weeks of games. We have 2 phases to this event. The first one is this 4-week period where teams will play 3 games twice a week. 3 on World's Edge, 3 on Stormpoint. But now we've reached the finals, and that means something entirely different. That means Fallout Match Point. If it is your first time watching an Apex broadcast, what is a match point?
Oh my gosh. If it's not your first time watching the Match Point, ALGS, or Apex format broadcast, buckle up and get ready. The Match Point final system in Apex is one of a kind. If you've watched Fortnite or PUBG or any other Battle Royale game, you know the challenge, right? Boogo winning the Fortnite World Cup, for example. He's up by 30, 40 points going into Game 6. Everyone knows he's going to win it. Well, guess what? In Apex, that's not the case. You have to get to the 50-point threshold for a chance to unlock Match Point, and then you got to win the following or subsequent game. The series will not end until a team with 50 points wins another game. We can go 11, 12, 13 games, much like we've done in the past. It's going to be a wild ride. I'm excited for this Match Point format final. Any Match Point format final, whether it's ALGS or the TELUS Esports Series, is pure entertainment, Dia.
It is that premier format of Apex Legends, and it just feels so good to have the emphasis be on what team can finish the night on a win. And they stand to win quite a bit. We've got $50,000 in prizes across the entire event. That includes 4 divisions of beginner, intermediate, advanced, and then later on today, the open division that we'll be covering. Plenty to win for, again, teams all across Canada. This time around, since we are in the advanced division, the top 5 teams will be walking away with their prizing. So you want to be in those top 5 teams at the tippity top of the leaderboard at the end of today's games once that match point gets reached. And let's talk a little bit about those teams. Let's talk a little bit about what it means to be in the top 5, because we've got plenty of talent competing today. T Squared, once we bring that team's list up, I want to know who you're looking at for the big splashes in today's games.
First of all, we have the prize money, but we also talk about the bragging rights that is going to come with this to be the best in Canada, okay? It feels so good to be the best in your division, and these players have played throughout all of these weeks. I remember when we heard about this event, you guys, how excited we were to give the Canadian Apex scene some love, because when you're the best in the world in your division in a certain area, you hold on to that forever, okay? It's going to be that prize money. You're going to spend it. You're going to invest it. You're going to keep this forever. These are your teams that you're looking out for right here. And, all right, the BR Demons, let's just call it how we see it. We really think that this team is the favorite based on what they've done in the ALGS, based about, the amount of time that they've put in over towards this game. But they have a lot of other competition. LPB, watch out for the squad in second place right there. Those are my 2 teams, Dia. I'm curious who you're looking out for.
Ooh, I mean, I've got some of my eyes on the Hosers, of course, a classic Canadian name. So I'm just hoping that they, from the top of the leaderboard, get to keep it going. But Fallout, I know that we had some conversations about teams beforehand as well, and I'd love to hear who you're looking out, say, outside the BR Demons.
Yeah, well, like you took the word out of my mouth, the Hosiers, simply because of their team name. I was hoping we'd have more Canadian memes or Canadian slang memes and team names, but the Hosiers are definitely going to hold it down for all of Canada. However, the 2 teams in particular, Tom mentioned LPB. I mean, they're featuring Proficiency, a talented Challenger Circuit player, just placed top 6 in the Challenger Circuit, which, for those that don't maybe watch Apex Legends Esports, Challenger Circuit is the tier 2 right below the pro tier, so they are the budding next generation of pros. Proficiency's been playing at a top level for quite some time. And then Big Smashers is another one. They got Fat Deeps, Shinbi, and I'm Him or Noxus. I'm excited to see what they can do. I know that Fat Deeps has made Challenger Circuit semifinals in the past, and there's a little bit of talk going on before this of Big Smashers considering potentially contesting the BR Demons, the only pro team in this lobby, and saying, look, they're just going to farm this lobby. We got to find a way to stop them. Maybe we can test them 50-50.
And this is a really scary consideration, because BR Demons have actually just landed themselves in 4th place, but the reason that they're not at the top isn't because Hosers have been beating them all the time. It's because BR Demons have had professional obligations that have kept them from competing in every week. In those weeks that they do compete in, they terrorize to the tune of taking out almost entire lobbies at a time. So a lot to look forward to from them. I'm going to throw one other team in the mix that I'm really excited for, of course, and that's the Dome Defenders. They've got Chronic on the squad. I spoke to them a little bit earlier today, and they were super sweet, saying that, well, we're very excited for the tournament. So much so that we actually had some nightmares last night about not being able to make it on time. So, the nerves are getting to you. T Squared, you've played professionally for quite a while. When you are facing nerves like this, when you are in the biggest tournament of a lot of these players' lives, how do you keep it together?
Well, your first as a caster is that you worry that your mic's going to be muted when the stream starts, and that's something that I've already done. So my nightmare's already over, all right? So we've moved on.
Oh,
but,
man.
you know, realistically, it comes down to having fun, right? I think if I had to pick one thing that I wish I did a little bit more of it, and I had a lot of fun competing, I wish that I had a little bit more fun under the circumstances of when the pressure is on. And someone that, you know, does a really great job of that is someone named Nasky over in the EMEA region, where he just keeps the vibes up the entire time. It's very serious when a lot of money is on the line. But remember, we're playing a video game and it's supposed to be fun. So I think that's the most important thing. No matter what you're doing, no matter what you place, sometimes things are out of your hands. Just have fun with it and just enjoy yourself while you do it.
Well, let's see how much fun we can have as we are dropping into our first game on World's Edge. So T-Squared, Fallout, take it away. And as you said, most importantly, have fun.
Let's go. Dia, thank you so much, my friend. Fallout alongside T-Squared. I am so excited to be casting with my brother. I've known him for 10 plus years. Back at it, casting some Apex. I'll give you a little fist bump as well, brother. How you doing, man? How you feeling? Jump back into the action here.
I'm doing great, man. It's an absolute pleasure to be here to watch all the Canadian players get on World's Edge to find out who is going to be the best in Canada. Again, big shout out to all of our partners. You can see them on your screen on the left-hand side. TELUS, Xbox, HyperX, Nanoleaf. Dude, our Nanoleafs look sick, Fallout. I know you got the app just recently. GameCon Canada as well.
That's a fact. You guys saw it in the backgrounds here. I was having an actual light party yesterday on my stream. It was the coolest thing I think I've ever done. I felt cool for the first time in like 5 years because I'm getting old. I just turned 30, which is ancient in gaming year. No, I'm just kidding. Shout out to every single 30-plus-year-old gamer out there holding it down. I know a lot of the old school Halo, Gears of War competitive players are now in the 30-plus millennial club and still playing Apex and embodying the rest of them, like just like you, Tom, right?
Yeah, strategy-wise, though, when we look at this map, great job from production showing that the Dome, Lava City, and Big Mod are all open. And that's crazy because you can see Reed's, Crust, and Aiden, they're in that Lava Siphon area, so they're not going to have much congestion over towards the southern side. And where is the most congestion right now, Fallout? It's where the zone pulled, so it's going to be a very interesting game one.
Yeah, that's a great point. Some teams that aren't going to have to make the max rotation. And look, for those that are maybe watching on Optic TV or TELUS TV from home, watching Apex for the first time, here's what you're seeing. You're seeing a giant zone. Well, just like any battle royale, the ring is going to close into that zone in about 2 or 3 minutes here as round one begins. So the teams like Rusty G down in Launch Site or Glitch Energy, aka BR Demons in Lava Siphon, or the team over in Geyser on the right side of your map or bottom right are going to have to make a really far and max rotation. Really surprised not to see anyone dropping Big Mod and Lava City, the Optic Gaming special in the North American Pro League. It's a really, really good POI. You get beacons to scan and you get great loot, but no one's dropping there or Dome, which is really interesting.
And pay attention to those choke points as well. So it's a great job, Fallout, calling out what was going on. But you see these choke points kind of going right in the middle of your screen as we see our first fight taking place. We can talk about the legends and the teams to watch out for. Proficiency, Lane, and Blinkers, definitely a squad that we were highlighting before. The Nemesis, one of the newest introductions into Apex Legends with the recent update. Burst fire rifle that just does more and more damage the more that you shoot it. And right now that seems to be the go-to weapon for any type of medium range. The R301 has always been extremely popular, the flatline as well, but it's the Nemesis. So make sure you conserve that energy ammo and make sure that you have some sort of long distance poke that's going on. So the 2-4X is going to be great in those type of instances. In terms of team compositions, you're going to be seeing a lot of Valkyrie, a lot of Seer. Horizon's becoming a little bit more popular as well. And then Catalyst for when you're playing defensive. And that is what the BR Demons are rocking right now. Rusty, the first player to get knocked. It's Crushed with the kill. And they're looking for some more blood here, Fallout.
Insane. You saw that on the map overhead shot to our observers because they actually saw BR Demons rotate from Lava Siphon all the way down south to push this team over in Launch Site. It's Rusty G and the crew here. They pick up one already. They now have a 3v2, and that's the reality here, Tom. We talked about it in the pre-show. BR Demons are the only pro team in this lobby. When I say pro team, they're actually in the ALGS, Apex Legends Global Series Pro League, competing every single week. And look how aggressive they are starting already. They're, of course, playing not with Vayne, former national champion. They're playing with Crust, who has so much experience having played with Sentinels.
No doubt about it, but they need to finish this fight fairly quickly. And we know that this is the first fight that they took, coming from Lava Siphon down the tree, trying to pick on this team down below, and then make the rotation after that. But this fight is, after getting the first knock, it's taking a little bit longer than they'd be like. There's the second knock, and then Fanshawe Fuel, first team to go down. And very handedly as well. You can see the baiting and switching there, everything from BR Demons that they needed to do. Get that initial knock, but don't make the mistake of losing out on a player. You do not want to get knocked yourself. You don't want to get thirsted. That's just going to slow things down a little bit more, and that's how you play it if you're BR Demons.
And listen, as an American, I'm going to do my absolute best with the Canadian reference here. That's like the BC Lions going up and playing against a collegiate Canadian football team, which I don't even know if there's collegiate football in Canada at a top level. But nonetheless, Fanshawe Fuel just got taken out. They're a collegiate Apex Legends esports team out of Fanshawe College, and they get eliminated by a pro team. It's obviously tough to see. Anyone dropping near this team, BR Demons, dropping in Lava Siphon, is going to get punished. I like what BR Demons did right there. They know they have an advantage. They know that they played a top tier and they can win almost any 3 versus 3 pound for pound fight. So they pick up 3 kill points. Each kill point amounts to 1 point towards that 50-point match threshold. In addition to that, you can get points by placing. If you get first place with how many teams are left here? We got 14 squads left. You get 12 points. So this could easily be a 15 or 20-point game if the BR Demons can keep up this pace.
And right now, you want to avoid Lava Siphon at all costs, right? So if you're going to rotate, you need to go from Tree on over to Lava City or Thermal Station or something around those lines to just get on auto dodge, as we see what the Dome Defenders are doing. It's going to slow down just a little bit, but another fight taking place. That's the Nemesis now coming in from Blinkster, who are highlighting a little bit earlier. You also saw Proficiency picking up some kills. So the two teams that we kind of had our eyes on already starting this off hot, and that's what you love to see. Going and speaking of BR Demons, they're back at it. Again, they are on the hunt. They made the rotation from Tree on over towards Thermal Station. There goes the Catalyst Wall, and here come the missile swarms from Reeds. You can see 2 players trapped inside, but they're going to get out of dodge as well. The shots land, and Reeds takes them right out of the air with Aiden.
And that's the Valkyrie? No, the Valkyrie stayed up, so they're able to actually get out of dodge there. And for those that don't know what I mean, so Valkyrie is a character that allows them, and that's it. Goodbye. See you later, Aphrodisiac. Oh, goodbye. See ya. TMU Blue eliminated. That's another Toronto Metropolitan University, another university team. So GE, aka BR Demons, is just farming all the collegiate teams 1 tier below. And I know I used a football reference, and hockey's a little bit bigger, so we'll say it's the Maple Leafs taking out any mid-tier or AA hockey teams. What we're seeing right now with these pro teams.
Yeah, get it together, Follow. You got to really step up your references here. TMU Blue, and Bold, 2 teams, like you said, from Toronto Metropolitan University. You love to see the collegiate Apex coming into play at this high-end level, but BR Demons, they know the rotations that they need to do. And what you're noticing, Fallout, is instead of playing in the middle and pushing over towards the zone, they dropped all the way to the edge of the map over towards Tree, swooped around over towards Thermal Station, so they know that their back's going to be clear. They want to keep all the action in front of them and make sure they're not the teams getting sandwiched.
That's right. And speaking of a Valkyrie ult, this is the ultimate ability of Valkyrie. Again, we have a lot of new viewers that are watching on TELUS TV right now. So explaining some things here for those that are watching Apex for the first time. Valkyrie allows you to ascend into the sky and do exactly this. You can spot out enemies that are on the low ground. And look at this poor lone sheep getting absolutely hunted by the wolves. And it's going to be another team wipe coming through for the BR Demons. They are off to a strong start with 6 kills already. Make it 7.
And this is what pro players do. They make the game look so easy, and it's not as easy as it seems, as they've hit the rotations perfectly. There they get a little bit lucky finding a player that was just lone. And going back to what you were talking about with Valkyrie, when you take to the sky like that, you also get that passive. So you're able to fly into the air, and you get that little triangle on top of where the legends are located. It gives you extra information. That's why she's one of the most utilized top picks right next to Seer when it talks about competitive Apex in general. And then Aiden's got a little defense in the back pocket. If they do need to hunker down inside of a building, they can have that Catalyst Wall, the Catalyst reinforced doors. So I really like this composition that goes in for BR Demons. They have a passive-aggressive play style, but they're going to play extremely aggressive until they need to play passive.
And what Seer just did right there, we saw it. Nice job by our observers catching it. Enemies scanned. So you have a recon console, or a recon beacon that you can scan, which shows you where every single enemy is on the map is a heartbeat or a pulse, and it stays there for about 15 to 20 seconds. So they just got all the intel for where everyone on the map is, and something tells me they're going to continue this absolute spree that they are on. They are hunting for eliminations. They found 7 already, which is insane to think about, and they just found their next opponents. But guess what? We got Kaliko, Overdog, and Crafts of SVG really well bunkered. They rotated early, and they're running a Watson. So that character at the bottom left of your screen at the top, Watson allows you to place fences, a very defensive team style, very different than the BR Demons, which is a very aggressive legend composition. Every legend, there's about 15 of them, 16 of them in Apex, has different abilities. Watson is going to allow them to bunker up with an early rotation into zone. That's a great rotation from SVG or St. Vincent.
Another one of those control legends. Watson, one of the most popular picks early on in Apex, then found a little bit more popularity over the last year after she had fallen out of the meta because legends like Caustic. What's crazy is we haven't really seen Gibby, who was a staple in competitive Apex for a while, as you see the big smashers playing a little bit safe here because they are just a duo right now. This is going to be Plu and Fat Deeps trying to find out how they could get on the board with some extra kills. But that's a great point of what they were doing on the BR Demons side, Fallout, to try to find more legends on the map to be extra hyper aggressive. But at this point, a lot of people should be setting up for the next zone. Round 2 is going to be closing. Round 3 and round 4 are where you're going to see a lot more action. But Aiden's on the hunt and they found another team as well.
Well, there we go. Well, they find themselves their next elimination. Big Smashers looking like they're playing with a team of 2 right now. Not sure if that was a lag out or what the challenge was. Nonetheless, playing as a duo is going to be difficult. On board of St. Vincent, I believe a high school esports team. So they have outlasted and outsurvived the collegiate teams playing in this competition. We're watching St. Vincent, this team we talked about moments ago. Calico, Overdog, and Crafts have already made their rotation, have already found themselves the real estate or the building that they want to position themselves in for the late game. And that's part of Apex as well. You want to predict every single time the round closes. So in 7 seconds here, the ring is going to get smaller and smaller, forcing the fight. And it's really tough to predict the algorithms of how the rings are going to close. We'll see if SVG predicts correctly here in just a moment. Will they stay in the ring? As Crypto will get them intel. And yes, they do. A great prediction here, great leadership, and great understanding of the algorithm from SVG.
And you can see another underutilized area for Crypto is not only going to be able to fly around and see people, but to hit those scans. You can also see how many teams are in the vicinity on the banners. So if you're new to Crypto or you're looking to get into Crypto, he's another one of those legends that gathers a lot of information. The Hosers on the hunt as well with a very aggressive team composition. I like this if you're looking for kills, and that's exactly what they seem to be doing on the outside going in as Crust picks up some more. The BR Demons are not slowing down as we do take a look of that mini-map. Zerbo and his squad coming in from the northern side. They don't have much of a contention for that rotation, but this is definitely going to be a lava fissure zone, so you want to get inside those buildings ASAP.
Yeah, that's right. Lava Fissure only has a few buildings that are connected by bridges, so it means you got to rotate early and get one of those big buildings where SVG, AG, and Frantic and Co are at the south side of the map. Meanwhile, look at Glitch Energy, aka BR Demons, the bottom right of the map there. They're about to hunt their second team, but they're in the zone. They're playing what's called a hard edge play style. So you have 2 options of playing Apex. You can play edge of the ring, which is basically in the ring, and fight, or you can rotate early and hide. And right now, that's how BR Demons is playing. They're fighting on the edge, but they're going to get gate kept right now. This is a really good job from Dome Defenders. This is a good team. Dome Defenders has a ton of competitive Apex experience.
Right now, they're the lobby defenders trying to stop the BR Demons who have put themselves in a tough situation. That thermite is ticking away. Fallout 1 knock. Make that 2. Aiden's almost on the ropes over here. Bloom just needs to push down a little bit more to gather this information, and they'll be able to see they can knock out the team that's been wreaking havoc on this lobby. It's a quick armor swap. No! It doesn't happen. The BR Demons from virtual death come back and wipe the Dome Defenders.
From virtual death, indeed. I mean, they were in shambles, Tom. All 3 of them were getting ticked away by a thermite grenade that was brilliantly placed right there, but it was Reeds who was able to neutralize with the first elimination. He knocked 1, made it a 2 versus 2, and has the gold shields, so that means he was able to fast heal. He popped 1 shield cell, which was enough to survive the RE45. A couple missed shots with the RE45 from Seer right there, and then ended up punishing him. What a play from Reeds and the BR Demons. I thought they were done for.
1000% was about to just say, all right, great job from Dome Defenders. They were almost the lobby defenders. Instead, the BR Demons, if they didn't have enough confidence already, that is going to boost it even more. You would feel unstoppable after winning that team fight on the low ground, making their way up over towards the high ground now of this hill. But this is the zone that starts to eat you alive, and Crust realizes it. He needs to get in. They've taken a little bit too much time to actually try to reset. Lane is there with the flat line, and they're on the ropes for a second time. Zerbo on the opposite side of Lava Fissure, definitely one of the players to watch out for in this lobby.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, we got a lot of demons in this lobby. We got the Canadian Demons, the BR, aka Battle Royale Demons. Let's see what the Canadian counterparts can do. They found themselves a first knock. Zerbo on the prowl here, playing as Horizon, one of the best Horizon players in Canada. He is so incredibly talented on this legend. Horizon, for those that don't know, has the ability to drop a gravity lift, ascend to the sky, and get the little movement boost so you can really close the gap against opponents, or you can distance yourself from enemies if you're trying to run away.
Never forget when I matched up against Zerbo. Dude absolutely destroyed me, and I was like, this guy, is he cheating? Nope, not cheating. He's just that darn good, and you can see these players, they are that darn good. The shots from Decoy across the rock, backing someone down just temporarily, and I love this rotation that you can see from the Canadian Demons. They've cleared out their backhand side. Remember, all that action was over towards the southern side. They make their way from the north and have a lot of playable area here on these bins.
Right. Zerbo only 180 damage away from leveling up his Evo shields. What that means there, you'll see next Evo at the bottom left of your screen. If you do damage, you can actually level up your shield to get more shield. So 25 more effective HP or health points if he's able to get 180 more damage to get to a fully maxed out red Evo shield. Meanwhile, Crafts finds himself in a 1v1. It's a big fight, and he connects the brilliant shots with the Mastiff from Young Crafts. Takes out one, and SVG stays alive.
Oh, the 158 Sentinel shot in the air. Are you kidding me? AG2OP goes down. Woodland Chunk says, Xbox, record that. Stand still for a little bit. Maybe his chat's going crazy right now. And he's looking for some more blood. Here goes 3 more players that are going to land directly on the bins behind them. This is a huge contestation for a major part in the zone.
I love this. Drops the Bangalore smoke, try and cause some disarray, pushes wide left, immediately turns and finds another, turns and burns, connects for great damage. Is Woodland Chuck, which might be an Xbox generated random gamer tag based on the gamer tag. Shot to Woodland Chuck 47.
It's definitely one of those random generated ones, but he's randomly generating a lot of kills for his team right now, and you can see they are not slowing down. Zerbo goes for the thirst. Seer is going to be done for, and now the Canadian Demons are starting to heat up on this side of Lava Fisher. Anyone that comes in their way is just going to get hunted down. Now only 70 away from that red Evo shield, and you can see how big of an advantage that's going to be. Only a couple of players even have purple, so being able to have that extra 50 health, if again you are new to competitive Apex, you have your armor at the bottom left. You can see that there's 2 stacks. Each stack of purple is going to be 25. Then you have your shields, which is 100. So at any given point in time, your full shields that you could be are 125 plus that 100 from your health, 225 to go and take someone down. And right now, Canadian Demons look like they are poised to have this lobby in their hands.
That's right. Decoy playing as Mirage, living up to his name. Mirage can deploy some decoys. I just love this team. I think this is my new favorite. I know we're casters, we're not supposed to so biased, but how do you not love Woodland, Chuck, Zerbo, and Decoy playing as Mirage? Meanwhile, Proficiency, we talked about him earlier in the pre-show, highlighted him up in a big fight. Imakarai gonna get some good damage to start, drops the Arc Star grenade. REOGN, Roller Jew, means he's playing on controller, trying to pop the shield battery in this smoke. Get a little hesitant whether or not he should do it. A little indecisive, and it's gonna cost him, and just like that, Proficiency and LPB clean wiped the full TMU Bold squad, so the other Toronto Metropolitan University team is eliminated.
Even if he gets the battery off, I'm not sure if it's going to be enough to 1v3 LPB, who played that magnificently. There was a lot of visual clutter there, so having anything like a digi-threat, like on this gold wingman that Overdog has, and remember, St. Vincent's has been in this building for quite some time. There's only going to be 2 buildings in here, Fallout. You can see the mini-map on that top left area. A lot of the other area is going to be open space, and that's where the Canadian Demons have making their rotation from. You're going to get this extra info from Crypto, and Calico is looking to find out exactly where the major threats are going to be on the map, and they spot 1 player down below.
That's a rat, and what that means is, use the term rat in Apex. It's a solo player, I believe, hiding and trying to rat their way to a top finish because their teammates have been eliminated. They're going to get that intel. How will they play it? Last time Crafts pushed a 1 versus 1. Will he do it again is the question. I just got to take a moment, though, to also say, SVG, I'm really impressed. St. Vincent, I believe a high school esports team in Canada, has officially outplaced all the collegiate teams. Both the TMU teams are eliminated, and their playstyle is brilliant. They're running Watson and Crypto, a highly defensive, early rotation playstyle. They predicted the zone perfectly, and they are well poised to potentially win this game here, because guess what? BR Demons, the top team in this lobby, is eliminated.
This is when Calico needs to get inside of his drone and find out where these fights are going to be taking place. He has an opportunity to go and free heal, plus get in his drone instead of going for the cell. So I'd love to see him if he has that available. You can see his drone was destroyed in the bottom left-hand side. So he's making the right play right now by having all eyes on. As soon as he gets his drone back, just flying that thing around, finding where he could be a nuisance. Maybe they go and kill that rat down below. Big Smashers, who have been playing as a duo this entire time, find themselves in the top 6 as well. We know that 1 kill equals 1 point, but this is where those placement points fall out, really start to come in handy.
You gotta realize, Fat Deeps, Challenger Circuit competitors, made it to a lot of semifinals, really a lot of experience. They could do this as a duo. I mean, if they can, it'd be miraculous. The fact that they're also running Mirage, 2 Mirage, are Canadians just, is this a different meta in Canada? We never see Mirage really in the US or in EMEA. We're seeing 2 teams running Mirage here in Canada, things you love to see.
You know, Mirage is fairly strong with the changes that had happened to him over time. He was one of the most underutilized legends, but I'm really liking the way that Mirage has slowly but surely gotten stronger and stronger. One thing that I'm not too shy about is we need some Revenant updates, all right? Make that man a little bit stronger. I want to go Revenant Octane again.
That man or that cyborg, whatever he is, Revenant is a scary character, but I agree. You don't see him really popularized in meta right now. But we got some Bloodhound here on display. Bloodhound has the ability to scan and detect hostiles through walls, and that's exactly what you saw right there. He gets the intel. 6 hostiles detected, 6 squads left. And here's where we're at here. This is the final round, everybody. So in 1 minute and 40 seconds, this game will end. And look at the top left of your screen. See where that line is pulling? That's where the ring is pulling to. So everyone's gonna have to make their way to that line in here in a minute.
What a great thermite on the stairs to keep the hosers down. They're eventually going to have to push out, and that's exactly what they're thinking now.
Christmas
What's
gift.
the play here? Are they going to maybe zipline across to the other side? Playing this perfectly as the edge of the zone is coming forward. You can see the angle that's being taken. Calico's been hiding through this knockdown shield, using the enemy knockdown shields to try to stay alive. Finally gets eliminated. That's St. Vincent going down. Hoser's still with 2 players. Vander is losing a majority of his health meds, but they're using the knockdown shield to perfection. Keep in mind, the Canadian Demons are on the opposite side of all of this action, keeping it in front of them. You can see the visual clutter coming in from the Bangalore. Shooting that Horizon ult is huge, and that's why Zerbo is so good on Horizon. Takes to the air, has been holding onto his black hole the entire time. Perfectly placed Arc Star Fallout, and the Canadian Demons are going nuts.
Zerbo is a monster. He connects for a double kill. 1 person left. Zerbo says, let me finish it myself, and he does it. The Canadian Demons with the victory in game number 1 on the heels of great plays from Zerbo and some wall bounce, trick points, style points to wrap him up. Things you love to see. They got the swag as well.
Keeping all of the action in front of you is how you do it. Swag on top of swag here. Mirage, Bangalore, and Horizon. You would think that with the current meta, you'd have to have Valkyrie, you'd have to have Seer. Well, they positioned themselves the correct way. They executed the correct way. The biggest threat is when the 3 players tried to land on them. They handled that team. The Sentinel shot through the air to knock the team that was flying away from them. There was so much good from a lot of our teams right there. You can see the different varieties of play styles. But hey, any composition is going to work if you play it correctly, and the Canadian Demons just showed that.
Yeah, that's spot on. I mean, I'm excited to bring Dia back to the conversation because there's a lot to break down here in a moment. Canadian Demons first place with 8, LPB second place with 9 kills. The Hosiers, our number 1 seed, coming in third. But guess what? All the way down in 10th place, 12 kills. They're also going to pick up 2 kill points, or sorry, placement points, I believe. That's going to be 14 points for them. So despite a 10th place finish for the BR Demons, 12 kills farming the lobby is going to still put them in contention. But it's not the BR Demons on top of the overall standings here, Dia. We have ourselves a match.
Yeah, we certainly do. I really appreciate that you highlight what the points mean. We didn't get the chance to break it down earlier, and as you guys have been doing, I think it's only fair that we explain where points are coming from. For where you place, of course, say you get first place, you're going to get 12 points. You get less points per placement until, of course, you hit 15th, at which point it's nothing from there on out. But 1 point per kill means that the BR Demons, as you illustrate, get to stay in this. They get to stay in the conversation for first place and beyond. Incredible play coming out of both demonically named squads, both BR Demons and Canadian Demons. So very impressed with what we've had for game 1. And, well, we're going to take a very short break before we return with even more incredible Canadian gameplay for game 2.
I first heard about the TELUS Esports Series, I was like, there's no way.
I was absolutely stoked.
You don't really hear about esports at all in Canada, let alone from a big company like TELUS.
Canada does have a scene, and we do have people who are thriving towards getting us into that bigger picture.
2 versus 1, and it should be their game. The Bronze Bonobos from second, now finally find first.
Simply put, the TELUS Esports Series is esports for everyone. It's our take on what we think the esports industry should look like and where we think it should go. It's way more fun to compete for something when there's something on the line. And the TELUS Esports Series gives players of all skill levels opportunities to experience that. We really want to make the gaming experience more fun for everyone, and we want to help the gaming industry evolve and grow the way that it should. And I think the time is right for it.
My name is V Roses.
My name is Tay.
My name is Matt, otherwise known as Zilla.
Actually, my coworker who inspired me to get into Apex. Currently, I'm a competitive Apex player for the St. Clair Saints at St. College. I played Apex casually since Season 7 for a couple seasons, and I peaked Masters twice, and I didn't really think about it until when I moved here and I found SCC.
What started me in my journey as a content creator was my competitive side. I used to play soccer, so you just get this rush, and you're like, oh, I want to be part of something bigger or like better, see where it could take me, you never know.
Probably about a year ago, I was just playing games for fun since I was 11 or 12 back on console. When I got my computer, it just opened up a bunch of new possibilities, and I had a lot of friends throughout Winnipeg that were associated with like Lotus 8. They needed somebody to play Apex, and that was the game that I was spending most of my time on.
My advice to aspiring competitors would be to put yourself out there. I know us gamers were pretty introverted, but networking and showcasing your skills online really helps, especially when it comes to getting recognition and putting your name out there.
Honestly, just be yourself and being consistent. I feel like consistency is like one of the biggest things because people like seeing consistency. For competitors, muscle memory, like sometimes before I go to bed, I go in the firing range and I practice so I can keep the muscle memory of like the patterns of the guns, the recoil patterns.
My advice for aspiring competitors would be to follow your dreams. Anybody can do any of this pro player stuff. Anybody can be anyone they want to be. Practice a lot. Find a good group of people who are willing to do that with you and have mutual goals.
World's Edge.
World's Edge.
World's Edge. That's it. I'm a Wraith main. I love World's Edge. I love my buildings.
World's Edge.
World's Edge, of course. I'm a caustic main.
R301.
The flatline does so much damage. The hip fire is insane. Now it's 10 times better than the R301. Definitely the flatline.
R3.
Flatline.
R301 every day of the week.
Oh, 100% the card.
Volt.
That's tough.
Car.
Car.
But I'm gonna have to go with the Volt. 3x on the 301, the Hemlock, or the Charge Rifle.
2x Bruiser.
2 times Bruiser.
2 times HCOG.
The 2 to 4 is insane. It used to be the 3 times, but now it's the 2 to 4.
I like the Assault class.
Assault.
Oh, Wraith. Oh, my baby girl, she got a buff, and the animations with her hands look so good. I was like, oh my god, they spoiled her. I was so happy.
I'd definitely say Controller is my favorite, mainly because I am a caustic main.
Probably the controller. I'm more of a zone type player as well as an anchor, so control would be great for me.
Welcome back, everyone. We get to see even more of the TELUS Esports Series Advanced Division Finals, but before we jump into Game 2, there's a very important part of the process, because we gotta check in with the leaderboards to see how the points did actually stack up after a game. Now, we talked about this in the game. Kill points ended up being very important to the tune of BR Demons coming out with 14 of them. But T-Squared, you were talking about some adaptations that you're expecting them to make going into Game 2.
Yeah, I think the BR Demons took a little bit too long from their rotation, and they're going to make a little bit more adjustments going forward, because just imagine if they were able to get outside from that top 10 bubble, push their way in, and pick up some more kill points. We could have been looking at a massive 30-point game in Fallout. Keep in mind that we have that match point format coming into play.
Yeah, you're spot on. I think you hit the nail on the head. We saw 14 points out of them despite the 10th place finish. So I think that's really a sign of what's to come. They had a hard zone, keep in mind. They had to rotate all the way to the northwest side of the map in Lava Fissure. So it's going to be, if they get a favorable zone that's in the south, close to where they land in Lava Siphon, I think they're going to eliminate all those teams below them and get the placement points. Expect a big game from them. But Canadian Demons and LPB, shout out to them. We got word that the Zerbo of Canadian Demons doesn't come. For whatever reason, he does not communicate. Literally does not speak in game, and the fact that he still did what he did with a 20-point game for that team is insane.
One of the most beastly horizons to ever grace this game. I don't think we're going to get a whole lot of argument on that. Zerbo is terrifying. And I actually wanted to pose a question to you, Fallout, because you were talking pretty heavily about the edge and zone playstyles, the basics of Apex that everything comes back to. And St. Vincent, sort of a trademark example of a team that played zone right there. They're sitting at 6th place, 5 points, but they didn't get a whole lot of kills that game. Still, relatively consistent points can come from being able to predict accurately where the game will be ending.
That's right. I mean, pros say all the time, 5 to 7 points a game is a win because it still puts you in contention for match point. And if they can do that and get to 50 points at game 6, 7, or 8, they can win the whole tournament still. Just consistency is key in Apex Legends. And look, they may have not been the flashiest team, but they're playing smart for a group of high schoolers. That's pretty darn impressive. One thing I would like to see them do differently, though, Dia, was use that crypto. I think T-Squared said it. Use that crypto to get knowledge and intel. They lost their crypto early, the drone. They didn't get the intel on how to rotate. And they got a little stuck or lost on their rotation.
If they would have gotten a little bit more aggressive, like when they found the rat below their building, the reason that they weren't able to, get as far into that final zone as they were hoping for is they just need to play a little bit more aggressive when they get that drone information. If they see someone that's a little bit weak, send 2 people over towards that rat, get that kill, eliminate that threat going forward, pick up those extra points. But that's just going to come with a little bit more experience, a little bit more confidence. And sometimes you have to make mistakes to be able to learn from. They have a majority of what they need ready to go, getting into the right position, the right team composition, etc. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what they're going to be doing the rest of our games.
Adaptation is the name of the game, and, well, speaking of, we've actually got the second one ready to go. So once again, I offer T-Squared Fallout. Enjoy yourselves.
Thank you for the offer, my friend. How nice. What a gift he's given us. We get to jump into game 2 this quick, this fast, and efficiently. Welcome, everybody, to game number 2. It's always a pleasure casting alongside Tom T-Squared Taylor himself, the former Halo legend, former Apex Pro player. My name is Fallout. Both of us, LGS shoutcasters, Apex Legends shoutcasters, players, community members, streamers, you name it. It's a pleasure to be here. We are so grateful for TELUS for bringing us out. And, of course, a big thank you to all of our sponsors as well for the TELUS Esports Series 2. We have Xbox, HyperX, NanoLeaf, and GameCon Canada powering this all and making it happen.
Yeah, and big shout out to everybody that's working behind the scenes on the production over at the DSA group. Absolute pleasure to be involved and be casting with you, Fallout, and to watch these Canadian players put together some awesome performances. But we have some changes in the drops. We saw Lava City, Big Mod, and Dome were not inhabited before that. Wow. They were complete vacant, and now there is no vacancy in these, and the tree is now the area that they said, you know what, all right, we are not messing with you BR Demons, we are going to the southern side now.
And actually, not to say you're wrong, but you're wrong. No, I'm just kidding. That team actually dropped launch site and rotated to tree, and on their rotation, BR Demons caught them. So that's the same drop. But you're spot on, though. No one went Dome, and no one went Lava City in Big Mod. They recognize that, though. Keep in mind, I mean, teams are still figuring things out. It's really interesting in Apex. Sometimes it's almost like a game of Monopoly, where you're going to claim real estate or claim drop spots before the tournament. But then in the middle of that tournament, you might trade spots, or you might find a different spot is open and take that instead. And this time, the team decides to drop in the southeast, maybe predicting that the zone's going to pull southeast, because the last one pulled northwest. Well, guess what? We got a north central zone pull here. So BR Demons, we'll see how they play it. Will they take your advice, Tom? Will they rotate a little earlier?
Yeah, it's going to be pulling over towards a handful of different spots here. We don't really know until we get that zone 2 knowledge, and that's going to give you that information that you're going to need. And that's why having these scan legends, these recon legends that are going to be able to find out where the zone is going to be, are so important. As we see the Canadian Demons winners from game number 1, they're landing over towards Skyhook. So you can see a little bit of the zone already going to be inside of that Skyhook area, maybe pulling over towards Epicenter. It could go all the way north. You never know if it's going to still be on over towards Fragment. I love fragment zones. I think those are the most lit out of all of the zones because it reminds me of when we first started playing Apex, dropping on over towards that area and just all hell breaking loose as we see the Canadian Demons do get into a little bit of a scuffle. It's Zerbo on that horizon. We'll see if they're going to continue to take this fight.
Yeah, that's interesting because they actually originally dropped solo. One team dropped countdown. It was Marsh, Frantic, and the YouTuber themselves. And then a team dropped survey camp to the right. So that means a team may have rotated and considered coming over to Skyhook, taking some of their loot. Looks like things will slow down though, because I don't think anyone wants the smoke of the Canadian Demons, our leaders right now in this lobby. Switching on over to the Big Smashers, they got a full team of 3. It's Noxus. We have Clue, Noxious, and Fat Deeps as a trio. Gonna get tagged up a little bit by another team that dropped Fragment West. So keep in mind, Fragment East and West are 2 areas of former capital city and got split into 2 halves, split right in the middle by a bunch of lava. So expect 2 teams to be here. A lot of teams to be rotating early. If they're predicting a Fragment finish, everyone wants to rotate fast to try and get one of these buildings.
No doubt about it, and that's why you're seeing teams already make their move. Teams moving from staging already sticking this big building is going to be a priority because you can get rotations just like this. Unfortunately, the scout shots not able to connect. Rob was moving pretty quickly. If you do get this knock, do you send this one Fallout? Once you already found a priority position, that is the key. Maybe you can get them out in the open and get the thirst, force them to go for the res and maybe pick on that team. But that's enough damage, and the question's already been answered. They don't even need a knock. They're just pushing off the damage.
And I was gonna say no. So to be honest with you, if you do get a knock, you don't push that knock because there's so many other teams nearby. I mean, look, in these finals lobbies, look, we still have all 15 or out of our 16 squads alive. Teams are rotating early. You're gonna get third party. That is the name of the game in Apex. If you take a fight in the zone, there's gonna be 4 or 5 other teams that are nearby, hear the shots from afar, decide to enter or be the third to the party. So that's a wise decision here by the Big Smashers, not to push those teams, but instead opting to get what we call Grandma's house here on the north side of the map, kind of like Grandma's house in the woods from Little Red Riding Hood. They're gonna find themselves in good positioning and post up.
It's like the first major fight potentially breaking up here in full send epicenter area. Haven't seen Loba yet, so it's nice to see Loba, another legend, going to be utilized. We almost have all of the legends being picked here. At least over half of them have been in play here in our finals, and it's going to be Lovewire taking a ton of damage, but with that gray shield makes things very scary to be out in the open. That's the nemesis that we're talking about. Such a strong weapon. If you can get a nice little burst, you can do well over 50 damage. Unfortunately, not able to land all the shots that they were hoping for, as Lena now finds themselves in a very difficult spot being in the open. So it's time to get some cover. After those first initial shots happen, after that first burst, you have to reset the internal clock that you were talking about, Fallout. Means that third parties from rotations are going to be happening here very shortly. So everyone finding a little safe building to play, and they're going to gather more information as they go forward. Now we see what the BR Demons are going to do. They have pop-off moments to begin game number 1.
Yeah, and I love how they're playing the rotation. Similar play style here. They're just trying to find teams, isolate them, and take the 3v3 because they do know at the end of the day, again, this is a professional team, the BR Demons, the only team in this lobby in the ALGS Pro League. They know that they do have a clear advantage in these 3v3 fights, and they're going to take those advantages. So they actually rotated through Harvester, where there's also a beacon to get these eliminations, but then also to scan the beacon and detect or identify other opponents right after. Meanwhile, Zerbo finds himself in the fight.
Zerbo with the shots. That's going to be Overdog going down. The thirst is going to happen immediately, trying to get some extra light ammo possibly for that Car R9 combination, which is going to be very strong up close. But 2 boxes on top of one another. Is that going to be maybe bait for the last teammate to go and try to grab those bins and get those banners? Or is it just going to be, all right, we are out of here. We just need to play this one off as a solo, as Lane gets into a fight. Fnatic finds one onto Blinzer as well in your kill feed. We saw Woodland Chunk previously with the Sentinel. He's charging it up, looking for more damage after that amazing clip that he had from the player flying in the air. And this is a lot of action off of this first rotation.
That's right. Switching on over to the Fanshawe Fuel, collegiate team from Fanshawe College in London, Ontario. See if they can channel their inner London Knights with a big push. An opportunity to pick up some kills here. The Hosiers eliminating your kill feed. Keep an eye at the top right of your feed. That's the kill feed. That's where you can see all the activity in this lobby. And our number 1 seed, top 3 right now in standings, are out.
And this is a very aggressive first push that's been happening. So usually you don't see this type of fighting in action early on unless it's being forced. Nice job using the Loba bracelet. That's why you saw that player kind of zip across the screen. That's going to be Lovewire trying to get back on over to Lena and the rest of the 2 teammates as they're making their way on over towards Climatizer, which is the most northern POI. But a lot of players are starting to set up over towards this northern side, assuming that it's going to go over towards Epicenter. So we'll find out if we can gather more information a little bit later as St. Vincent, our team that was in 6th place in the previous game, finds themselves going out in 14th place at the hands of the Canadian Demons. So unfortunate for them that they are going to be taken out fairly early. They're going to have to watch the Canadian Demons from their screen and see what the Canadian Demons have in store. But looking over towards that Overlook side, there's going to be more fighting happening over there as well.
Yeah, that's right. It looks like they're actually getting tagged up from zone, it seems. We'll keep a close eye on that fight. Meanwhile, in this scenario, Full Send, who is down to 5 HP and a dream that Loba actually survived and was able to make their rotation. And their best friends right there was the team up in tower that kept Fanshawe Fuel at bay. That's what's interesting about Apex. Obviously, it's my team against 19 others, kind of a free-for-all style. But sometimes teams will help each other out accidentally without even realizing it, and that was a moment where that happened. Meanwhile, switching back over to the Canadian Demons, they have the hot hand right now.
They do, and they have the hot Sentinel. That thing is amped up. You can see on the bottom right-hand side, it takes a cell, and that will do extra damage on your Sentinel. He also has the gold magazine, so it's going to self-reload after he uses those 7 shots. Sentinel, very underutilized weapon, but it does so much damage, almost as much as the Kraber, which is a care package sniper rifle weapon. That Apex has always been so exciting to see. Loved watching Terminator in our pregame show. Really hype his team up, landing some big Kraber shots as the Canadian Demons elect to take one of the safe sides of the zone. This is where we see some zones actually pull. This isn't going to be ending over here, but they are trying to clear out their back and do something similar that they had in their Game 1 victory, which was a rotation, keeping all of the action in front of you right now. And this could be a little ambush play. Unless this team is running Zero or Scan Legend, they're not going to have any idea. Woodland takes a decent amount of damage. He's going to have to battery, but is that enough to bait out the rest of the squad?
Yeah, and that's actually Lane, Proficiency, and Blinkster, the team right behind them in second place. So LPB, it's 1 versus 2 in the standings right now, find themselves in a skirmish. Oh, goes for the Sentinel shot long range, does not connect, but they are on the hunt right now, Tom.
And sometimes when you do a little bit too much damage to a player, you think, all right, this guy's either by himself or we could push this. That's exactly what Proficiency thought, but the ambush was set up. So great job of backing down. A lot of times what you want to do is avoid taking health beds. So taking that 100 damage isn't that bad because the cell or the batteries are going to take 2 to 4 seconds to go and hit. Once you go and you lose your health damage, now we're talking about that time actually doubling if you want to go in full heal. So that's what you want to do if you're Woodland Chunk. His teammates were there perfectly, and now they're going to potentially eliminate the team that was the biggest threat to them.
That's right. Turns. Oh, connects the 88. Can he get the second? Yes, he does!
Oh.
The back-to-back shots with the Sentinel. Knox reads. That's BR Demons right behind them. And what a play from Woodland Chunk. He might have a random generated gamer tag, but he does not randomly miss his shots.
He's just going to end up running through all of this utility that the Catalyst set down. And keep in mind, these are the 2 biggest threats in the lobby as well. But he does get taken down by Aiden with the flatline. So it's up to Decoy here. They find one onto Blinkster. Zerbo takes over the kill lead. And what we thought was going to be a slow and peaceful rotation for Canadian Demons is the exact opposite. LPB down to 1 player. That's going to be Lane with that gold armor. The syringe is going to do double the amount of healing, so that's going to be good for them. But Canadian Demons get Woodland Chunk back into this one. They have a little bit of the safe area to go and heal as well. Yeah. And if they get pinched from the other side, we could see a tough situation.
That's right. And Tom, you baited me. We switch over to the Canadian Demons. He goes, a nice, calm, peaceful rotation. My heart rate dropped a little bit, which doesn't happen much in Apex. And all of a sudden, we have the top 3 teams in this lobby in a 3-way fight right now. The Canadian Demons, LPB, down to 1 left. Woodland Chunk getting rezzed in the zone right now, and they're going to have to rotate through. It looks like Zerbo's going to come to protect them. They have a blue shield swap if they need it. This is a big fight against the best team in this lobby, the BR Demons. Nice shots from Zerbo.
Do you need to calm when your shots are like that? I remember playing with Snipe down for a while, and the dude refused to calm, mainly because he was just taking everybody out on the map, doing it himself, and Zerbo backing that player down. They get Woodland Chunk back into the game. Decoy still needs to heal, and they need to find their way out of here and get into the zone, because this is what both of the demon teams kind of struggled with, especially BR Demons, trying to make the rotation. But they're going to take one of the largest zip lines, if not the longest zip line, inside of World's Edge and find themselves potentially a safe landing spot.
Yes, the jump pad. They find themselves a nice, smooth sailing rotation here. Skies seem to be fairly clean from any Valkyrie opponents, and they will live to fight another day here. So look at that. The BR Demons, they reset to full. So does the Canadian Demons, their opponents. But meanwhile, LPB did get taken out in that fight. And we got a good overhead view of the map right now. A couple teams really well positioned in the next zone.
What action in that situation there, just to be able to survive everybody resetting. That was a scary moment for a handful of our teams at the top of that leaderboard. Now we're on board with Big Smashers, who have a little bit of a different play style. They've set up with Catalyst here inside, and this is the perfect situation for Catalyst to be in. She can reinforce 2 doors plus lay down 3 of those spikes. So 2 doors, closest doors, are going to be the doors that they elect to do. And if you do lose out on a door, you can actually rebuild them as well. So Catalyst, definitely one of the strongest legends when it comes down to controlling these areas. I like this positioning as we see what's going on with the BR Demons side. That's going to be reads from BR Demons, just taking out over towards the high ground as that Valkyrie to gather information to see exactly how many teams are inside a survey. In survey, it is full.
Right. Looks like the BR Demons are putting some pressure here on full send. They might full send on them, but they have to be careful. Big smashers can put some damage from them from afar, but that deep's gonna be missing a couple shots. Not getting the deeps or the DPS he wanted. Lane gonna get melted. See you later. LPB officially out. And full send gonna get wiped as well from the BR Demons. That's another full kill coming through for the BR Demons. They already have 1 or 2 kills to their name, and they want more.
They realized everyone was playing this slow over towards the survey side. They looked for rotations coming in as the zone was closing because zone number 3 is going to do a lot of damage. And they were able to find not only a rat, but a team that was looking for that rat. So that's going to result in even more kills for the BR Demons. Keep in mind, though, John, this is when they were very close to being eliminated in the previous game. They went out in 10th place. They need to play this smart. Maybe it's time to think about a Valkyrie rotate here.
Yeah, that's right. We'll see if they do decide to pop that ultimate right there, the bottom middle of your screen. Z, that is the ultimate ability for Reeds. He could pop that, reset them, get them in zone, but they like the idea of playing edge here because they can continue to just pick up kill after kill, and they're going to continue to just walk this in. So really you have 2 options with Valkyrie. You can walk it in, or you can Valk ultimate, take to the skies, and find a nice safe spot. Looks like this time they're deciding to just walk it right through.
With 44 seconds, there's more than enough time to get the kills and then make the rotation. They find one there onto Gongo, and Reeds again is not trying to take any health damage. He's going to go and pop the battery. Everyone's going to go for the bait and switch here. Crust taking some health damage though, and now you see the med kit that he's going to have to pop. 29 seconds here. They also see the ping down on the northern side of this zone that they're trying to play. So that's in the top left. That ping directly on that building is where they want to go and make their move. They end up taking the enemy portal like psychos and pushing to the top of Epicenter. It works out for them. They do lose out on Reeds, which is the rotation. Still time though. The armor swap is going to be placed on the ground. This is going to make the rotation a little bit more difficult for them. We'll see if they, again, elect to foot it, which I think they are based on the pings that we see, or take on over towards the sky. And at this point, Crust says, I even have time to pop an ultimate excel. Great job for BR Demons with the reset.
Yeah, this is probably the only context in which you call someone a psycho, and it's a compliment. That's how aggressive they're playing. That's how fun it is to watch them play, and it's calculated, controlled chaos is literally what I would call it. Meanwhile, $215. Oh gosh, I'm not gonna read their team name. We're on board with Boys Flow, Buck, and Claw right now. They find themselves in a fight nearby. Back out, reset. Noxious gonna get a knock on Sapphire Flames. Let's see what this team can do.
All action in front of them. That's the key to getting a good victory. Here is the $215 PK. Recolors are putting in some serious work. The gold R301, the R9 in the back pocket. We call that the R400. It's so great to switch from automatic weapon to automatic weapon. The R301, perfect for that medium range. A little bit of a tough spot though, Fallout. You can see they've now had to back down, get on the opposite side of this wall so they don't have the angles that they're looking for. And the team that's keeping them out, that's going to be TMU Blue.
That's right, TMU Blue, Toronto Metropolitan University's Blue Squad. I think they were the better of the 2 teams in terms of points. I can't remember if I remember correctly in the qualifiers. Nonetheless, both TMU teams playing incredibly well. They've always been in the top 20. Blue was on top throughout. Meanwhile, Ice Claw, Buck, and Voice Flow have a rotation to make. They're going to heal back up. They're under so much duress right now. This entire lobby is focusing them. And BR Demons takes out the Fanshawe Fuel. They go and find their next team on the hit list.
Really great catalyst spike just in case anyone decides that they want to push on over towards the wall. With 40 seconds, you're going to have to make your move eventually. TMU Blue does get eliminated. You can see the high ground has already been taken from the rotation that came in from BR Demons. The charge rifle shots not going to connect as they were hoping for, but this is great for 215 Recolor. If they can just get a couple more kills, they will have time to make the rotation over towards the northern side, but it's tough when everybody is focusing you. All of the action over towards this Clematizer side means the rest of these teams can keep eyes on whatever prey that they want to pick apart, and right now it looks like Demons are on the hunt.
That's right, and they're gonna get the full reset. He had the gold knockdown shield as well, so that'll be a good and quick revive. His teammates will be back to half HP, half shields. Meanwhile, jumping back on board with the BR Demons. It's their lobby, and everyone else is playing in it. That's what it seems like. The pro team, arguably the best player in Canada, in my opinion, is Reeds. For many years, people have said it was Senox or Crust. I think Reeds has taken that title. He's been playing so well.
Zerbo has something to say about that, though. He's going to get onto the high ground with that Horizon Q in the rock, and this rock is so important to just lay down fire for the rest of the lobby. Woodland Chunk getting chunked down. He's going to back down, and they give up the high ground on over towards Aiden, who has the flatline. Keep in mind, this is a 3-on-3-on-3 situation, so with Nox, that means that the potential third party is going to go forward. Now that they see that the res is potentially going down, that's when BR Demons is going to decide to push. Is that going to cost them the game? If they can't get this cleanly, the rest of the squads over from the climatizer area are going to push, but they have the advantage right now on the team directly in front of them. It's only Zerbo alive. Can he rat this out, Fallout, as the rest of the two teams fight?
I think he can. Look at the play from Zerbo. He takes high ground, but he will get spotted out by Vice Claw. The Seer is the one person who finds the rat, and it's a 1v1. Zerbo is a monster. He connects for the elimination, gets the knock at least, but gets taken out right after by Voice Flow.
BR Demons reset throughout all of that, and a little bit of help coming in from the backhand side there from Zerbo that actually allows them to go and heal throughout all of this. Now there comes the push from the BR Demons, and you said it's their lobby. Everybody's just playing in it. They recover from the mistakes that they made in game number 1 and then put together a huge win in game number 2.
Massive game, a first place finish. Really, we saw remnants of that capability in game 1. This time, they finished the job. The BR Demons, after getting 12 kills in 10th place in game 1, take home a first place multi-kill finish. I think it was at least 8 to 10 kills. That's gonna be a 20+ point game for them. That itches them closer and closer to match point top.
That's how you do it. The scariest moment was when they were coming out of the epicenter side and they had to go and make the rotation and go and foot it going forward. But because of all of the action that was happening over towards Climatizer, that allowed them to get the rotation. And then once they took that portal, cleared out the team on the high ground, and made it easier for them to move forward, because you don't want to be pushing as the zone is closing directly next to a team, because if you get knocked and the zone closes on you, you're going to end up getting eliminated. So they eliminate the threats before the zone closes, and as soon as that zone started to close, they fully healed up, they maneuvered perfectly, and then again, keeping all of the action in front of you is one of the keys to victory in Apex.
Yeah, that's right. They did it with perfection, played edge, but ended up finding themselves Godspot and taking the win. Let's bring Dia back to the conversation here, because guess what? BR Demons with, I believe, 39 points after that one. That's a 25-point game, Dia. BRD is looking great, as we expected.
It's so massive, and as you say, it's playing out just as everyone imagined. The concern for me is that we're playing 3 games on World's Edge, then swapping on over to Storm Point. If BR Demons keep playing like this, we're not going to be seeing that much Storm Point left. So with 1 game left to play out on World's Edge, we'll get to see how those leaderboards are looking and what the players are thinking moving into the next game. But before we do, I want to take a minute to remind all the viewers that we've got a Discord that we are running to continue building the community. Of course, the TELUS Esports Series has brought so many together, but these are the finals, and after that, we want to stay in touch with the Canadian Apex community, keep tournaments like these going, and we want you to know when they're happening. So join up with the Discord. While you do that, we're going to take a short break and come back with Game 3.
When I first heard about the TELUS Esports Series, I was like, there's no way.
I was absolutely stoked.
You don't really hear about esports at all in Canada, let alone from a big company like TELUS.
Canada does have a scene, and we do have people who are thriving towards getting us into that bigger picture.
2 versus 1, and it should be their game. The Bronze Bonobos from second, now finally find first.
Simply put, the TELUS Esports Series is esports for everyone. It's our take of what we think the esports industry should look like and where we think it should go. It's way more fun to compete for something when there's something on the line. And the TELUS Esports Series gives players of all skill levels opportunities to experience that. We really want to make the gaming experience more fun for everyone, and we want to help the gaming industry evolve and grow the way that it should. And I think the time is right for it.
What's going on, guys? It's the Ma here.
I'm Cheesy Potato.
Yeah, I'm playing in the TELUS Invitational.
I've always really been a gamer, playing Halo, and then I eventually transitioned into Call of Duty, into Fortnite as Battle Royales became a little more popular. And then I eventually stepped into Apex Legends. The thought of becoming a content creator was just a mere dream that I had. My brother, Dr. Moz, pushed me out of my comfort zone to essentially start streaming, and that's when the grind for competitive Apex and chasing high Apex predator ranks began.
Started Apex at day 0, first day the game came out. And yeah, I worked hard then. I was playing on console at first and just playing pubs all the time with a couple buddies. The longer Apex went on, the more serious I got about it. I started putting in more hours, putting in more work, making more content, like falling in love with the game in general. The only advice that I would give is basically just grind and put in the hours. It's not easy. If it was easy, everybody would do it. Just find like a solid group of friends that have the same mindset as you and then just grind.
The biggest thing is putting yourself out there, whether that's chasing high ranks for content creation or to start scrimming and competing in tournaments at the highest levels, such as the Apex TELUS tournament.
World's Edge.
World's Edge.
World's Edge. That's it. I'm a Wraith main. I love World's Edge. I love my buildings.
World's Edge.
World's Edge, of course. I'm a Caustic main.
R301.
The flatline does so much damage. The hip fire is insane. Now it's 10 times better than the R301. Definitely the flatline.
R3.
Flatline.
R301 every day of the week.
Oh, 100% the card.
Volt.
That's tough.
Car.
Car.
I'm gonna have to go with the Volt. 3x on the 301, the Hemlock, or the Charge Rifle.
2x Bruiser.
2 times Bruiser.
2 times HCOG.
The 2 to 4 is insane. It used to be the 3 times, but now it's the 2 to 4.
I like the Assault class.
Assault.
Oh, Wraith. Oh, my baby girl, she got a buff, and the animations with her hands look so good. I was like, oh my god, they spoiled her. I was so happy.
I'd definitely say Controller is my favorite, mainly because I am a Caustic main.
Probably the controller. I'm more of a zone type player as well as an anchor, so the controller would be great for me.
Third game coming up pretty soon. Third and final on World's Edge in the first half of the day. Then we'll be swapping on over to Stormpoint. Before we do that, I want to take a look at the leaderboards, folks. As T-Squared and Fallout, you have been doing a remarkable job bringing hype onto World's Edge. But the stakes only continue to climb as we inch closer to match point. T-Squared, BR Demons, and Canadian Demons are neck and neck.
Hey, it's Demon time. As you can see, they are popping off in game number 1, BR Demons. They had a lot of kills, but didn't find the placement points. And then all of a sudden, they put it together in game number 2. But I think we're starting to see that top 3 kind of shape out in terms of who's going to be those first teams going for match point Fallout.
Yeah, that's right. And these are the 3 teams that we kind of predicted, right? We talked about in the early game. But big smashers, the Hosiers, 2 more teams we kind of had our eyes out for coming into this series. We'll see if they can finish off World's Edge with a bang. Keep in mind, everybody, we're wrapping up on World's Edge here, game number 3, and then we're switching to 3 games on Stormpoint, our other map. So different maps, different drop spots, different play styles. Expect a little bit of a change here, but we got one more dia on World's Edge.
That we do, and while we are dropping in for the last time, I do wonder how things will continue to shift. T-Squared, you mentioned in the first couple games that big POIs like Dome, Lava City, Big Mod were being left untouched, and the power of having better loot, especially when we get a little bit later into the match. I do wonder if teams will choose to take a little bit more of a passive approach and gear themselves up for the late game.
Yeah, and all of these areas are really close to where BR Demons are too. So they're going to be like those gatekeepers in terms of, hey, if we want to sit here, you guys are going to have to push through us. But right now we've seen 2 northern zones, right? Even though Lava Fisher isn't completely north, it's still in that like northwest area. And then we saw a Climatizer ending there in game number 2. So if you're in the central area, if the zone does pull south, I feel like that's where BR Demons can hunk down and play things a little bit slower. I felt like they did play just a little bit more over towards the zone. What happened in game number 1 was that they didn't push fast enough. So they were able to make that mistake, then learn from that, and then apply it. So all of our teams are making changes.
That they certainly are. Fallout, one of the things that I'm noticing between our 2 demonic squads is that, well, we've got one coming out of the center of the map, the other, Canadian Demons, is approaching from the northern side by Skyhook, and they have this really interesting advantage where they so often don't have to be clearing their backs just because they're starting around the edge.
Yeah, that's a great point. 2 very different play styles, right? One team is able to not worry too much and rotate early and has gotten favorable zones, right? They've gotten 2 northern zones, which has certainly helped them playing from Skyhook, not having to worry about clearing their back. So they are the ones that are just clearing their fronts and picking up eliminations on the way. Meanwhile, BR Demons dropping quite literally in one of the center points of the map. They have to deal with teams coming from all areas. But the thing is, I think they like it. I think they actually enjoy being in that position because they can go down to tree, take out a team, rotate to thermal station, take out another one, pick up kill points on the way and on the rotation. It's just part of their journey as the big bad wolves of this lobby.
I always find myself like struggling for time when I'm rotating. I'm trying desperately to loot up. Zone 1 is closing, and I gotta sprint it in. But as you say, BR Demons have been playing this lobby at a ridiculously fast pace, and out of the center of the map as well. So T-Squared, as we continue on, and as we're expecting to see them still harassing squads around them, how can teams from the north prepare a little bit better for such an aggressive squad?
Find what skins they're using, avoid those skins, all right? So find out what trails they're using, avoid those trails, because these guys are really popping off right now. And right now what you're trying to do is play your game. There's nothing that you can really change game by game that's going to be a magnificent, groundbreaking thing. You just have to stick together and just continue to play your game because they're going to press the envelope of this lobby. So this is kind of you can only, you can't stop them. You can only hope to contain them situation. You want to try to eliminate them if you see that the fight's going on. Maybe you go and you third party a little bit more. But if you're the Canadian Demons, if you're the BR Demons right now, it's a math game because you're at 39 and you're at 38 points. So no matter what you're doing, you don't want to put yourself in a risky situation where you can't secure that 11 or 12 points depending on which team you are, because you want to get to 50. You want to go into game 4 for both of these teams being on match point.
We are getting increasingly close, and once we do hit match point Fallout, the game changes. You've seen it before, but it becomes a very, very focused, centered game for a lot of squads who recognize that the difference between their tournament lives continuing or not is not their own lives, but that of another team. While we do have this last game on World's Edge to breathe, to play our own game, how can the teams make the best use of their time before they have to start sweating about the tournament maybe being over?
Yeah, that's right. It becomes kind of a chess game, right? Which pieces do you want to strategically eliminate off the map first and foremost in match point, which makes it kind of fun. Look, if you're one of those teams that's far behind in the series, it's game 3. We still got a lot of Apex to be played, and yes, BR Demons, they're so dominant. They could easily close this out, like hitting match point this game and then maybe on our first game in Storm Point. But with that said, don't panic yet. I think you hit the panic button coming into game 4, game 5. That's when you change your team comp. You get a little bit more aggressive. But if you're a team like St. Vincent or the TMU, blue and bold squads, you have 10, 11, 12 points. If you can kind of keep pace, trust the process, and then maybe once a team hits match point, that's when you get a little more strategic.
I've really been appreciating as well that TMU are landing on opposite sides of the map to try and avoid each other for the longest time possible. With one team approaching from the south and one team approaching from the north, at least they don't have to worry about taking each other out. However, I've really been enjoying some of the individual skill plays that we've seen. We've called out Zerbo quite a few times. Woodland Chunk has been putting up serious numbers with the Sentinel, and we have another opportunity to highlight more players as they get some of their first tastes of competitive. You're 2 games deep now, and T-Squared, you've been in situations like this before. After we hit this 3rd game, it will now be the longest competitive day that some of our first-time players have experienced in terms of keeping consistent with your results. I wonder what we can look for as key indicators of success during games 4 and 5.
And the best thing is when you log on, you'd be upset if you only played 3 games. You're looking to play as many games as possible. So when it comes down to the tournament, being maybe stressful for some of these players, I don't think that it really is, because nothing's more stressful than Apex Legends Ranked, all right? If you played for a couple of hours, you've gone through all of the scenarios that are taking place. Sometimes if you're new to the tournament scenario, it's very structured because money's on the line. So everyone's taking it and really weighing and hedging their bets. And like Fallout's saying, it's kind of like a chess game. But it's much more structured than a lot of your ranked games, which can be absolute chaos. And the most chaos that we saw in game number 2 is that train track rotation coming from the northern side. And Dia, you brought up something that I thought was really interesting, that there was kind of this mutual respect once these 3 Titan teams clashed.
Yeah, I mean, just that game sense that a lot of these teams have, knowing when they're running up against a squad that really can fight them out, and I'm sure that we're going to get to see more of it because we've got game 3 ready. So T-Squared, Fallout, take it away.
Thank you so much, Dia. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 3 is here. This is guaranteed to not be the last game because guess what? No one's unlocked match point yet. However, this might be the first game in which a team unlocks match point, the 50-point threshold. Right now, we have the BR Demons in first with 39. Right behind them, the Canadian Demons, Zerbo and Decoy and Woodland Chunk. I still love his gamer tag in second place. They're playing so incredibly well. I've been so impressed by all 3 of them, Tom.
Yeah, someone's going to have to, tap into their inner Demon Slayer and find the opening thread on these guys to find out how they can take them out. Tree is a completely uninhabited POI, and it is where the zone is going to be pulling. Now, here's the question. Now, we talked about what's going on with the BR Demons over towards Lava Siphon. How do they play this? Do they stay at Lava Siphon and gatekeep everyone going over towards Tree? Do they leave this and go over towards the north and just start playing the edge? Or do they immediately get into Tree and try to secure those placement points and get the kill points later?
I was wondering the exact same thing. I'm really curious because they've really enjoyed the far pull zones because it's allowed them to just clean up the entire south side of the map right there. But now that the zone is pulling south, all those northern teams are going to be the ones rotating, and they're kind of like gazelles in a open area, open safari, and the BR Demons have been the lions hunting. I keep using so many analogies to explain the squad. The only thing I could say is they have just been so incredibly good. But right now, all those gazelles are going to be on the north side of the map. They're going to be rotating through, and the BR Demons, will they decide to early rotate and post up, or will they just continue to gatekeep and hunt as every team is rotating from the north?
Right now, they're going to take a very fast rotation onto the balloon, and we're going to get that answer almost immediately, Fall. If they go and send it over towards the Lava City and Big Mod area, we know what the call is going to be already, and that seems to be what they're on top of. They say, you know what, we'll find Tree a little bit later. Let's go fly over here and just play hyper aggressive to try to get these points immediately.
Right, that's the decision. Wow. So no, they don't rotate early. They say, you know what? Let's do a hybrid of both. Let's just push these teams over in Big Mod and Lava City. Let's get these kills and let's clean up the entire southeast side of the map and then rotate ourselves on the southeast without having to worry about any other teams nearby. I love this decision. Here we go. They already find themselves some damage being done over towards Lava City. We're checking in with the Canadian Demons, their counterparts here. We're back into the action. That's 1 kill already.
And this is what you're least expecting when you're focusing on looting and going for the rotation. I think that's what BR Demon's mind thought, or their thought process was, excuse me, that's where their minds were at. They want to go and move forward before these teams realize that they've made their move. And that is so important when you're trying to loot as fast as possible and get on over towards the zone. You're not anticipating a rotation coming in on the backhand side already. So the BR Demons timing extremely on point, the execution on point as well. You can see another team's located over towards the east side. Unfortunately for that team, they have gray armor and they've already downed a player.
Gosh, this is brilliant. I'm so glad we caught this, right? There's so much to talk about here. Lava Siphon is a lot of loot, okay? You could spend 5 minutes looting all of Lava Siphon, but instead they loot quick, and they had a strategy that said, let's just go immediately get the guns we want, jump on this zip line and jump right over to Lava City and pick up 3 kill points. That's exactly what they're going to do. All 2 members of this team eliminated. Buck is the last one, and it looks like he's getting hunted like a buck himself. I keep using these hunting analogies. I'm not going to stop. Can't stop, won't stop. All right? Big buck hunter I know is popular up in Canada as well.
Definitely, no doubt about it. And unfortunately, when you're being pushed by a team with such skill, you can't do anything as the last player alive. You can only hope to survive as long as possible. And those are the 3 points that they were looking for. Now, again, keep in mind, this team is looking to get 50 points overall so they could go into the next game on match point. And Fallout, you talked about keeping your composure up until that point. BR Demons is trying to force their hand right now, force everybody to fear them, and confidence is huge in these situations, and BR Demons does not have any lack of that.
Yep. That's right. And let's take a look if we can get a picture-in-picture of the overhead map and gameplay here. Because the BR Demons, guess what? They immediately go from the zip line, but now they're hitting a Valkyrie ultimate. They're finding the next team on their hit list. And take a look at the map right now, and we can show you why this is so strategically brilliant. They went from Lava Siphon to Lava City, and they're basically doing a world tour right now. They find their next opponents, and they want to eliminate the team that's dropping in Dome, and then they'll just rotate in the entire south side of the map, and they don't have to worry about anybody. But this team Dome is going to say, hold up, you're not going to do this for free.
And this is a very high risk, high reward type of play. This is how they said that they were going to play this lobby right from the beginning. It reminds me of game number 1 when they went over towards Street. Then they went over towards Thermal Station. 2 POIs that looped around and forced teams into the zone. And they're willing to take team fights because they're so talented in that type of scenario. When you sit inside of the buildings, when you get into the zone very early on, you're going for your placement points. Now it's 12 points is first place, but you get 1 point per kill, and that's what they're trying to do. They're saying, we're going to get these kill points. We're going to force these other teams to play safe while we play hyper-aggressive.
And I love that. At the end of the day, though, they're getting the kill points to try and secure their match point by kill points, which all they need is 11. And they've averaged, 12, 13 kills per game already, so they're in a good spot. But with that said, the easier way to make sure you get match point is what you said in the pre-show, or the pre-game before this one, which is just make it to late game. If you get top 3 with 5-6 kills, you're going to get the 12 points, the 11 points that you need. So if you're Canadian Demons, if you're BR Demons, yes, play aggressive. Don't change your play style. Play smart, but smart aggressive. That's exactly what they're doing right now, and they're going to find themselves a really smooth rotation from launch site over to tree.
The one thing that you have to worry about is getting third party, but keep in mind when you have these legends that can scan and find out where people are, you run this, kind of aggressive play style, but you know where you have the information coming from. With Seer, and that's what Crust is doing. When you see him put his hands up, he's not just going for some, dance move. He's actually looking and scanning through the walls to find out where people are going to be located. That is the power of Seer. When he tosses that ultimate down too, everyone kind of backs away because no one wants to see their footprints through the wall. No one wants to go and deal with a team like BR Demons right now. They want to go and push towards you. Now they've done this, but they've also Fallout now started to make their way over towards where the zone's going to end.
Yep, exactly. This is what we predicted. They rotate all the way to Lava City and then just get to walk over to Tree and not have to worry about any teams behind them. It's such a smart rotation, such a smart call. I'm not sure who's IGLing this team because I know Vayne is typically the IGL of this team, but he's American, so couldn't play in this competition. They picked up Crust, whoever's making their calls, brilliant calls across the board. We check out some of the other teams here. We saw the Canadian Demons making their northern rotation. Skyhook, the Albertan Peeps right now, trying to survive, trying to make it into Tree, and it might be the BR Demons again. Yes, it is. The BR Demons find their next target.
And this is a fight that could result in third parties because of the priority area that they're currently located in. Seer ultimate ends up going down. Some nice R9 shots, flatline in the back pocket too, so not too bad when we talk about the close range weapons that you're looking for. Unfortunately, they do lose out on the Catalyst, who is so good at locking things down inside of these buildings, and that's why they're playing around the spikes that Zordinary had already placed down. But look at the discipline from BR Demons. They recognize that they do get this knock, but they can't full send it quite yet.
Well, as you say that, they full send it. And if they take out one more AG on top, not right now. Gets eliminated here to the hands of BR Demons. That's 4 kills for Aiden, who says, Fallout, you said Reeds is the best Canadian? I'm trying to contend that. Aiden and Reeds have taken the Canadian Apex scene by storm over the last year. They burst into the ALGS. Aiden played with Team Moners. Reeds actually won TwitchCon with Sweet Dreams and Imperial Hal. He was their third, and that was really his rookie debut as a absolute controller fragger player. The Canadian sensation from Toronto, Reeds, is here to stay.
Yeah, and Aiden's full name used to be Aiden the Destroyer, so the dude definitely wants to destroy the lobby. He wants to play hyper-aggressive, and that's what BR Demons are doing. They find an initial knock onto the Dome defenders. That's going to be a nice Bangler roll to try to stop them, but instead of backing off, they end up just running right through this one. A little bit of safe haven over towards this wall. That's the thirst that's going to come through, and makes you wonder, do they hunt this down with the duo being on the opposite side of the wall here? And that's probably going to be the case. You can see the full send is coming. They also have a zip line if they want to take it.
Yeah, here's the thing. This is just rinse and repeat here, Tom. They take out one, know they have a 3 versus 2, and then just slowly but surely take their numbers advantage to take out the other 2. They've done that now 3 times. This is the third team that they've targeted where they've run that same exact strategy out of the strat book, and it's working to perfection. This is the most unique game of competitive Apex I've seen. Obviously, we all know, I mean, this is a pro team. They're showing exactly why. They're able to just have their way with any side of this lobby, any area, and really any team so far in this game.
A lot of things come down to situational Apex. It all depends on what position that you're in. A lot of different variables go. Oh my goodness, it's like a Tiesto laser show out here with all of these charge rifles. R99 charge rifle in the back pocket here for TMU Blue. And they've done a great job of picking one of the best buildings that you can predict for a tree ending.
Yeah, speaking of a Tiesto laser show, I literally enabled a Nanoleaf light show on my stream yesterday, courtesy of Nanoleaf. Big thank you again to Nanoleaf for sending us these sick lights. And of course, all of our sponsors, Xbox, HyperX, GameCon Canada. We appreciate y'all more than you know for supporting the Canadian Apex scene. This is a really important event, everybody. Not only is it great because we have some high entertaining gameplay to watch on a Saturday, but also we need to start supporting local scenes or geographic scenes. The Canadian Apex scene does not get nearly enough love or attention, and the fact that we get to grow and connect Canadian players all across every province in Canada is amazing. So thank you so much to TELUS, of course, Xbox, HyperX, Nanoleaf, and GameCon for supporting.
No doubt about it, and it gives an opportunity for these players to continue to make a name for themselves and have some fun, because that's definitely what it's all about. And you know who's having a lot of fun right now? It's BR Demons, because they are starting to heat up. This could be the biggest game so far for them if they could keep that type of pace. Chronic is doing a great job of getting out of dodge with this Pathfinder. Unfortunately, he does lose 2 of his teammates, but it's spot on Fallout. Rinse and repeat. The strategy is really working out for BR Demons. They seem to have the best kind of, sniff for where these players are going to be, the best game sense in terms of where everyone's going to be rotating from, and they're just picking the lobby apart right now. The first time we've seen the 30-30, it's moved on over towards the Crafter today, but Fat Deep's taking that weapon out. One of my favorite weapons in the game.
Yeah, that's right. Fat Deeps, Blue, and Noxious actually considered contesting the BR Demons at Lava Siphon, dropping on them. Because they said if we don't take them out, no one else is going to, and they're going to do this, exactly what they're doing. But they ultimately said, okay, maybe not a good idea to land on such a good fight, pound for pound team. BR Demons used to be called the Arena Demons. No one knows that. They were actually an arenas ranked grinding squad. At least Aiden and Reed were so good in arenas, and they are so good in those 3v3 fights. You don't want to contest them. Meanwhile, the Big Smashers are going to lose one. The Seer Ultimate goes down. They're trying to stay alive here if they can. But it's Zerbo and the Canadian Demons saying, our turn.
Really nice job. Everyone shooting the black hole at the same time. The pressure is on, though. Fat Deeps gets re-knocked. They took their eyes off their back just for a second. Ooh. Glass on Coaster gets involved. Woodland Chunk gets involved. That's 2 separate teams on top. Nox Ice trying to hit the battery to stay alive, but the damage has already been done. He loses on Fat Deeps. Plu is down as well. He's going to have to play this one as a solo, as multiple fights are going to be taking place. This is BR Demons taking on the team in 3rd place. That was LPB. Fallout, they have 9 kills for the team already. They were looking to be, I think, 11 points until they're at match point format. 1 more squad wipe, and they're going to be there.
1,800 damage for Aiden the Destroyer, destroying this entire lobby right now, reinforcing walls as well. I saw glass on a coaster. You called it. First off, that must be the coolest call you've ever had. His gamertag is glass on a coaster. How great. I hope it's a fantastic beverage that he's enjoying on that glass, on that coaster. But shout out to all these creative Canadian gamertags here. I'd expect nothing less from any Canadian I've ever met. Is hilarious.
The pressure is still on here for the BR Demons. They are not done yet. They're taking this fight in the priority building now, and if I'm not mistaken, it's going to be one of our TMU teams in there. I believe TMU Blue is located in that spot. Reed's now with his red armor. You do see Zerbo and his squad up on over towards the high ground. So this is what we're talking about with the third partying right now. The respect has to be there for BR Demons. They can't just take whatever fight they want right now with the zone closing.
I want to say something too. You mentioned right before the show, which is spot on for this game. You can't really stop the VR Demons. I think the one way you can try is with your team composition. If you run Watson, Rampart, Caustic, Catalyst, any of these controller defensive legends, you literally can't push Caustic, for example. So that's maybe the one way to slow things down. If you're looking to slow them down, that's how. This team does not have the team comp, though. They do not have the defense, and guess what? BR Demons busting right through their door and taking all of TMU Blue out like a SWAT team.
This is key because they need to reinforce this door because the third party is going to end up coming through. Zerbo and his squad end up not pushing this one, but BR Demons are not slowing down. They take down TMU Blue. The zone does pull a little bit more over towards the east side of Tree, but the Canadian Demons had an opportunity to potentially third party that and then take over this spot. They decided to do it a little bit later. That's going to be 2 knocks coming in from Aiden. Make that 3. That's one team already on the ropes. Crust is fairly weak. There goes Zerbo going on over towards the high ground. Just a sliver of HP on Crust, but he finds the armor swap. Here come the nades from Zerbo as well. Unfortunately, the black hole doesn't connect as they were hoping for, but he gets the nade inside of the building. Shots onto Reeds. The reinforced door is going to be broken. Plus, it takes down a shield. Backs being checked by the Canadian Demons as well. But look at how healthy the BR Demons are. All of a sudden, it looked like they were extremely weak. Now they're all full.
I was just about to say, if any team's going to take them out, it's going to be the Canadian Demons, their counterparts. But BRD does such a good job. Look at the RD45 spinning, and they're going to get a knock already. The BR Demons turn a bad situation into a great one. Find a way to somehow, some way defeat this team, the Canadian Demons, in a 3v3, and they do it.
The kill feed is going nuts. St. Vincent gets eliminated. Canadian Demons goes down. Walk-on shooters go down. That's 15 kills right now for Crust and the rest of the BR Demons, just putting on an absolute show.
I've already unlocked match point, so that means next game they can end this tournament in 4. But keep in mind, you have to get match point first and then win a game to close it out. That's the match point format that we know and love in the ALGS and in competitive Apex. And guess what? They've reached that 50-point threshold. It's just insane to think about how great they've done. Let's jump on board with the Hosiers, though, see how they're doing.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Keep in mind, this doesn't count until after next game, and Fallout, you just highlighted that, but just to clarify so there's not any confusion, they have to get to 50 points, and then after that, then they can win. But the Hosers, they're trying to get some points of their own. You can see the Beast of the Hunt, that's Bloodhound's ultimate. It's been popped. You can see through all of this visual clutter right now, plus the footsteps of any opponents that are going to be there. The Prowler, a 3-shot burst weapon, trying to get the armor swap as Dops, he's not able to find it. Marsh really putting in work as this final solo realizes he needs to try to get an armor swap of his own. Can't find it. Vanshaw Fuel gonna survive just temporarily here. Dops and Inferno need a little bit of help, but the BR Demons are here to say hello, and they do. The Hosers go down. Vanshaw Fuel go down. 14 kills now there for Reeds and squad.
And now Reeds hits the 1800 damage threshold. I wonder where Aiden is, because that was 5 minutes ago. He was already there. It's just insane what we're seeing right now from BRD. The Canadian powerhouse team, the only pro team in this lobby, and TMU's like, okay, if we can't beat them, let's just hide from them.
Yeah, you can't really join them because there's no joining or teaming anywhere here. You just kind of join away from the action and then hope to get a straight up 3-on-3 at the end, or maybe third party here. But the overall participation in kills is what is just mind-boggling to me for BR Demons, because they've set this pace and our observers have done a great job of sticking with them through the beginning. We want to go and highlight a lot of these other squads. There's just not enough time because BR Demons has set the pace, and that's my kind of teammate right there. Fiery Mango ends up getting punched off the rock. I love the trolling coming out from the TMU squad.
And had to pop a syringe. That's what happened. I'm like, maybe he slipped. No, he got punched. That's amazing. I love you, Ario. On board BRD now. They find themselves another team. 4 squads left. They have that intel. They know there's one team just burrowing up with Rampart. Let's find the team that's not. And here they are. It's Glass on a coaster. We talked about it moments ago. He's down to 5 HP. And a Dream against the absolute demons themselves. Wide left flank. The damage being done. Look at the head glitch and look at the positioning. Crust is doing so much damage without taking any. That's called min-maxing, and he's doing it so well.
And pay attention to when he was in a situation where he had to reload. He didn't just stay around and look at the teams and try to laser them when he knows that he has to reload his weapon. He just backs down, uses the head glitch to perfection, They realize that the zone is going to start to close here, so they get into a little bit safety just to make sure that nothing crazy ends up happening. Like if one of them gets knocked, the zone will end up taking them out. A little bit of a missile swarm coming in from Crust, and there go the shots. Here comes the zone, and the push from 1-2-3 is just not going to be enough. The execution from BR Demons, again, the aggressive play, but then to have the ability to play passive in a situation where they need to just take it down a notch is absolutely huge. Reed's now going for 2,500 damage, 15 kills plus a knock already, 17 total. When you were wondering how much damage he has, he's going for the 4K in tournament play, Fallout.
Are you kidding me? 4,000 damage potential. He's probably going to hit it. Aiden is a machine. And I love how BRD played that. They pushed up, they did the damage, they got the team on their back foot, but then they reset and gate kept, did their best Gandalf impression to say, you shall not pass, and shut down 1-2-3. And now they're looking for their 1-2-3 more kills because they keep connecting for team after team. But look at this, Bloom Dion with a 1v1 pound for pound against Reeds. Bloom holds his own.
Yeah, slow it down just a little bit here. He says, Halo, say what's up to the Volt, which is another weapon that we saw in the crafter previously. It's back on the ground, and you're seeing why that weapon is so strong. And they do it as just a duo on the BR Demons side. They've had such a great game so far, trying to close it in an emphatic fashion. It's a 2-on-3-on-3 situation here, Fallout. Having the roof is definitely a vibe, but you have to be careful since you don't have the numbers.
That's right. And Tom, that's the same team that they took out. One that was Sapphire, got taken out earlier. He was left to a solo. The Pathfinder on that team was able to res his teammates and get them back into the game. Those are such great plays. The IGL of this team is Sapphire Flames. He went out and was able to help IGL them back into a top 3 finish. That's great plays right here from this squad.
That's a great point. But oh my goodness, look at the shots from Crust. 160 onto Aerial GN. And now they're forcing the hand of the 3v3. The Bangalore ultimate is going to go down. You can see Crust is going to be using his scans as well to try to figure out how they're going to be able to play this as just a duo. But the problem is right now, there's no time to grab the banner. You don't have enough time to go and make a move to try to get the res back. What you can do is utilize all of your support from the Catalyst. The wall goes down. The Seer ultimate comes down. It doesn't look like they're going to even need Reeds for this fight because they're just going nuts.
Insane plays. The Catalyst wall, the Seer ultimate, and the championship as well. BR Demons is the champions of that game, at least, with an opportunity to win the overall Advanced Skills Championship after this next game. What a performance from them. They do it as a duo. Aiden drops 4,000 damage in a competitive tournament and showcasing why he's one of the best controller players in the world, let alone in Canada. That was unbelievable.
You rarely see that, if ever. Aiden, Reeds, Crust, ridiculous plays from them. The 3v3 at the very end was really interesting because it felt like they didn't realize that they were on the roof from the BR Demons side. But wow, what a game, what a performance. BR Demons really showcasing all different levels of talent there.
28 kills is the highest kill point I have ever seen in any match point final ever. Luminosity Gaming dropped a record, the Mexican sensation team, of 23 in the ALGS London tournament just a couple months ago. BR Demons just dropped 28, and obviously this is not the ALGS, but Tom, the crazy thing about that is we're missing 5 teams. There's only 15 teams in the lobby.
That's true. That's a 40-point game. Absolutely unheard of, Dia. I know. This isn't like a normal thing. We don't normally see this type of damage or kills. BR Demons, wow.
That I was slack-jawed watching that game, just witnessing what BR Demons. I think it's fair to say
to drink my water here, Dia. I'm about to drop it
to the lobby. Yeah, you're shaking, right? Like I mean,
literally.
After that game, BR Demons put on more than a clinic. It was a massacre, and incredible play from them, even recognizing as a duo that they had the height advantage. There are so many good things to say about their gameplay, and I love that they managed to make use of what was a very difficult position and really make it look quite one-sided in the end game. Now, we do have another game coming up, this time swapping on over to Storm Point, and I gotta say, I need some time to breathe. I'm sure you guys even more so. So let's take a quick break before we pop into game number 4 on Storm Point in just a few minutes.
Violets v Roses.
My name is Tay.
My name is Matt, otherwise known as Zilla.
Actually, my coworker who inspired me to get into Apex. Currently, I'm a competitive Apex player for the St. Clair Saints at St. Clair College. I played Apex casually since Season 7 for a couple seasons, and I peaked Masters twice, and I didn't really think about it until when I moved here and I found SCC.
What started me in my journey as a content creator was my competitive side. I used to play soccer, so you just get this rush, and you're like, oh, I want to be part of something bigger or like better, see where it could take me, you never know.
Probably about a year ago, I was just playing games for fun since I was 11 or 12 back on console. When I got my computer, it just opened up a bunch of new possibilities, and I had a lot of friends throughout Winnipeg that were associated with like Lotus 8. They needed somebody to play Apex, and that was the game that I was spending most of my time on.
My advice to aspiring competitors would be to put yourself out there. I know us gamers were pretty introverted, but networking and showcasing your skills online really helps, especially when it comes to getting recognition and putting your name out there.
Honestly, just be yourself and being consistent. I feel like consistency is like one of the biggest things because people like seeing consistency. For competitors, muscle memory, like sometimes before I go to bed, I go in the firing range and I practice so I can keep the muscle memory of like the patterns of the guns, the recoil patterns.
My advice for aspiring competitors would be to follow your dreams. Anybody can do any of this pro player stuff. Anybody can be anyone they want to be. Practice a lot. Find a good group of people who are willing to do that with you and have mutual goals.
When I first heard about the TELUS Esports Series, I was like, there's no way.
I was absolutely stoked.
You don't really hear about esports at all in Canada, let alone from a big company like TELUS.
Canada does have a scene, and we do have people who are thriving towards getting us into that bigger picture.
2 versus 1, and it should be their game. The Bronze Bonobos from second, now finally find first.
Simply put, the TELUS Esports Series is esports for everyone. It's our take on what we think the esports industry should look like and where we think it should go. It's way more fun to compete for something when there's something on the line. And the TELUS Esports Series gives players of all skill levels opportunities to experience that. We really want to make the gaming experience more fun for everyone, and we want to help the gaming industry evolve and grow the way that it should. And I think the time is right for it.
World's Edge.
World's Edge.
World's Edge. That's it. I'm a Wraith main. I love World's Edge. I love my buildings.
World's Edge.
World's Edge, of course. I'm a caustic main.
R301.
The flatline does so much damage. The hip fire is insane. Now it's 10 times better than the R301. Definitely the flatline.
R3.
Flatline.
R301 every day of the week.
Oh, 100% the card.
Bolt.
That's tough.
Car.
Car.
I'm gonna have to go with the Volt. 3x on the 301, the Hemlock, or the Charge Rifle.
2x Bruiser.
2 times Bruiser.
2 times HCOG.
The 2 to 4 is insane. It used to be the 3 times, but now it's the 2 to 4.
I like the Assault class.
Assault.
Oh, Wraith. Oh, my baby girl, she got a buff, and the animations with her hands look so good. I was like, oh my god, they spoiled her. I was so happy.
I'd definitely say Controller is my favorite, mainly because I am a caustic main.
Probably the controller. I'm more of a zone type player as well as an anchor, so control would be great for me.
Welcome back, everyone. Game 4 of the TELUS Esports Series 2 Advanced Division Finals is on the horizon, and G-Squared Fallout, you both very well know, this could be our last game. That's how wild it has been so far. Let's bring up the scoreboards to really give the audience an idea of how much, by how far, BR Demons have been dominating. T-Squared, first impressions?
First impressions is that was a record-breaking game that we just saw previously for any tournament for a game point scenario that Fallout called out. But the second most important thing is that Canadian Demons weren't able to get to 50 points because BR Demons took so many of those points off of the board. That's huge implications just to say if BR Demons isn't able to get that win in this game, Canadian Demons is going to have to get 8 points and then get on a match point format to go and get their win.
Oh
and that's the craziest thing. Yeah, look, they just doubled their points. They had 39. They just dropped a 40-point game for 79 points. I've never seen that before. That was just absolutely wild from BRD. After 3 games, they qualified for match point. Tommy hit the nail on the head. If Canadian Demons are on match point in this game, they could steal this tournament from them. But BR Demons made sure that didn't happen to you.
And this is, we get one of them in every division. The one game that you get is the team in the lead to close it out before anyone has the opportunity to take the title away from you. BR Demons have the opportunity right here and now to get first place, to lock it in, and say we're walking away with the $2,000 of prize pool that we've got in the advanced division. It's a really big up to them, and Canadian Demons want to get that opportunity to take it away from them, as do so many other teams. You mentioned it before we even popped into the second game, Fallout, but there are squads that were considering landing on top of BR Demons before this. Now, I think it's almost mandatory.
It has to be. I mean, you're spot on. Going into Storm Point, they will win this tournament and get in 4 games unless someone does something about it. So I'm challenging every single Canadian player in this competition. Stop the absolute steam train that is the BR Demons. You have to stop the madmen, otherwise they're going to run away with this tournament. Tom, do you disagree? Do you think is there any world where someone does not try and drop on them and fight them?
I think that you have to as well. You have to play hyper aggressive here. It's the match point format, which is so awesome. It adds these layers to this strategy. But if you're Canadian Demons, are you the team that's going to go and do that? Are you going to risk your game, or you say, hey, someone else needs to step up because we're trying to get to match point format as well? So there's a lot of different levels of strategy that come over here. Keep in mind that the BR Demons have won 2 in a row as well. Canadian Demons won the first game. So they're starting to heat up. Again, they made adjustments, realizing that they needed to just kind of get into the zone a little bit more. Maybe they needed to play a little bit more hyper aggressive. Question for you, Dia, though, is do you think that they're going to be able to take it on Stormboy in this first game?
I'm going to go with no right now. I think that BR Demons have some trouble coming their way, but I'll tell you what, I'm anxious, I'm excited, and I can't wait to see what we've got. So let's head into our first match on Stormpoint with T-Squared and Fallout.
Thank you so much, Dia. Either Dia is Nostradamus himself or has some intel that we don't have, because he senses trouble coming. Maybe he's in the Discord with all the Canadian players here deciding how they want to stop this machine that is the BR Demons. They're playing out of their minds right now. I'm excited to see if anyone tries to drop on them. But here's the thing, Tom. If I'm BR Demons, if I see 2 teams trying to drop on me and basically, team up on me, because that's part of the strategy, I'm just going somewhere else. And let's take a look here and see. Where's BRD dropping? Do you see him before I do? I'm blank. I don't see him.
I'm not quite sure. This graphic is so good.
There
I just tried to click it and pull it down
exactly.
a little bit and try to zoom in on it.
They're at barometer. That's good. That was a good graphic there. You're right. That's too funny.
As we see where their landing spot's going to be here very shortly.
Yeah.
Now, I also want to ask you, Fallout, do you play hyper aggressive from barometer and clear people out like they did in the previous games, or you just get right into gal station and slow play this one?
That's a great question. You have such a lead right now. You don't have to play aggressive unless you do it strategically, right? Like maybe you push Cenote Cave and clear your back. And maybe if there was a team shipfall, you'd push there as well. But outside of that, don't play just dumb aggressive. Honestly, they were playing just balls to the wall aggressive the first 3 games. I don't think they have to do that anymore. I mean, they're 1 game away from closing this out. Clear your back and then rotate early to antenna. It's going to be a potential antenna or launch pad finish. Most likely antenna is where the zone typically pulls. Sometimes it does pull into Gill Station as well. But I think you got blessed with a really good zone here. You should close it out.
Yeah, that high ground is going to be huge throughout all of this too, as we see barometer is not going to be where it pulls. It's going to be a little bit more central like you were talking about, but this is where the value of Aiden is going to be very important. He has to play this catalyst smart. You need to get these walls down and fortified ASAP. You need to put your spikes in the right place. And Reeds, he has to be feeling confident after watching his 2 teammates win that 2 versus 3 versus 3 as a seer scan comes in for Crust.
Yep, that's right. So immediately he's going to get all the intel, pings the skies, and finds all the enemies on the map. So now if they look at their map, they will see where every single enemy is, and they know that there's no one at Shipfall. They know that there's a team Cenote Cave. They get the intel that they need, and they'll be able to make decisions based off that information. The Seer recon scan, so crucial.
And look at his weapons, Fallout. You can see charge rifle R9. So
yeah, they're getting ready for a late game.
They're going for late game. They've realized they've gotten to that match point format. That's why they went balls to the wall in that previous game, is so they could separate themselves from the rest of the pack just in case other teams do decide to start catching up and playing hyper aggressive. But when you see the charge rifle, you say, okay, they're definitely going to play the zone. They're most likely going to take their time, craft all of their armors up. They have the scan on where the zone's going to be. They have an idea of where the players are going to be as well. So it's just a matter of getting strong and then pushing into the zone and locking things down. And again, that's why Aiden is so important in these situations. He needs to be able to lock things down as fast.
Immediately turns, almost tries to go for a knock, but finds Gray Shields. He's actually targeting the Gray Shields player, actually breaks that Gray Shield. Doesn't get the knock though, just barely misses that one. And we'll see if they decide to go for some kills. Whatever team that was though, going for a very early rotation. I like that decision. Meanwhile, Canadian Demons, their only threat in this lobby, are going to be taking their time playing Armory all the way on the northeast side of the map. This is the Armory that is just south of Thunderwatch. So I don't think you're going to see the BR Demons and Canadian Demons face each other until late game.
Love this addition into the Armory. Always one of my favorite things to do is fight against the AI inside of the game as BR Demons starts to make their push up. You can see that they've already got one player with the knock from Crust with the charge rifle, and they find another broken shield onto the Valkyrie. So the spiders are going to be popped, but not before they're popping off and starting to charge around the corner. BR Demons, they're going to keep the pedal to the metal here. They understand that if they can just process of eliminate the rest of these teams, maybe they don't have to sit back. Maybe they don't have to sit in the zone and slow play this the entire way.
Exactly, and people might look at this and say, oh, nope, Fallout was wrong. They're actually going to be playing very aggressive again. No, they're actually playing a rotation towards the zone. So while they're able to eliminate at least one of the 14 teams left in this lobby, they're also getting great positioning and just clearing out the south side of the map. This is a wise decision from them. Look at the shots. Doesn't miss with the G7 Scout. Just like that, TMU Blue, the unfortunate first opponent, taken out by the hands of the BR Demons.
And you can see what the thought process is each player on this team has a long-range weapon. So the Scout is going to work out well. The Nemesis with the 2-4 is going to be huge. The charge rifle there for Crust. And this is where the zone is going to pull. They've gotten the spot that they're looking for over towards Shipwall. They have all of the information. BR Demons in such a great spot right now.
Yeah, they're picking up all the materials as well and can craft up, maybe even get closer to red Evo shields already if they want to, but they don't even need any loot. They already crafted. They took their time in the barometer location. Looks like they'll just get a few more things in the replicator. And again, if you're watching Apex for the first time, maybe you're watching on Optic TV, thank you so much for tuning in, everybody. My name is Fallout, joined alongside T Squared. And look, Apex Legends, the most fun battle royale you will ever play, I promise. It's a 60-player 20-team game. You drop onto an island or a map or a location, and the ring closes in, just like Fortnite or PUBG. But there's things like the replicator that make it so there's less RNG, or random number generator, less randomness that exists. You can control your own fate, which is why in Apex, compared to any other battle royale, you see the best teams always maintain their spot as the best teams. In the Pro League, it's TSM, it's NRG, who have continued to dominate for 3 or 4 years now, Tom.
There's so much fun to this game. The first thing that you'll notice when you play about Apex is the movement. It's just so smooth. Yep. It's so fun. When you slide down hills, you go extra fast. The way that you strafe, it feels so natural, whether you're using mouse and keyboard or whether you're using controller. And it's one of those games where, you know, any input really works, right? It's cross-platform. It's free to play. There's so much positive in Apex. Right. Really love the game. But each legend, it's so diverse in terms of your play style, in terms of the background stories of each legend too. It makes it that much more fun.
Yeah, that's a great point. You mentioned cross-platform. That's a great call. I mean, Nintendo Switch, Xbox, PlayStation. Sadly, Apex Mobile is no PC. You can play with a controller. You can play with a keyboard and mouse, and it's really, really kind of balanced across each, despite what all the competitive naysayers say. I'm a big believer that there's a lot of good balance overall, which is why you still see, I think the overall count is around 50-50. If last time I checked, Tom, for pro players, keyboard and mouse to controller.
No doubt about it. And you can see the zone starting to close in as teams make their way over towards Shipfall, which we know full send gets eliminated. You can see that top right kill feed, but that is also where the team in first place is waiting at the finish line for all of these teams to try to cross and take their spot. And I don't know who's going to be able to do it right now because they've already got the zone pulled. They've already taken the spot that they need to on the map. It's going to take someone with a lot of aggression to go and drop them and meet the aggression that BR Demons have been putting in into the lobby. Meanwhile, Canadian Demons, they're in second place. They had 42 points. They need 8 points to get on a match point format. This is our first game on Storm Point, and you're noticing there's a big height differential compared to World's Edge. So it starts off at the very top of the map, and it goes all the way downhill from north to south.
A very unique map. Meanwhile, on the kill feed, you saw Apollo of walk-on shooters light up the big smashers, Noxious. Apollo, fun fact, is actually a boxer. It's probably where he got inspiration from his name, Apollo Creed, perhaps. And also competes here in Apex. Big shout out to the Canadian Apollo, lighting up the kill feed, trying to show what walk-on shooters can do here in this competition. Taking a look at Crust, Reeds, and Aiden, the only pro team in this lobby. They've been dominating so far. So much fun to watch. Crust was on Sentinels for many, many years. Top performing player for 3 or 4 plus years in Apex. Reeds and Aiden, well, they're kind of rookies. I mean, Aiden was a rookie last year in the Pro League. Reeds is a rookie last split in the Pro League. And the two of them over the last year and a half have burst onto the scene from being Challenger Circuit rising stars to now being staples in the pro scene. The best Canadian players, no doubt. Arguably some of the best controller players in the world as well.
The bow, one of my weakest weapons inside of the game. And the R9, it's such a good weapon that they put it in the drops. And Inferno is looking to put in some serious damage from long range. The 3x on that thing is the ideal scope as well. But things are going to slow down here just for a little bit, Fallout. We already had some hyper aggression off of the first ring. Ring number 2 should be slow. Ring number 3 should as well. Typically in these type of scenarios, round number 4 is where you're going to see a lot of pop-off moments over here. Maybe Fanshawe Fuel going inside of the armory is going to create a little distraction.
That's right. Fanshawe Fuel of Fanshawe University, collegiate esports team competing in this competition. We also have St. Vincent, a high school esports team. It's so awesome that when we were in high school, Tom, we both played video games professionally, and we didn't tell anybody because it was not necessarily something you wanted to brag about to your friends back then. It wasn't considered cool until Ninja played with Drake, and the whole world changed. And now you have esports teams in high schools. You can be on the varsity esports team. You can get letters.
I thought it was cool once I did MTV True Life. I'm a pro gamer, but that's just me, you know?
You were the 1 in 5 million people that got to do MTV True Life and be on Dr. Pepper cans. I'm jealous.
It's definitely blown up. It's definitely blown up throughout, you know, our time originally. But yeah, it's awesome to see where esports has started, where it came from. It started, John, when we were competing, we have to bring our own Xboxes to the events. Then it went from that to, you know, Twitch being started and tons of people kind of accepting gaming as something that, you know, brings people together, but also is an extremely competitive hobby. Now you see St. Vincent getting into a little bit of a scuffle here, and there comes Sheila, but it's not enough. It's going to be Kayumi coming around the corner with the R9 Overdog. Last player alive here for St. Vincent. Going to go for the res instead of using the knockdown shield. A little bit risky, but it could pay off.
Oh, looks like someone's going to drop and spot him out. Here comes the 1v. The knock comes through right away, and that's a brilliant play right there from AG2OP. Really, really good job. Just drops like a butterfly, flies away, stings like a bee, then flies away like a butterfly once again. And gets the final knock. Just like that, he'll be able to reset, get his teammates back to full. That's exactly what he does. Really, really good plays.
Really like the way that he was using the shadows as well to recognize when the drop down was happening. Overdog in such a tough situation. They're going to send an entire kitchen sink his way as St. Vincent gets eliminated in 10th place. But welcome to the BR Demons show. That's going to be the nemesis coming in from Reeds. He takes down Swordinary, and they're not going to just sit back and let other people pick up points. They're going to continue to push the envelope here on the BR Demons side. Now things get a little bit interesting as they have to evaluate the third parties coming in from behind, and they have to avoid these spikes that are happening, but Reeds is on the case.
That's right, and they drop the serial to get the information. Oh my gosh, the entry fragging from Reeds, and Aiden follows up. 2 members already broken shields. Crust gets a knock, and just like that, the Albertan peeps see you later, despite doing a great job in the 3v3 against St. Vincent. Couldn't stand toe-to-toe with the BR Demons, third partying right after. Wow, the teamwork right there was impeccable from BRD.
Yeah, Easter's coming around. Everyone's going to try to go and eat peeps, and that's exactly what BR Demons did right there.
Albertan peeps. Do you think they have
Albertan
beef?
Peeps? I wonder what the difference is.
Yeah, because there's a lot of beef up there in Alberta. Great beef, I've heard.
Here comes the PK Recolored team. They have been putting up some decent fights here and there, but they just haven't been able to find themselves into the winner's circle because that's been all of the Demons teams. It's the Canadian Demons in game number 1. Back-to-back wins for the BR Demons as well. But PK Recolor, I think, have gotten a top 3 finish, if not a top 2 finish in game number 2. So they definitely know what they're doing in terms of positioning themselves on that climatizer zone. And they seem to find themselves in another safe position here in game number 4.
Meanwhile, Blinkster lighting it up in the kill feed. That's LPB, a team that started really strong in games 1 and 2. Got silenced by BR Demons in game 3. We'll see if they can try and find a way to stay relevant in the competition by unlocking match point in game number 4. A couple kills that they picked up will certainly help. And here's one thing you asked me. It was a good question, Tom. Should BR Demons play aggressive or not? And I said probably not. Just stay alive. You have such a lead. But honestly, now that I think about it, if they play aggressive, they basically take the kill points from anyone else and limit anyone else's ability to get to match points. Maybe that is a decent move.
Nice shots right there onto the team that's making their way from the zone on the Trident. But one of the things that, you know, it looks aggressive right now, but from BR Demon's standpoint, this is not as aggressive as they've been playing from the previous game. So this is actually their version of slow playing, which is, to everyone else's eye, extremely aggressive. But this is when they're going to start pushing in. The big key here is you just can't afford to lose one of your players, right? You don't want to play it out as a duo. You don't want to have one of your players knocked. That's why Reeds is going to go in and do as much damage as possible.
So smart.
Once he loses his shields, that's when he's backing down, realizing, okay, I can't take the health damage. They're going to bait and switch over and over again. And then there goes the Seer ultimate. Every single time they fight Fallout, they're playing around this Catalyst wall and the Seer ultimate.
Oh my gosh, this Valkyrie's like, I don't want to fight anymore. Please don't make me. Valk ults, tries to get away. And the VR Demons say, no, come back here. And they take out the Valkyrie. All 3 members eliminated. They can't be touched. And I want to highlight, you said it well, Tom, the way Reeds just played that fight. Take notes. Any aspiring Apex Legends or any first-person shooter players, if you play Call of Duty or Halo or any other, this is perfection. He entry fragged, did the damage, it's called maxing, and then minimized his damage input, how much damage he took, reset, let his teammates then follow up with full health, healed back to full, and then that's called breaking ice. That's so well played right there from Reeds. It's insane. And so many players can take note of that. A lot of players would have seen that damage and wanted to go for the kills. Instead, Reeds mins, maxes, and plays it to perfection.
And the most important thing to keep in mind throughout all of that too is the positioning that you're taking. You don't want to just run out into the middle of the open. So he's using the door the entire time, almost like a head glitch. He's also using that as an escape mechanism. If he needs to go and back off, he's going to use that door. As we start to see the push coming in from Canadian Demons, Woodland Chunk now making his way on over towards the high ground. This is over towards the armory, which we saw previously was being used, but the offensive bombardment is going to go and land directly on top of Woodland Chunk. So he's going to have to be a little bit careful here, as he's lost a little bit of damage and a little bit of his HP after being slowed down from that Bangalore ultimate. So Canadian Demon's just going to reset and slow play until the next opportunity makes itself available, and it's going to be on the back of Zerba.
Yeah, and look at the perfectly placed ultimate black hole, but they immediately melt it. But the damage is now being done because they're scurrying like a bunch of ants in an ant hole right now. Nice job breaking shields. Valkyrie loses all their shield on their opposing team, but so does Zerbo. Just like that, the team that's below them, Furno, Rusty, and the crew are doing a great job combating and not letting Canadian Demons have their way.
They're just waiting for one player to make a major mistake here. Now that all the utility has been used, you wonder what the play is going to be. It has to be on the back of these smokes from Woodland Chunk so they can go use the digi threat. So you know at least 2 out of the 3 players are going to go and have that one. Now that the black hole's been used, that's a majority of that entry fragging that you were talking about. But there's a third party that potentially is going to come from over from the southwest side. So Canadian Demons playing the same. A huge sky nade connects onto all 3 players of Canadian Demons, and they have to back down.
And it forced them off the roof. That's big right there. Nice use of the sky nade, plus the third party helped. So that's an example of what I mentioned in the other game where the third party, the other team, contributing and helping support the Fanshawe Fuel Squad. Shout out to Fanshawe College's very own from London, Ontario. On board now with Furno, Dops, and Rusty, the collegiate players for Fanshawe Fuel.
The thing you're recognizing right now when these smokes are being used by both Bangalore players, everybody has a digital threat. That's the scope that you can see on top of Inferno's weapon right now. And they have to play this careful because a lot of times you're not anticipating someone to have this attachment on their weapon. That's why you're playing the smokes a majority of the time. So there goes the Seer ultimate. We saw the ultimate Excel was being popped, and you can see that Inferno is running low on healing. He's not using the cells, but he has the battery. I would love to see him full heal before he takes that fight. His Dome Defender is going to eliminate it in 6th place.
We've all been there before. Sometimes, you know, you're nervous, you're not paying attention to all your resources, but look at the zone right now. Top left of your screen, both of these teams will not survive. They'll be one or the other, and LPB is already there, and they're going to be gatekeepings. I don't know if either of these teams are going to survive, to be honest. Neither of them have a Valkyrie, I don't think either. So Canadian Demons and Fanshawe Fuel both at the armory right now, going to be in a really tough spot in this rotation as pulling south.
There's the battery going on over to Woodland Chunk or Zerbo. Looks like we know who they value on this squad the most for being full shields, as Woodland Chunk now gets left without his team. And there it is, the decoy gets sent on basically immediately. Glass on a coaster is there. Where did this team come from?
Out of nowhere is the answer. Decoy last alive, gonna stealth revive here. It's a benefit of Mirage, and they will also be invisible for a few seconds after this revive until they shoot. And finally decides to let it rip. Connects for good damage on Glass on a coaster. Does not get the kill though. Great PK use by Glass. Him staying up right there is huge. And then he's still alive. Glass on a coaster, no, he does get knocked, but manages to get this full squad right.
Woodland Chunk with a sliver of HP. Remember, has no heals, does get located, but it's the knockdown shield that ends up saving him. That's Zerbo's knockdown shield. Canadian Demons goes out. I don't think they pick up the points that they're looking for. Meanwhile, Crust and the BR Demons, they're still alive, watching all of this action take place.
Doesn't have a mobile respawn beacon, looking for one, trying to get his teammate back into the game. BR Demons can close this out, ladies and gentlemen. They're going to pop a Valk ult. Can this be the Valk ult, just like TSM in London, that guarantees them the win? Like my friend Onset said, descending from the skies right now is the BR Demons with an opportunity to close this out match point.
They have to pick a spot that's safe, and they are able to find it, but it's not as safe as they were hoping for. Crust ends up throwing a little bit of a frustration punch. Aiden staying alive as the last person, ends up tossing up that catalyst wall. Can he do it as a solo? The battery's being popped. Action on the opposite side of this wall, but hello, look over towards your back. Proficiency says no. We will have a game number 5 in this tournament. LPB trying to stay alive. There goes the Horizon Lift as well. Lane, the solo, using the knockdown shield, has the Havoc and the car. Great for this type of scenario. All the players are going to be knocked directly in front of him, but there's a team that's full. It's Glass on a coaster coming around on the flank Fallout. It looks like they're going to be able to pull this one out after this 1v1.
Yeah, they got the full res. They took out Fanshaw Fuel, who knocked them before. The last and final kill. It's going to be team 1, 2, 3. Glass on a coaster gets rezzed, and they connect for the win. It's Star, Glass on a coaster, and Way. They rotated all the way from the north side of the map and found themselves a victory in game number 4 to kick off our first match on Storm Point.
You thought for a second that the BR Demons were going to take everything. That Valkyrie Skyward dive was insane. There was so much pressure over towards the armory that maybe there was enough pressure for them to kind of sneak in. That wasn't the case. That was such a tough zone. There wasn't much playable area. That rock was definitely where you want to go and hold things down. But you wonder, did BR Demons allow anybody else to get on over towards match point? Canadian Demons didn't get any kills in 5th place. They needed 8 points. I think they're going to fall short.
They're most definitely going to fall short. Wow. Meanwhile, LPB may have done it. They didn't. Again, they got silenced in game number 3, which basically means they got, what, 2-3 points? I don't know where they fall in the standings, but a second place 11-point finish should be a 20-point game or so. I think that'll do the trick for LPB. We'll find out. Meanwhile, 1, 2, 3 needed that one. That's a huge game for them.
It really is, and I can't wait to see what that overall scoreboard is, and I can't wait to see Dia's thoughts and hear Dia's thoughts on what game 4 had in store. Dia, first game on Storm Point, didn't disappoint.
It certainly did not. I was holding my breath almost the entire game, and as soon as the Valk ult went off, I started screaming. It was so terrifying to watch BR Demons and the way the rest of the lobby played around that. You guys were calling out Canadian Demons and their struggle for survival. We had a lot going on Storm Point, and as you said, the scoreboards is something that we all have to look forward to. But I got to appreciate that with 4 games down, we've been having a great time on the broadcast. The TELUS Esports Series has done so much good, and I have good news for you guys, and that's that TELUS is doing even more good across Canada because we've got the TELUS Future Friendly Foundation. TELUS is an independent registered charity that supports the well-being of youth facing obstacles. They support local charities with the donations that you give and make sure that your money goes to the right place to help making Canada a better place to be. So for more information on that, type in !TELUS Foundation and learn about how you can contribute not just to esports, but to our well-being as a whole. While you do that, we're going to take a short break and we'll be right back with game number 5.
When I first heard about the TELUS Esports Series, I was like, there's no way.
I was absolutely stoked.
You don't really hear about esports at all in Canada, let alone from a big company like TELUS.
Canada does have a scene, and we do have people who are thriving towards getting us into that bigger picture.
2 versus 1, and it should be their game. The Bronze Bonobos from second, now finally find first.
Simply put, the TELUS Esports Series is esports for everyone. It's our take on what we think the esports industry should look like and where we think it should go. It's way more fun to compete for something when there's something on the line. And the TELUS Esports Series gives players of all skill levels opportunities to experience that. We really want to make the gaming experience more fun for everyone, and we want to help the gaming industry evolve and grow the way that it should. And I think the time is right for it.
What's going on, guys? It's the Ma here.
I'm Cheesy Potato.
Yeah, I'm playing in the TELUS Invitational.
I've always really been a gamer, playing Halo, and then I eventually transitioned into Call of Duty, into Fortnite as Battle Royales became a little more popular. And then I eventually stepped into Apex Legends. The thought of becoming a content creator was just a mere dream that I had. My brother, Dr. Moz, pushed me out of my comfort zone to essentially start streaming, and that's when the grind for competitive Apex and chasing high Apex predator ranks began.
Started Apex at day 0, first day the game came out. And yeah, I worked hard then. I was playing on console at first and just playing pubs all the time with a couple buddies. The longer Apex went on, the more serious I got about it. I started putting in more hours, putting in more work, making more content, like falling in love with the game in general. The only advice that I would give is basically just grind and put in the hours. It's not easy. If it was easy, everybody would do it. Just find like a solid group of friends that have the same mindset as you and then just grind.
The biggest thing is putting yourself out there, whether that's chasing high ranks for content creation or to start scrimming and competing in tournaments at the highest levels, such as the Apex TELUS tournament.
World's Edge.
World's Edge.
World's Edge. That's it. I'm a Wraith main. I love World's Edge. I love my buildings.
World's Edge.
World's Edge, of course. I'm a Caustic main.
R301.
The flatline does so much damage. The hip fire is insane. Now it's 10 times better than the R301. Definitely the flatline.
R3.
Flatline.
R301 every day of the week.
Oh, 100% the card.
Volt.
That's tough.
Car.
Car.
I'm gonna have to go with the Volt. 3x on the 301, the Hemlock, or the Charge Rifle.
2x Bruiser.
2 times Bruiser.
2 times HCOG.
The 2 to 4 is insane. It used to be the 3 times, but now it's the 2 to 4.
I like the Assault class.
Assault.
Oh, Wraith. Oh, my baby girl, she got a buff, and the animations with her hands look so good. I was like, oh my god, they spoiled her. I was so happy.
I'd definitely say Controller is my favorite, mainly because I am a Caustic main.
Probably the controller. I'm more of a zone type player as well as an anchor, so the control would be great for me.
Welcome back to the TELUS Esports Series 2, everyone. My name is Dia, and I've been joined by T-Squared and Fallout. I've had the unique privilege of being joined by T-Squared and Fallout this whole day. I tell you, when I was informed that you guys were going to be on the broadcast, I freaked out a little bit. And I'm still freaking out because we've got the leaderboards to bring up. So let's go ahead and talk about arguably the most dominant performance that I've ever seen out of any Apex tournament. T-Squared, that's 100 points in 5 games.
It is. You can combine second and third place, and you still wouldn't even be caught up. Heck, you'd almost have to combine second, third, and fourth place. But the big key for BR Demons is they need to close it out. Canadian Demons and LPB, they are on their heels. And we were kind of talking about a little bit of a misplay that came in with that skyward dive. Maybe the wall went down a little bit too late. I'm not going to knock someone that has 100 points after 4 games, but I really feel like BR Demons, that match point format changed them a little bit in terms of their strategy and their mental fallout. What do you think?
Yeah, completely agreed. It's just insane that LPB drops 20 points, but was just so far behind because of that dominant game number 3 from BRD that we have no other teams at match point. And I agree with you. That moment right there, that slight misplay, slight mishap are the ones that you do have to speak of nightmares, as we've talked about all day on broadcast. You do have nightmares about. But I got to say, big shout out to the Fanshawe Fuel Squad, collegiate team, bouncing back with a really, really solid finish there in that game. And we're sorry, and 1-2-3 as well, all the way up to 30 points. Those two teams needed solid games. They both got some solid games. 1-2-3, I think more than anyone. They had like 8 or 9 points, all the way up to 30 points. They put themselves in the top 5 with a big Game 4 dub.
And top 5's where the prizing is cut off, so let's not forget about that. When eventually somebody finds their way to a win, it is only those teams that find themselves in the first 5 positions that actually walk away with prizing for their troubles as part of this 50K prize pool that TELUS has put up for everyone. Now, as we are looking towards the next game, we will be making a return to Storm Point. It is the second of 3 games that we're going to be playing there before we return back on over to World's Edge. And T-Squared, this time we went Fish Farms. It's a very different zone from anywhere else on Storm Point. When we shift other places in the lobby, what are important things to keep in mind about, say, when we travel further north and we're playing up on the high ground by Lightning Rod?
It's all about hitting your skyward dives to the right spot and trying to get into what we call the God spot extremely early. So if you can go and lock that down, especially the further that we go on right now, teams are going to have to scrap for points. They're going to have to play hyper aggressive to get the kill points to try to get to 50. So if you're these teams that only need a couple of points to get on over towards 50, if you're BR Demons, I feel like you do slow the pace down a little bit. And BR Demons, they're stuck right now in the middle of playing a little bit too passive or maybe not playing aggressive enough, or you don't really know exactly how BR Demons is going to play this. This is why they're the pro players, so we'll let them handle it. But it's all about getting into position on Storm Point because there's a lot of spots where you get gate kept.
Let's see if they can solve that problem. We're looking for God spots and maybe a bit of a different look for BR Demons. Other teams still preying on their downfall. Let's see who comes out on top as we jump into game number 5. Game 6.
Thank you so much, Dia. Much appreciated, as always. Fallout here alongside Team Squared as we jump into game number 5 indeed. Yep, I've been there. Sometimes when you see 100 points on the screen, you think it's game 6 already. No, they've gotten 100 points in 5 games. The BR Demons have been playing so incredibly well. And I got to say, Tom, I agree with you. I think you had the perfect analysis and perfect answer to Dia's great question there. You will get punished if you don't rotate early on these northern zones. So if the zone does pull north, which it is going to be, it's not going to be that punishing Lightning Rod or Thunder Watch-esque finish, but it is still a northern zone. I'm interested to see if BRD decides to rotate early.
Yeah, when you look at this, you think probably checkpoint because there's not enough of this zone in the water and in the mountain to go and pull all the way over towards North Pad. So checkpoint definitely seems like a POI that's going to be very viable. And I don't think that the rotation from Barometer for BR Demons is that far or unlikely. They can just go right up the gut right there and make their way over that giant mountain or around the mountain, and they'll be in a good position. But looking over towards the west side, there is a potential third party that they could do in Cenote Cave if they want to go and eliminate that. The mill always has really good loot too, so look out for that team. Is FBG, the game just started, double purple and blue, so that's a great sign for them.
It is. Meanwhile, we have a contest, I believe, over towards Cenote Cave. These teams might be just above or below each other. I'd love to jump into the fight at Cenote Cave as they're exchanging some bullets here, as 2 teams do drop in Cenote. We see that pretty often. One team Cenote Cave, one team that is dropping in caves just north of that to get the blue, and purple shields. Not sure if that fight is going to be happening. Meanwhile, Kaliko going to reveal the next ring on the map. That's one of the new passive abilities of controller legends. Keep in mind, if you haven't played Apex in a while, one of the coolest things about this season, and honestly, no one complained about this is OP, this is not. That's how nice of a balanced decision it was. But every legend is now classified as a different class that gets a passive. So much like before, how recon characters could scan the next zone, now controller players scan the next zone. That's controller players like, you control the map, Caustic, Catalyst, Watson, etc. Recon players can reveal other enemies on the map, so you can play really aggressive on Edge. And then you have support characters, you have assault characters. They all give you a different passive ability. It was a really great quality of life change here.
Nobody complaining about controller players. That's a whole nother conversation that we're going to have to go and have. But yes, it does pull on over towards checkpoint. And I fully agree, Fallout, on everything that you were talking about in terms of adding these classes on over towards Apex. Seems like something that's been in the game since the beginning, but it was just introduced in this newest season. Also, I do love Catalyst as a legend. So cool in terms of the lore, so cool in terms of everything that's being brought to the table for that legend as well. Now you can see what's going on for walk-on shooters. Our first fight that's taking over, and that contest over towards Cenote is going to be very important. Look at the angle fall out through the window.
To the walls. Meanwhile, Hidden Rob TV connects and drops on the one peg to get the perfect angle, but didn't get the knock he wanted here. So, beautiful jump. See that little jump? He's like a long jumper in the Olympics. In Canada is representing.
Going for the gold here. Walk-on shooters definitely gonna have to get through this Catalyst reinforced wall, and if that's the case, just gotta kick it a couple times, make that 4 times overall. They're gonna have to get rid of the spikes, get rid of the seer ultimate as well. A lot of utility being used, a lot of resources in terms of meds and ammo being used as well. Nothing happening quite yet in terms of knocks so far though, so Nihana gonna have to heal and has the great armor. That's the only major disadvantage right now for TMU Blue, because at this point you're just hoping for a third party to come in on over towards these doors.
We got Afro, aka Aphrodite, maybe Aphrodite. I mean, a big push comes through versus Apollo, but battle the Greek gods here, and guess what? Aphrodite wins. Women power, apparently, in this one, as Apollo goes down. Gongor goes down right after. Aphrodite doing such a good job shutting down the push. Inrob, the last alive for this team, and this is frustrating, right, Tom? 1v3, though. Hold on, it's not over yet.
Not over quite yet. Now it is. Walk-on shooters getting eliminated, and you do have the advantage being inside of the building a majority of those times, especially when you have Catalyst. So it makes it a little difficult to push in throughout all of those spikes. And surprisingly, the R Demons didn't come to third party this, but I do see a couple of teams potentially rotating over towards Cenote, which has some of the best loot in terms of a POI on Stormpoint.
Yeah, that's right. That was a tough fight. You know, again, you hit the nail on that. The defensive team, especially with the Catalyst, has the advantage. Rob and Code had, dropped a great thermite, had good damage, and it's so frustrating when a Catalyst just is not budging. But someone had to make a move, and they either had to rotate and leave or take the fight. They tried to take the fight and got punished. That reminded me a lot of the Tripods versus Complexity in the LGS Pro League that we saw early on. It's a really, really awkward fight, and the zone pulls real fast, and you have a far rotate to make.
Yeah, as far rotate as you possibly can, considering that you're on the southern side of the map and the zone pulled all the way over towards the north. You do have these gravity cannons that will help you. You have Valkyrie, so you could skyward dive and make your way. You also have the Trident if you want to go and try to rotate. But at a certain point, a lot of these meds have been spent, so it's kind of like an investment. It's like, when do you actually sell here? You really can't just leave, and you can't just not buy into what your fight was going to be. So if you win the fight, you get the points. If you win the fight, you also get the resources from the enemy team. Leaving at that point just wouldn't be the right play, and I like that aggression. Even though the team did not win that fight, they still get my respect in terms of the way that they executed that one. Again, Catalyst just so strong in terms of these positions, but Canadian Demons now, this is the team to look out for in terms of trying to get to 50 points. We have 2, maybe 3 teams from 2nd to 4th place that could get to that match point here.
That's right. I love that they've stuck with the Mirage, Bangalore, and Horizon. I mean, these are all their I mean, this guy's name is Decoy. He has to play Mirage. Woodland Chuck on Bangalore. Rather than saying, you know what, let's get a cheeky little team comp that we think is going to work well based on the meta, they say, no, let's all play the legends that we feel confident playing. Zerbo has been known to be a one-trick Horizon demon, one of the best Horizons in Canada, and he's sticking to his guns here. You love it.
Sometimes your comfort picks are the best picks, and especially in a lobby where there's going to be a lot of aggression, you have 3 legends that are very good at fighting. Even though Mirage is classified as, a legend that wouldn't be an assault legend, he's still able to go and do a lot of miraculous things, and we saw that with the invisible res that was happening underneath the armory. There's so much that can go right for this team composition. The one thing that you're missing would be that control, would be a little bit of that rotations, but if you're looking and talking about overall team fighting capability, definitely something to be excited about, especially if you're a fan of diverse compositions. LPB, another team inside of that 50-point area. A little bit of parkour coming in from lane as they start making their rotation. I believe they need somewhere in that 8-point range to go and make their way on over towards 50. And if they do so, if they win before BR Demons or any other team on match point does, they will be crowned the champion. Keep in mind, BR Demons, if they don't win a game and another team is at 50, they don't win the tournament based on the points that they have. They would just end up getting second place.
Crazy to think about. The fact that no one got to match point last game makes it very difficult, but it's possible. If BR Demons does not win this game or the next one, I think Canadian Demons and LPB will get to match point. They can win next game and steal the championship right under the nose of the BR Demon Pro Team God Squad, the 3 best Canadian players all forming a team and playing in this competition. And again, we're in the advanced semi. There's also the open skills, the beginner, the intermediate competitions. So it's really cool that, you know, we had all skill levels, everyone having a chance to compete, no matter if you're a bronze, silver, gold, platinum player or a predator level player like these pros.
LPB definitely a squad that I agree, Follow. I think that this is a team that has that potential. It gets more and more intense every single game, though, and it gets wilder every single game. I love the match point format. Maybe the competitors, it gets a little bit sweaty for them, but as a viewer, as a caster, definitely exciting to see. And getting that win. It's so cool just to win out on a win, right? Who wants to win getting second place, Fallout?
That's exactly right. The stakes are certainly high. And even as a competitor, it's fun. You feel like you still have a chance if you're in 5th, 6th place right now, which is amazing. I mean, even a team like 1-2-3, a pop-off game here, could get them to a potential match point. They're at 30 right now. So I'm excited to see what happens here, how the action unfolds. Meanwhile, as things are slowing down here, if you're maybe watching for the first time on Optic TV, first off, thank you for tuning in. We hope you're enjoying the gameplay here. This is esports live on Optic TV. How amazing is that? Big shout out to TELUS for putting this together and all the TELUS subscribers or customers that are tuning in for the first time to Apex Legends. We hope you're enjoying the action. It is so much fun to watch competitive Apex. So entertaining, so skillful. And I have people all the time that say, I don't even play Apex, but I love watching Apex Legends esports because the intensity, the entertainment value is insane in this match point format. The legends, all their different abilities, and all the storylines are a reason for that. Meanwhile, fight's going down right now.
Yeah, fight happening on the side of Dome Defenders, looking like they are coming after blood here. There's a lot of different head glitches that you have to be aware of, but the Seer Ultimate is in a perfect place, Fallout. You can see on the opposite side of the wall, so nobody from the enemy team can directly get on top of that. So you have to play these head glitches and find where the enemy Seer Ultimate is, and Dome Defenders were able to do that. But it seems like the other team is ditching. They're not really willing to fight, or at least for a second it seemed like that, until Blue Munion takes a ton of damage, and look who it is. It's the Hosers.
The Hosers, the #1 seed from our qualifiers, haven't really made a lot of noise in this competition. The third party from behind them is there, so they have to make a decision. They have to make a decision quick. Otherwise, they will get third party by another team that wants to enter the fun. How will the Hosers play this? Canada's very own, the only Canadian meme team name, which is why they're my favorite.
Yeah, we were hoping for some more memes, but more solid teams is what we're getting right now.
That's right.
The Dome Defenders have the advantage in terms of the armor fallout, but this is one of the most popular third-partied areas inside of Stormpoint. Fortunately for the Dome Defenders, excuse me, they are in a spot where the zone hasn't collapsed on top of them. So they're going to be able to safely play around these rampart walls that the enemy put up and then evaluate if third parties are going to come. And you can see there's 2 different teams in the area waiting upon us.
That's right. Dome Defenders have 19 points in 8th place coming into this game. So they need a 30-point game to unlock match point. Not likely going to happen because they don't have any kills yet. But hey, you never know. A couple more consistent games can help them break into the top 5, help them walk home with a bit of that prize pool. Big shout out, of course, to all of our sponsors and TELUS for providing this tournament. Prizes, giveaways, so many great things being given away as prizes. We have Xbox, HyperX, Nano Leaf, which is what's lighting up this awesome wall behind us you guys saw, and GameCon Canada. Thank you for supporting this competition.
No doubt about it. Also, shout out to the DSA group, our production crew, and everyone working behind the scenes to make all of this happen. All of our observers, everybody that's been competing throughout all of this, even if you didn't make it on over towards the finals. Really appreciate your participation. And everybody that's watching at home,
what's the Canadian Navy
you may be.
I'm sorry to interrupt. What's the Canadian Navy SEALs right now? These are like the Navy SEALs here, working their way through the river and just, you know, bunkering down, hiding. As 2 rats, Ario and Imakari having some fun ratting and hiding over here. This is great.
I'm not quite sure. I'm trying to look it up, but I can't find out exactly.
I'm looking it up
what
too.
it
I'm
is.
yeah, me too. Joint Task Force?
The Joint Task Force 2 unit out here, I think, is what we're going to end up calling them. We'll have to get correction from someone in the chat or on production. Is full send is taken out in 11th place. And you can see now the $215 PK Recolor squad. They also get the award for toughest name to say.
Yeah, that's right.
And they are letting it rip with the Rampage. Unfortunately, it's just a trade for trade. And Aiden putting in some wingman shots. We haven't seen Aiden use the wingman besides this game.
Yeah, it looks like they are actually might just roll up against the Joint Task Force 2 squad, who's just hiding in the trenches right now. But staying quiet as a team of 2, channeling their inner F-Chan from Pulverex at the ALGS Championships. Looks like the revive will come through. BR Demons doesn't want to let it. Here comes the Seer scan. Seer's ability right there will actually cancel a heal or a res. Here comes the push.
Here come the grenades from Reeds. He's going to have to get rid of the spikes first. Albertan Peeps go down in your kill feed. That's a separate fight that's going to be taking place. And you can see why these fights have been so slow to kind of fully transpire is because there are so many different squads in the area. But Fanshawe Fuel is not slowing down. They wiped one squad. They're looking for a second. That's going to be 2 knocks out of 3 for the team directly in front of them. But they are going to back down temporarily. Go and hit the heals. You can see Inferno slowing down just for a second. He's going to try to find out where these enemies are based on the Seer scans. And maybe throw out that Q that you were talking about. It's March FB hiding around the corner. Are they going to be able to spot him out? Rusty G says, I got you, buddy. And Hoser's going down in 9th place.
That's right. Again, Hoser's not with the best performance. Unlike what they saw in the qualifiers, we'll see if they can bounce back in the next game, if it goes to a next game. Because guess what? We have 8 squads left. 1 team on match point. If the BR Demons win this game, that will be it for this competition. Can they close it out in 5? Or will Fanshawe Fuel from Fanshawe College in London, Ontario be the ones to play spoilers and keep this series alive?
Potentially. There's a handful of teams that could play spoilers. And a handful of teams that could get on over towards the 50-point game point threshold. But it's a very safe play style right now from BR Demons. This is the safest we've seen them play so far. Problem is, Fallout, they're not in the zone. They're going to have to make a move here soon.
Yeah, that's right. It'll be a tough rotation. They do have a Valkyrie ultimate, and there's only 8 squads alive in Ring 4, so that means they could find some good real estate. Meanwhile, look at this. Atrio still there. Speaking of Valkyrie ultimates, here's the Dome Defenders. They're going to try their luck at 1 as well. They're going to get all the intel of every team. They're also going to be focused by every team. Let's see where they drop.
Some safe play on the back of where the waterfall is going to be, and you can see that that's where they elect to go and choose. Unfortunately for the BR Demons, that looked like the spot that they wanted to go and pick. So now they're going to have to rotate all the way over towards this southern side, use a little bit of the map to their advantage as they have crushed anchor things from the backhand side. And Aiden's going to try to entry frag as the missile swarms connect onto the Dome Defenders. This is a fight that is going to have to be taken by the BR Demons to get this spot.
That's right. Reeds is going to be the one to take matters in his own hands. Gets the first knock, continues to use the Prowler to so much success. It's a 4-round burst SMG and dominating with it. Sapphire Flames, the IGL, last alive for this team. And this is why you don't want to always be the first team to rotate, because you get focused by the whole lobby.
Correct, and that's something that the BR Demons used to their advantage. They saw where the rest of the enemy players were shooting the team that's directly below them. That was the Dome Defenders. TMU Bold goes out. That's 2 squads getting dropped back to back. Zone 4 always where you see a lot of action because all of that real estate starts to get gobbled up from the zone. Enemy Seer ults are going to mean a potential third party coming in as Reeds tosses his missile swarm over towards the northern side, and it lands.
Kobe connects for the knock here. Long range missile swarm gets the first knock. He wants another. Here comes the push. Voice Flow gets obliterated. Somehow survives though, but barely, as Overdog's finally going to get the knock.
You can see one player that made it away with just a little bit of a sliver. That's going to be Voice Flow. Gets thirsted from SVG, who's locked things down. But this is the positioning that BR Demons was looking for. There's 5 squads left. A couple of rats inside of the lobby means there's some solos or a duo playing it out somewhere. And BR Demons now just waits for round number 5 to show. And if they're inside the zone, which they are, this could be game.
That's right. And St. Vincent Gaming. That's right. It's St. Vincent, the high school. A bunch of youngins, teenagers. Can they stop this pro team, Reeds, Aiden, and Crust, from winning this championship? 5 squads remain. The zone's going to be pulling over to BR Demons, as mentioned, and they have the perfect win condition here, Tom. They have what we call God Spot, Aiden, up in the heavens.
Not like what we saw from game number 4, where they had to go and have an aggressive push into no man's land. But Reeds takes a lot of damage, a very risky push to try to get one of these teams eliminated. I believe this is just a duo down below. Crust 18 seconds until he ends up having his next utility that he can use. There goes the scan coming out from the enemy team, and it's Fanshawe Fuel playing it out as a duo, as the only hope in the lobby right now to try to back these players out. Reed's taking a lot of damage. It's Rusty with the Nemesis. Will they be able to get the res here? Keep in mind, it's just 2 players against 3. Crust ends up having to back down because of the Seer ultimate being used. It's going to be an Arcstar buying some time. It connects for 50. The spikes go down as well. No third party coming in from behind where BR Demons are, and they're going to live for now. But Fanshawe Fuel is on top of them, Fallout.
Yeah, that was impressive. Rusty, great play, getting the knock, giving everyone a chance to take out the BR Demons. But because Zerbo and the Canadian Demons were fighting SVG on the other side of the map, we didn't see that fight happen. Meanwhile, Aiden gets a knock on Decoy cross map. Big Smashers are a team of 2. Canadian Demons are a team of 2. Fanshawe is a team of 2, so it looks like the BR Demons with a huge opportunity to win this.
There goes the Horizon Black Hole. It takes Plu into the zone. Woodland Chunk goes down from the Thirst. Aiden gets involved again onto Decoy. Fanshawe Fuel still alive. Big Smashers as the other duo inside of the lobby. This is huge for the BR Demons. They've just backed off now, realizing they don't need to push FF. They can just let these other teams do the work for them.
4 squads, 8 people left. So that means it's 1 team of 3. It's the BR Demons fully stacked, fully kitted, with a full opportunity to win this. Crust trying to take matters into his own hands. The only keyboard and mouse player on this team with the charge rifle, does so much damage, gets the knock on 1, and the BR Demons are closing in on a win.
Red shields, everyone fully healthy. Knockdown shield being used by the enemy player. I don't think it's going to be enough, as that charge rifle from Crust is going to rip in to the enemy player. Zerbo is the hope, though, coming in for the Canadian Demons. He stayed alive throughout all of that. Nox Ice is alive as well. This is a 3-on-1-on-1 here for the game, for the tournament. BR Demons at a huge advantage right now.
That's right, Noxus and Zerbo need to work together here. But all the BR Demons are climbing on top of Mountain Olympus right now to try and secure Godspot in the win. Zerbo gets taken out. The BR Demons are hunting, closing in on their last and final kill to be champions of this competition.
It's Nox Ice. He's a solo, and he's not going to last very long. Crust tosses down the ultimate, and BR Demons, after setting a record-breaking game in game number 3, they take it in 5 games. What a performance, and congratulations to our TELUS Esports Series 2 Apex Legends finalists in our advanced division, our advanced skill division. It's BR Demons with the first place.
That's right. The BR Demons do it. They win the TELUS Esports Series 2 Apex Legends Finals. Congratulations to them. It's Reeds, it's Crust, and Aiden, your champions here of the TELUS Esports Series. Well played across the board. They did it in a dominant fashion. Tom, talk to me about it. For those that are just tuning in from this game, how'd they do it? How'd they get here?
Pure aggression all the way up to the point where they were on match point. They slowed it down just temporarily, but right from the beginning, they set the pace of this lobby, forcing how they were going to make everybody else adjust to the amount of aggression that they brought up. I mean, 28 points in a win, a 40-point game in game number 3 is a record from our knowledge in terms of match point format, in terms of the tournament. That is a ton of points. That's a ton of confidence. But most importantly, the amount of time that these players have put in is just unheard of to get to this type of level. Let's bring Dia in to get his thoughts, because we were talking about everything beforehand. Dia, BR Demons, they were a pretty big favorite, but being a favorite's one thing, coming out and living up to the hype is another.
It certainly is, but yeah, you said it yourself. It is record-breaking. It is the most dominant that anyone really could have imagined, and a lot of the advanced division, when we spoke to them beforehand, knew very well that BR Demons were going to be the Mount Olympus, you said, Fallout, to have to overcome, and well, many didn't quite get the chance to. I think we saw the lobby as a whole put up a really good fight, holding it out through that whole 4th game, where BR Demons very well could have won.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, honestly, it could have been a different series if we saw the Canadian Demons or LPB secure a match point in the game prior. Their strategy would have been different. Maybe they would have gone and tried to take out BRD, but the fact that BR Demons was able to take out the rest of the lobby and basically prevent anyone else from reaching match point, they played it to perfection. And again, it's what you'd expect, right? They're the only pro team in this competition. They're the 3 best players in Canada, and all eyes were on them to close it out. They didn't just close it out. They put a stamp on it, sealed, ship it. They are the best 3 in Canada, not even a question, as they are your champions of the Advanced Skills Division.
Yeah, I mean, they looked really good, and you called it out right there. They're champions of the Advanced Skills Division. We've got a whole nother lobby coming up in just a few minutes. The Open Skills Division actually has some crossover from our Advanced. Teams like the Hosers, LPB, BR Demons, Canadian Demons, BR Demons, 123, and Big Smashers are all going to be joining us for yet another round of Match Point in just a few minutes. So, T-Squared and Fallout, I know that it has been a long Advanced Division. We want to give you guys a break. A thank you to everyone who's tuned in so far, and to our sponsors, Xbox, HyperX, Gamescoms Canada, and Nanoleaf, who are providing the beautiful lighting behind all of us. We'll be right back in just a few minutes with even more Apex Legends action here at the TELUS Esports Series.
When I first heard about the TELUS Esports Series, I was like, there's no way.
I was absolutely stoked.
You don't really hear about esports at all in Canada, let alone from a big company like TELUS.
Canada does have a scene, and we do have people who are thriving towards getting us into that bigger picture.
2 versus 1, and it should be their game. The Bronze Bonobos from second, now finally find first.
Simply put, the TELUS Esports Series is esports for everyone. It's our take of what we think the esports industry should look like and where we think it should go. It's way more fun to compete for something when there's something on the line. And the TELUS Esports Series gives players of all skill levels opportunities to experience that. We really want to make the gaming experience more fun for everyone, and we want to help the gaming industry evolve and grow the way that it should. And I think the time is right for it.
What's going on, guys? It's the Ma here.
I'm Cheesy Potato.
Yeah, I'm playing in the TELUS Invitational.
I've always really been a gamer, playing Halo, and then I eventually transitioned into Call of Duty, into Fortnite as Battle Royales became a little more popular, and then I eventually stepped into Apex Legends. The thought of becoming a content creator was just a mere dream that I had. My brother, Dr. Moz, pushed me out of my comfort zone to essentially start streaming, and that's when the grind for competitive Apex and chasing high Apex Predator ranks began.
Started Apex at day zero, first day the game came out. And yeah, I worked hard then. I was playing on console at first and just playing pubs all the time with a couple buddies. The longer Apex went on, the more serious I got about it. I started putting in more hours, putting more work, making more content, like falling in love with the game in general. The only advice that I would give is basically just grind and put in the hours. It's not easy. If it was easy, everybody would do it. Just find like a solid group of friends that have the same mindset as you and then just grind.
The biggest thing is putting yourself out there, whether that's chasing high ranks for content creation or to start scrimming and competing in tournaments at the highest levels, such as the Apex TELUS tournament.
The thing that I'm most concerned about for LPB right now is their rotation that will take them through fragments. Showing off the new Wraith emote. Let's go!
Let's go!
Down, éliminé. Reset, en haut. Valk est down. Devant toi, Mac. Devant toi. Sur Mac, sur les deux sont sur Mac. Il en reste juste un. Il est crack.
Il est long. Enfin, il est pas long, mais il seul. Ils ont sorti,
Dans le deux. C'est fini, c'est fini.
Reste
C'est moi.
Ah, je suis la zone, madame.
Vas-y, reste.
Reste. Deux mon kill.
T'inquiète sûr.
Je les shots. Reste là. Ne drop pas.
Reste-moi, c'est le temps. Face.
Yeah, boy.
First drop onto Cuba aimbot.
Good opening there, support, good damage coming in here. Oh, the backslide, getting a little spicy with it, frantic.
This fight would be over. That off drop would already be pushing, they would already be CA ulting, and there would be nothing left for you to do. But Roller Crutch are getting to play both sides of the fight as they go up against each other. Dead off drop goes down, and it's a matter for Roller Crutch to just get to farm it up off of this portal. Veterans falls, and Roller Crutch very well could be. Roller Crutch having lost one yet again. It's Steve that's gone down, but again, it's going to be Apostle that clutches it up.
You're trying to find a little bit more to work with than just the wingman, but early on, is a wingman all you need? That's exactly what your needs. He's going to shut one down. He's landing these shots left and right. Just, no, this is the final player. They just shut him down, let him get a punch, and that's it.
No, one more.
Bro, you got to see what they did.
They're on a car.
Yeah.
We're on a high-speed chase.
Face him.
Yo, what's going on?
Crack.
What is this game? I'm lagging.
Jag spräng väggarna. Pardon. Je tombe dessus. Il est sur le pad. Il est mort. Pardon. Chill.
Oh no, down here, bro. Free. Actually free. I down one. Doctor cracked the wall. Will you shoot the catalyst? She's down. I'm gonna grenade her. One more in the corner.
Yep.
Dead.
He's one.
I got her.
Box,
You're dead.
box, ulting.
I got her.
Nice.
Teams out there. Last one. Last team.
Nice. Watson Fence is my king. Bronze Bonobos, they're popping in on the other end of this engagement. Seeing if they do, Molten Mania almost completely shreds a red shield, starts to make this impossible, and what an angle! Not have a lot of cover, but I believe have a little bit of low ground.
Never mind.
Play maybe a head peek, and oh my lord! The dreams of yet another cut short.
Again, how do you push this without putting your team in too much jeopardy? That's the question.
So few legends that can actually find you a different way up there. Horizon being one, Pathfinder being another now, but here it comes. Shinbi's already put this out, and it means that Big Smashers get to take the fight up against the two-man squad of level 4 Gucci Purse and wipe the floor with them, along with Lane as well. I mean, LTB got a lot of competitive experience here. The thing, they don't have a ton of cover. Proficiency. Lane left wondering what the next move is going to do. Trying to push Marsh next nearly as well as the crafted Bolt that Marsh has. Up goes the Catalyst Wall. It forces out the Seer ult. And Wee Poutine are going for the end here. Take the swing on Molten Mania. And yet, he gets knocked. Pergix fighting back as Wee Poutine do trade in the 1-for-1. Frodon gets some good damage down with the R99. And it is enough. It is enough to push them out. The Bronze Bonobos have to drop down, have to take this 2v2 against the Milkers, and now a chance to drop down, to play this Wraith knockdown shield. They keep him down, and yet Bronze Bonobos have cover as well. 2 versus 1, and it should be their game. The Bronze Bonobos from second, now finally find first.
World's Edge.
World's Edge.
World's Edge. That's it. I'm a Wraith main. I love World's Edge. I love my buildings.
World's Edge.
World's Edge, of course. I'm a caustic main.
R301.
The flatline does so much damage. The hip fire is insane. Now it's 10 times better than the R301. Definitely the flatline.
R3.
Flatline.
R301 every day of the week.
Oh, 100% the card.
Volt.
That's tough.
Car.
Car.
I'm gonna have to go with the Volt. 3x on the 301, the Hemlock, or the Charge Rifle.
2x Bruiser.
2 times Bruiser.
2 times HCOG.
The 2 to 4 is insane. It used to be the 3 times, but now it's a 2 to 4.
I like the Assault class.
Assault.
Oh, Wraith. Oh, my baby girl, she got a buff, and the animations with her hands look so good. I was like, oh my god, they spoiled her. I was so happy.
I'd definitely say Controller is my favorite, mainly because I am a caustic main.
Probably the Controller. I'm more of a zone type player as well as an anchor, so Controller would be great for me.
Confidence in this push. Remembers who stands still. Takes so much damage there. Out goes the Thermite. Maybe doing a good bit of work as well. Nemesis is going to get shut down as well. And yet cannot connect. Bring it to Tar. Geriatrix empowered to push up. Lose 1, lose a second to that Thermite. Jim from HR showing up the kill feed. But Reverend, the last one standing as he goes down. And the Geriatrix take down Jump Dogs. Rounding the corner, Babaloo not able to answer back. Hip fire nerf really coming in big there. In between a rock and Jim from HR who is coming for you. The Geriatrix do lose 1. In comes the swing, and Arsenal finds a lot of damage. Taken down King from the low ground. Rexy dipping and dodging behind these crates, manages to survive. Reverend's gonna go on the flank, but overshoots just a little bit, gives up the high ground, gets punched in the mouth, and Rexy finds the 1v2 before.
Je vais faire des. Vas-y, craft, on va sur le crafter. La Valk, elle va son shield.
Est-ce que c'est pas notre truc? Non, c'est dans la banque.
Fini.
Non. He's trash. C'est moi. Là, ça craque là-bas.
Oui, occupe-toi-en. C'est pas qu'est-ce que
beaucoup de dégâts là-bas.
Crack, ils sont tous crack, push.
Vous avez ça. Let's go. Pas down là. Nice save. Oh my god.
The thing that I'm most concerned about for LPD right now is their rotation. It will take them through fragments. Showing off the new Wraith emote. Let's go.
Let's go.
Regarde, très devant moi, reste là. Down, éliminé. Reset, en haut. Val qui est down. Devant toi, Matt. Devant toi. Sur Matt, sur les deux sont sur Matt. Il a rushé ça. Il est crack.
Il est long. Bah, il est pas long, mais il sonne. Ils ont sorti,
Down deux. C'est fini, c'est fini. C'est moi.
Ah, je suis la zone, madame.
Vas-y, reste.
Reste. Je vais mon kill.
Reste-moi, stop time.
Yeah, boy.
First drop onto Cuba aimbot.
Good opening there. Some more good damage coming in here. Oh, the backslide. Getting a little spicy with it. Frantic.
This fight would be over. That off drop would already be pushing. They would already be CA ulting, and there would be nothing left for you to do. But Roller Crush are getting to play both sides of the fight, and in them go up against each other. That off drop goes down, and it's a matter for Roller Crush to just get to farm it up off of this portal. Veterans falls, and Roller Crush very well could be. Roller Crush having lost one yet again. It's Steve that's gone down, but again, it's going to be Apostle that clutches it up.
You're trying to find a little bit more to work with than just the wingman, but early on, is a wingman all you need? That's exactly your needs. He's going to shut one down. Just landing these shots left and right. Just, nope, this is the final player. They just shut him down, let him get a punch, and that's it.
No, one more.
Bro, you got to see what they did.
Bang on thing. Fight this guy. Left one. Got a knock over here. Got another knock on it. 140 off of Aaron. Got them all. Let's go. Get inside. On the roof. Last one.
Let's go. Best route in there.
One more.
Bro, you got to see what they did.
Scanning now. Drop one kill. No. Got him. Nice. You know that?
Nice. Oh my god.
My name is V Roses.
My name is Tay.
My name is Matt, otherwise known as Zilla.
Actually, my coworker who inspired me to get into Apex. Currently, I'm a competitive Apex player for the St. Clair Saints at St. Clair College. I played Apex casually since Season 7 for a couple seasons, and I peaked Masters twice, and I didn't really think about it until when I moved here and I found SEC.
What started me in my journey as a content creator was my competitive side. I used to play soccer, so you just get this rush, and you're like, oh, I want to be part of something bigger or like better. See where it could take me, you never know.
Probably about a year ago, I was just playing games for fun since I was 11 or 12, but back on console. When I got my computer, it just opened up a bunch of new possibilities, and I had a lot of friends throughout Winnipeg that were associated with like Lotus 8. They needed somebody to play Apex, and that was the game that I was spending most of my time on.
My advice to aspiring competitors would be to put yourself out there. I know us gamers were pretty introverted, but networking and showcasing your skills online really helps, especially when it comes to getting recognition and putting your name out there.
Honestly, just be yourself and being consistent. I feel like consistency is like one of the biggest things because people like seeing consistency. For competitors, muscle memory, like sometimes before I go to bed, I go in the firing range and I practice so I can keep the muscle memory of like the patterns of the guns, the recoil patterns.
My advice for aspiring competitors would be to follow your dreams. Anybody can do any of this pro player stuff. Anybody can be anyone they want to be. Practice a lot. Find a good group of people who are willing to do that with you and have mutual goals.
What's going on, guys? It's the Ma here.
I'm Cheesy Potato.
Yeah, I'm playing in the TELUS Invitational.
I've always really been a gamer, playing Halo, and then I eventually transitioned into Call of Duty, into Fortnite as Battle Royales became a little more popular. And then I eventually stepped into Apex Legends. The thought of becoming a content creator was just a mere dream that I had. My brother, Dr. Moz, pushed me out of my comfort zone to essentially start streaming, and that's when the grind for competitive Apex and chasing high Apex predator ranks began.
Started Apex at day zero, first day the game came out. And yeah, I worked hard then. I was playing on console at first and just playing pubs all the time with a couple buddies. The longer Apex went on, the more serious I got about it. I started putting in more hours, putting in more work, making more content, like falling in love with the game in general. The only advice that I would give is basically just grind and put in the hours. It's not easy. If it was easy, everybody would do it. Just find like a solid group of friends that have the same mindset as you and then just grind.
The biggest thing is putting yourself out there, whether that's chasing high ranks for content creation or to start scrimming and competing in tournaments at the highest levels, such as the Apex TELUS tournament.
Welcome back, everyone, and to some of you, a welcome for the first time as we are kicking off our TELUS Esports Series 2 Open Division Finals. My name is Dia, and I assume that you've already read the names at the bottom of the screen, but I'm joined by T-Squared and Fallout, two of the biggest names in Apex Legends to tackle the biggest tournament that Canada has ever seen. This is the last round. We just finished off the Advanced Division a few minutes ago. T-Squared, are you still reeling? How you feeling?
I'm feeling good, had a little bit of a break right there, but we're back. Got a chance to, replenish and get ready for these next set of games because, woo, those were some intense games in our Advanced Skills Division.
They certainly were, and we've got the champions of our Advanced Skills Division returning. Fallout, the BR Demons, are back, this time, albeit in a division that allows for any ceiling. Do you think they'll be the best again?
Undoubtedly, yes. I mean, I'm so excited for this competition here. For those that missed it, a historic performance from from Canada's best, the best Canadian players. Clearly, I didn't take enough replenishing like Tom did, but Canada's best 3 players in the country, arguably some of the best players in the world. The BR Demons dropped a 28 kill game. That was a 40-point first place finish win. Doubled their score. It was unbelievable. They ended with 125 plus points. I think they'll go back to back is my prediction. It's just hard to say anyone's going to beat them, DF.
I mean, it was an incredible day for them. This is the lobby that we'll be working with, as once again, we're returning to that match point format. The scores that you're seeing right now, next to, say, the Hosers, for example, are the scores from the Open Division accrued through the regular season, which was 4 weeks of 2 days of games, 3 games each. So lots of points for the Hosers. But they had lots of points in the Advanced Division, and yet we didn't see them hit those peaks. T-Squared, maybe they're just taking a little while. Maybe they're late bloomers in the finals.
I know Fallout's happy with a couple of things. Is we have some more meme names in here, okay? So
Yes.
I know as much as we wanted to be serious and talk strategy, let's give a shout out to Bagged Milk. Also, me and Fallout hold hands every time we cast together, so big fan of men holding hands.
I really like
my personal favorite, Dia. I gotta go with Wee Wee Poutine, as
Yes!
a man who enjoyed himself so much poutine, spending all types of time in Vancouver, British Columbia. I'm guessing the Wee Wee Poutine hailing from Montreal or Quebec, but nonetheless, I'm excited for Wee Wee Poutine. That's my favorite, Dia.
And I've got to give some love to our other Canadian meme, Bagged Milk, sitting in 7th place coming into today. I know we were talking about all these rosters a little while earlier, and they stand to win quite a bit. Remember, $50,000 in prizing are available for these teams to compete for, and it is the biggest tournament, as we said at the start, that Canada has ever seen, and it's got some of the best talent, specifically, actually, speaking of BR Demons, and then Bagged Milk as well. You were speaking of Kuzme earlier, Fallout.
Yeah, that's right. Kuzme is the winner of the Challenger Circuit #1. Just a couple of days ago, he took the dub alongside Blueberry and a great squad. They've competed so many times before. We didn't see them in the advanced finals, so I'm excited to see Kuzme, a top Challenger Circuit contender, which is, by the way, where Aiden and Reeds were a year and a half ago. So perhaps where they once were, Kuzme currently is, and where they now are, Kuzme will be. We'll see if he can do it, though, right here, right now, in the present, with a win over the BR Demon Pro team.
We certainly will. T-Squared, I mean, that journey through the collegiate tier 2 professional play, it takes a while, and it takes a lot out of somebody to be able to output performances that consistently move them up. We saw actually similar things from Zerbo and Canadian Demons as they make their own return, and now that we're jumping in, we're resetting back to World's Edge, where things do tend to be a whole lot calmer than on Stormpoint.
And I feel like if you were playing in the previous games, you're going to have a little bit of advantage going forward because you're going to be able to see exactly what pace is going to be played. And it's a fast pace because that's what BR Demons are going to be doing. They're landing over towards Lava Siphon. They're going to make the same routes. They're going to go to Tree. They're going to go to Lava City. They're going to force the action, force the fights consistently. But we do have more teams in this lobby, so that means more third parties. But it could also result into more kills for teams like BR Demons as well.
Ooh, I don't know which way that's going to go, honestly. I will say that last time we were on World's Edge, there were POIs that were just untouched, and watching a little bit more populace actually be there to contest is going to be really nice as we do jump into that first game as well. I wonder if anyone will take Big Mod away from the BR Demons, and if they'll be able to rotate over there nearly as easily as they were. Is there anything else we should be keeping our eyes on, Fallout, as we jump in? I know we've got some collegiate teams making their return. St. Mary's actually participating in the Open Division.
Yeah, it's their debut. We saw TMU, Toronto Metropolitan University, last series. Now SMU, St. Mary's University, collegiate team from Halifax, Nova Scotia. They'll be competing in this competition. But in my eyes, what I'm looking out for, yes, it's a more populated lobby. Last advanced series, we saw 16 or 15 teams. Now we'll see 20 teams. So my first thought was that's just more kills for the BR Demons to farm. But actually on the flip side of that, that's kills that maybe the Canadian Demons or LPM can pick up. I got my eyes on Bagged Milk as well. That's featuring Kazuyama, who, as we mentioned earlier, Kuzme's won the Challenger Circuit. I think they're going to be a contending team as well.
All right, well, let's find out. We've got no time to waste. We're jumping into our very first game on World's Edge in the Open Division. Let's take it away.
Thank you so much, Dia. That's right. I had to take a sip of my coffee to get energized and ready for this one. Ladies and gentlemen, Canada, it's game number 1 of the TELUS Esports Series 2. Open Skills Division Finals. I'm Fallout, joined alongside T-Squared as we load in to World's Edge to kick off the competition. Tom, how you feeling?
Feeling good. We have a lot of talented players inside of this lobby. Another team to look out for are going to be the Gamers. Looking for Costa, Frappa, V-Roses, Demo, a squad to definitely keep your eye on as we move forward. And, you know, the BR Demons, definitely a team that we had our eyes on. I want to see if they are able to continue with that energy that they just had, because it is not easy to go and do. Meanwhile, I feel like the Canadian Demons are a little bit underwhelmed at the fact that they weren't able to get to that 50 points and stand a chance to go and win on match point format. So they're going to be playing with a chip on their shoulder.
That's a great point. I'm excited to see how they'll bounce back after starting so strong last time around, but not necessarily able to end how they wanted to. The Canadian Demons dropping Skyhook. We're jumping on board with them right now. Trials, loot, and Skyhook means they're going to walk home with at least some gold and purple items. When you complete the trials, feeding all of these prowlers, you get rewarded. And for those that are tuning in, perhaps on Optic TV, welcome. Thank you for watching here. Thank you so much for tuning in and supporting Apex Legends and esports on TV. Traditional kind of TV networks is what you love to see. I'm not sure if there's a whole lot of esports that's able to be displayed, but I'll tell you right now, Apex is the absolute best form for TV. We saw it on ESPN years ago. It's good to see it making its return to TV. If you are watching Apex for the first time, 60 players or 20 teams of 3 will drop onto a map. They're going to get as much loot as possible, and the zone is going to shrink, forcing the fight. Last remaining team gets 12 points. You get 1 point per kill, and your goal is to reach 50 points total to unlock match point. Once you get to match point, if you win the subsequent game, you will be crowned the champion. So we will be here as long as it takes to get to that champion spot. There's no 6 games and done like other battle royale titles like Fortnite, PUBG, and others.
And there's a lot of information to digest on your screen. We could start with the top left, which is your mini map, and also when the round is going to be closing. There are a total of 6 rounds that are going to be closing in, which forces the players to kind of leave these spots out in the open and get closer and closer to one another, so the brawls continue to happen and the pace continues to pick up throughout. On the bottom left, those are your player names. You're also going to see their shields. Directly below that is their health bar. The health bar is 100. Each shield quadrant that you're seeing is 25. You can see the healing that they have on the bottom left and their abilities. So we're watching Caustic right now on Cheesy Potato. He's a very, very talented player. He has 3 barrels that he can lay down, and he's a controller legend that controls inside of buildings. There you have the ultimate that just popped up from Valkyrie, her ultimate, and you're going to see this very often, is when people take on over towards the sky and then fly with your teammates to go and try to land in an area that is a little bit safer. The weapons are in your bottom right. You can carry 2 weapons. 1 legend can carry 3. And then your kill feed, that's up over towards the top right. When you see players get knocked and eliminated, that's where that will be. The squads and the amount of players are in the top right as well. And then that's next to that is the crafting materials. If you have an opportunity to get towards a replicator, or if you have a replicator towards your POI, you can craft up your shields, extra weapons, extra ammo, extra resources like your batteries and your shields, and you're almost on your way to being a pro now that you know all that.
Pretty much. These are your tips for how to frag like a pro with Tom T-Squared Taylor. If you didn't see the G4 TV segment 12 years ago, here we are now. Big shout out to T-Squared, a legend in the esports scene. So awesome to be casting alongside you for years in Apex Legends now, man. But if you guys played Halo back in the day, Halo 2, Halo 3, Tom was a pro player for Straight Rip and was on MLG's, was on the MLG Pro Circuit, and then also on MTV's Real Life I'm a Pro Gamer, where they made you look like a giant nerd, to be honest with you. They did you dirty.
They did me dirty. You know, reality TV is not real. Let's just get that straight. Exactly. All right, that thing was edited more than, you know, Keeping Up with the Kardashians or Road Rule, Real World, whatever these shows are nowadays. I know that you're into the whole love shows, Fallout.
Whoa, my girlfriend forces me to watch them.
Love is Blind, etc., etc.
Literally, my girlfriend was watching Love is Blind upstairs during my 15-minute break. I may have sneaked a peek, 1 or 2. But no, jokes aside here, thanks again, everybody, for watching us from Optic TV. And, of course, everyone on the Twitch stream as well online. Apex community coming through to support. Match Point Finals Apex, the best Canadian tier Apex we will ever and have ever seen. This is history right now. We have a chance to prove who the best of the best in Canada are. We've been saying it for a while. Here's the big fight going down in Fragment East.
Oof, big shots right there coming in from Kuzma. You can also see a very well-placed barrel from Cheesy Potato as soon as that enemy player was about to clamber in. That's enough damage for them to send it. You can see the angle being taken on over from the window. Two players are going to infiltrate over towards the second floor. An enemy caustic barrel is going to stop them from going all the way in on the first floor. Crust also in the kill feed, picking up a knock from the team that won in our previous advanced skills division. They're here in our open skills division as well, but unfortunately for them, they can't push on the bagged milk side because of that caustic barrel that was on the bottom floor. So all that damage ends up being negated by some great positioning by the enemy team, and they're just going to have to reset.
And 2 caustics already, more than we saw anywhere else. Meanwhile, take a look at the kill feed. It looks like it's going to be the BR Demons, the absolute predators of this lobby, take on SMU, St. Mary's University. A lot more caustic, though. They must have been watching, and they heard our advice, Tom. We said run caustic to slow down the BR Demons. Well, now we got 2 caustic teams. Meanwhile, the Big Smashers, who competed in the last advanced skills competition, they're back again. Fat Deeps, Plu, and Noxious finding an opportunity to try and third party.
And you saw Mad Maggie's shields were cracked. That is the Mad Maggie that was on your screen, and one of my favorite legends to go play hyper aggressive with, and knocks ice with the shots. Oh my goodness, the R301 without the mag. Just imagine if he had a couple extra bullets, what he was going to be able to do with that one. And you can see 191 damage right off of the rip. So impressive start here for Big Smashers, but they're going to need to take that damage and turn that into kills here soon. Problem is here, Fallout, they're in a situation where unless Plu can get a good portal down, there's no way you could play aggressive here with that many teams coexisting.
That's right. It looks like we might have, I was going to say a fragment finish, but as I say that, the round or zone closes, and it's not going to be a fragment finish. It's going to pull a little bit further south. So we'll try and get an overhead or picture-in-picture of that big map so you guys can see exactly where the zone is going to be pulling as the zone shrinks, and a Valkyrie ultimate comes to fruition here. As the ultimate ability of Valkyrie, this character gives them a chance to do exactly this. You take to the skies, and you have a chance to rotate across the map. As we take a look at this picture-in-picture here, it's going to be they're going to try and hold this choke point. This is a great rotate.
It is. This choke point is going to provide a lot of cover, but also a lot of kill opportunities. A lot of times when you see this choke being held, teams are going to try to rotate up the hill, and that's where you get a lot of kills. But sometimes people have to rotate out of fragment on over towards the lava siphon area, and based on where this zone is going to be pulling, it's definitely going to be the POI that everyone's going to be making their way for, is this no-name area between Lava Siphon and Geysers. So they get into a good spot here, and they have Caustic, which is, again, a legend that you want to have in these type of situations where you're trying to lock down buildings. Catalyst has become very popular, but one legend that, again, we have not really seen at all, if any, in this lobby and in the previous lobby, was Gibraltar. And Gibraltar was a very high pick rate with Valkyrie and Caustic during our championships that happened in Raleigh, North Carolina, which was a 49% pick rate.
Yep, that's been so interesting. Perhaps the biggest fall of meta, and you know, the meta is basically the flavor of the month. What are people playing? What's popular right now? In meta analysis of the game, well, it's not Gibraltar anymore. And actually, I want to take a moment to also pause and give love to V Roses, our only female competitor of this competition. Shout out to V Roses. She plays in the Celestial Cup. And an industry that for some reason is dominated by men, but really shouldn't be, because if you think about esports and gaming, it's mind over muscle. There's no advantage or physical advantage that men have, but yet all of ALGS on the main stage is 100% male. So we have to change that. We need to do a lot more, because it says it's a societal and a cultural issue to make it more known that we have women like V Roses holding it down, competing, like TSM Girl, Janie, also from Canada, girls from Prince Edward Island. Janie's from Toronto or Ontario, I believe, Ottawa, that area. And they're both holding down as top players in the world as well, but V-Rose is the only one playing in this competition.
If you have an opportunity to watch some of the female-only tournaments, you'll be so happy to listen to the communication that these girls bring to the table. They're so passionate. I've seen just as much, if not more, intensity from watching the female tournaments as, you know, the tournaments that are open for anybody. But when you get these girls together, my favorite person that I've been playing with, I want to give a shout out to Skylar, Samurai Sky. Me and her have played a lot of Apex together over the last couple months. There are so many talented females out there. Big shout out to all our female competitors. Here's the Hosers stuck inside Fragment, and even though the zone isn't over here, Fallout, somehow half the lobby's here.
Yeah, that's right. Fragment East tends to be the very congested place. We're in rush hour time, which is right now in Apex, to keep the metaphor alive. Everyone tries to cram their way through. So right now, it's the Fragment East fight of 3-4 teams all within the vicinity. And he's going to turn, find one, gets a little bit of damage, but gets poked back. He's going to have to reset. The Pathfinder ultimate is dropped. The zipline is there, but he says, I want to fight. I don't want to run away. Drops the black hole to buy him some time.
Yeah, black hole is so big for locking down doors and areas. So can the grav lift as we jump on over towards where the zone is going to potentially be ending, and that's that no-name area. So much action going on. It's a great job from our observers, but you can also see the difference that happens when we have 20 teams in the lobby compared to 15. We've already seen 4 teams eliminated, and we're still seeing more aggression coming through with a 3-team fight that's happening with Proficiency and Aiden. Their squads are going at it, but there's a 3rd team introduced, and then Hosers have to slow play this one with the zone closing here very shortly as well. That choke area that we originally saw Cheesy Potato and his squad fly at is going to present a lot of kill opportunities. Everyone's stuck on this fragment area.
Yeah, meanwhile, the kill feed's being lit up right now. You see GE Aiden take out LPB. That's one of our top teams in this competition. Proficiency placed 6th in the Challenger circuit just a couple days ago. For now, the BR Demons, the pro team, the only pro team in this lobby, are going to take them out. Meanwhile, Loud also eliminated. So that's a big, big drop for Loud. Nadir, an accountant, also a Twitch streamer. That's the crossover none of us expected or wanted. No, I'm just kidding. Shout out to Nadir.
It's just mathematically, you know, putting all of the stats together to make sure that if it's a good push or not. It's just like, I don't know if this is going to have a positive impact on our push on our team here. So BR Demons now taking on over towards the high ground. They are in position to gatekeep a lot of different teams. Flatline Bojack, very interesting combo coming in from Cross. Even though his shields are broke, he's not slowing down Fallout. He's continuing to add pressure to the Hosers, which now have lost out onto Frantic, and eventually you will have to rotate if you're BR Demons.
I mean, well, Aiden, one of the top catalysts in the game, in my opinion. He's been one of the first players to really popularize the character. They find themselves eliminated. The bronze bonobos get taken out to the hands of BR Demons, and we called it a hit list in the last series. Well, guess what? It's the hit list. The running rampage continues here, as it looks like the BR Demons are not done yet. They won the last series in 5 games. They're trying to do it in 4 this time. They're trying to break their own record.
Really like that play from Marsh. Once he takes a lot of damage on the zip line, he realizes he cannot continue to go on that zip line. He has to back down, heal, re-jump on that thing a little bit later. Like the non-challenge coming in from Reeds as well. As you can see what happens when the Bocheck bow connects. Back-to-back 96 headshots. John now to 1 HP, and that's more than enough for them to go and push onto this one. Does get the battery off, but still needs to hit that med kit. With 15 seconds left for round number 3 to close, this is where things are going to get very interesting.
Stuck on a bench. All he has to his name right now. And the reason he got taken out right there is because his name is spelled wrong. The H is unnecessary. Why just overcomplicate things? It's not Jahan, it's John. And as someone who spells his name Jon, I will say that and fight that argument for forever. No, I'm just kidding. Shout out to John, Pyra, and Hexley on board of them right now. Pew pew, reheal, back to full. Imagine H and Tom, T-O-H-M. It makes no sense.
Yeah, fortunately, there's only one way to spell Tom, but you know, you have Tom or Thomas. You know, were you a Jonathan? I think you were a full Jonathan.
I wasn't. I'm just a John.
Just a John?
Weird. Yeah, my mom wanted me to be unique, but not name me
sounds like
Jonathan.
they got lazy.
You name me John, and you wanted me to be unique? Makes no sense. The most common name in the world.
Hey, it's better than having to write down all of your full name. Okay, so we'll take that one. As you can see, John is alive and well right now inside of the game, and he's doing a pretty good job of putting down some cover fire for his teammates. But it's going to be some pressure coming in from Zerbo and the rest of the squad from Canadian Demons. Hexley has 3 kills and 1 assist, so Pew Pew has been doing a great job. And John, what do you think about John's gameplay?
Not great, just as bad as the way he spells his name. No, I'm just kidding. Shout out to John. That's a complete joke, John. We love you. Wish you the best here in this 2 versus 3. You need it. You and Hexley need to go massive right now. Zerbo right above. Nice job from Hexley. Gonna try and counter, but he gets taken out by a grenade right after. John all up to him. Last alive. Can he be the hero? No, he gets shut down to the hands of Woodland Chunk, Zerbo, and Decoy, the Canadian Demons, trying to be just as demon-like in this lobby as their counterparts, the BR Demons.
Surprisingly, they have 1,000 damage with only 3 kills. Those were their only 3 kills, so they've been waiting for that opportunity. But this is the choke point that we saw a little bit earlier. If you don't make your way down to no name, only one team's going to make it out of that choke. And who's the team that's sitting there? It's the BR Demons. They're going to be gatekeeping teams directly behind them. They have to make their play down below eventually. V Roses with a great portal down to the bottom floor, but look at the amount of focus that is going down. Costa, Demo, they're down. Reeds and Aiden picking up those kills, and I believe V Roses is the only player left on her team.
Yeah, Lat left to a solo here. The Big Smashers alive and well. This is a team I expected to do pretty well in the advanced finals, and maybe did not live to their expectations for themselves, but they're this time looking much better. I'm liking what I'm seeing from that. Meanwhile, we got to jump on board with the predators of this lobby. It's BR Demons in a fight against the Canadian Demons, Tom.
This is such an important fight. Our teams that were in first and second place, respectively, in our advanced skill divisions here trying to fight it out in this choke, and you can see why this choke is so important because it is in the next zone, and with all of that action happening over towards No Name, whoever comes out of this is going to have some huge kill potential.
That's right, charge rifle versus bow check bow. Two long-range sniper/marksman rifles in the hands of the top two teams from advanced. Meanwhile, Konoha Team 7 gets eliminated. The top right of your screen, keep an eye on the kill feed, keep an eye on the zone where it's going to continue to pull. Right now, BR Demons are in the zone, Canadian Demons are not.
There's a rat. Panda over towards the side is going to be a huge nuisance, and Reeds is going to flank over that, thinking that that's part of the three-man team directly in front of him, but it's all up to Zerbo here. He has the black hole if he wants to go and use it, has the grab lift, needs to somehow separate these players, and that's what he's doing with the Arc Stars. This is a huge fight already in game number 1 to see who's going to pick up a majority of these points. A lot of points on the board here for BR Demons. There goes the black hole. Reed's still separated from his team. A lot of damage coming in from the zone. It's get answered right back. Zerbo gets down from Crust. Crust now the last player alive. It's a 2-on-1. Knockdown shields being used. Woodland Chunk gets taken down from Crust. He's not done yet. The knockdown shield allows for the battery to go off, but here comes a flank coming in from Decoy. He has to reload. He has the bolt. He even shoots out a decoy of his own, but you're going up against one of the best players in Canada, and he does it. What a fight. BR Demons. Crust putting in work.
Are you kidding me? Crust with the 1 versus 2 to keep them alive, showing why they are the best 3 in Canada. That was disgusting. Uses the knockdown shield to perfection, gets the shield battery off to get all of his shield back, and then wins the 1 versus 1 that he had no business winning. He was so depleted in health, had the complete disadvantage in that fight, yet still clutched up. Crust is showing why he's the most experienced Canadian player in the history of Apex. From Sentinels to the BR Demons now. Wow, what a performance.
He's doing that with the bow check secondary. You can't really use that close range though, so you have to really rely on the flat line. Decoy was playing that phenomenally, but Crust has so much experience. Like you said, probably the most experienced person that we have in Canadian Apex. Sentinel's one of the original OG dominant teams that Apex has ever seen in North America, and he showed why right there. Dropping down, getting that 2v1, figuring out how to maximize the knockdown shields. The hardest part is right here. I mean, yeah, they fought their way out of there, but sliding down this hill typically is a death sentence.
Wee Poutine. Team I've been most excited to watch play, based on team name alone. Their team name is Wee Poutine. This is amazing. I haven't seen many French Canadians participating in this tournament yet. They might be the first on board with Cobra, Frodon, and Purgix on Twitch, by the way. Make sure to check him out. Support Canadian Apex scene on Twitch. A couple Catalyst ults are going to come through. 6 squads remain. Bagged Milk and Wee Poutine are 2 of them. They're going to be frying a full squad. They get the white D4L eliminated from the lobby. There's 5 squads left. He turns, immediately burns another one.
Bagged Milk looking solid so far. The shots from Kuzme are just completely on point. 2 players inside of the bathroom. Mad Maggie Ball goes down. Suns Kuzme temporarily is so much visual clutter on the screen between the Mad Maggies, the Caustics inside as well. You can see the Riot Drill putting in work. Cheesy Potato doesn't care though. He's in there like swimwear, and he doesn't care if you need a bathroom break. It's Big Smashers going down in 5th place. They are inside of the zone safely for the next 40 seconds. Time to heal, time to reset. The shots, the aggression from Kuzme was just so darn good.
Bagged Milk showing what they're capable of and why we predicted them to be a top performing team here. BR Demons, Reeds is going to go spots 1. I gotta say, from what I've seen from Reeds today, he's one of the best kind of entry fraggers, intel gatherers, and Valkyries I've had a chance to watch. He's playing so incredibly well in that role for his team. Men holding hands here alive. They are literally holding hands, all 3 of them.
Staying true to their name. You love to go and see
right.
Wee Poutine. Hey, sounds pretty delicious right now. I'm not gonna lie, and they wouldn't wouldn't mind some bagged milk right after that. So I appreciate you guys keeping us hungry and on point. As Poutine finds themselves now in a very tough spot. All of a sudden, the counterless wall goes down. You got a PK in your face. The R9 shots do look good from Frodan, and he does get one knock, but you have multiple fights taking place as this is happening. There's Aiden with the wingman. The armor swaps come through. BR Demons in a 2-on-3. It's a 3-on-3 to potentially win the game. You also have a wall still up from both sides. So men holding hands versus the BR Demons for game number 1.
That's it. Is there a Seer ultimate to go down? Maybe. Here comes the wide right push. Reed said, slow this down, reset. Let's play our angles. And look at that, how it's working so well for them. The wide angles, the push comes through. The BR Demons are going to continue right where they left off with a champion victory in game number 1. 12 kills, by the way, for Aiden, I believe. Maybe it was Crust. Nonetheless, a perfect game number 1 from Canada's finest. It's the BR Demons.
That is 4 games in a row that they have win. Actually, make that 4 out of 5 games that they have won dating back to the Advanced Skills Division. Ridiculous gameplay coming out from everybody on this team. But Crust, you have to give him credit. The way that he ended that fight right there, but also winning the fight against the Canadian Demons, put them in that position to begin with.
That's right. It was huge. The 1v2 from Crust against a top team, and they find a way to survive. 26 kills for them, almost tying their 28 kill game that they got in a lobby of 45 players. This time with 60 players, they're able to get 26. That's going to be a 38-point game. Tom, they can get to match point in 2 games here, and they very well may.
That's a record. I want to see if Dia has his hand on his face again like he did previously, because what is going on? The BR Demons are just they're going nuts.
I was real close. I was real close. So watching that end game fight, I mean, the way that BR Demons play Apex Legends, it's literally like they're playing a different game sometimes, because I think it was you, Fallout, that called it out on the cast, but coming down from that choke point is extraordinarily risky.
Yeah, no, I completely agreed. It was really risky to take that fight with the way that they did. They put themselves in a pretty tough spot. Reeds, you could tell, was the person that the Canadian Demons wanted to ISO, which is why they full sent on Reeds. They got the knock on him. They're able to then get the knock on Aiden, leaving Crust in a 1v2. That was really scary. Having to leave Crust in that situation to clutch up like that, for them to then get the win, very risky, but the risk paid off. They ended up getting those 3 kill points and winning the game overall, all on the heels of the Crust 1v2 clutch. That was one of the best clutches I've seen so far in the finals today.
Super impressive, and a great finish. You were calling out Reeds as well. Aiden had his time to shine, and even taking over Bagged Milk in the building, who had it Caustic. It just seemed like they were on a rampage, and even the cinematic Zerbo up in the sky could not stop them. Now, the nice thing is, again, $50,000 in prizes over all the TELUS Esports Series. You've got yourself, as BR Demons, in a nice first-place position to take the lion's share of what we have in our open division. However, the rest of it is still up for grabs, as all these positions are prized. It's just a matter of by how much. So we got Game 2 coming up soon. See what these players can do to get themselves perhaps a little bit more prizing on the day than they've found after game number 1. We'll be 5 minutes, and then right back for game number 2.
World's Edge.
World's Edge.
World's Edge. That's it. I'm a Wraith main. I love World's Edge. I love my buildings.
World's Edge.
World's Edge, of course. I'm a Caustic main.
R301.
The flatline does so much damage. The hip fire is insane. Now it's 10 times better than the R301. Definitely the flatline.
R3.
Flatline.
R301 every day of the week.
Oh, 100% the card.
Volt.
That's tough.
Car.
Car.
I'm gonna have to go with the Volt. 3x on the 301, the Hemlock, or the Charge Rifle.
2x Bruiser.
2 times Bruiser.
2 times HCOG.
The 2 to 4 is insane. It used to be the 3 times, but now it's a 2 to 4.
I like the Assault class.
Assault.
Oh, Wraith. Oh, my baby girl, she got a buff, and the animations with her hands look so good. I was like, oh my god, they spoiled her. I was so happy.
I'd definitely say Controller is my favorite, mainly because I am a Caustic main.
Probably the controller. I'm more of a zone type player as well as an anchor, so the controller would be great for me.
Bang, Octane. Fight this guy. Left one. Got a knock over here. Got another knock on it. 140 off him, Aaron. Got them all. Let's go. Get inside. On the roof. Last one. Yep.
Let's go. Best route in there.
One more. Scanning now. Drop on the Got him. Nice.
Nice! Oh my god!
TELUS Esports Series 2 continues. I'm still Dia, I've still got T-Squared, I've still got Fallout, and we're still on World's Edge, but things, well, they've gotten a little more complicated for all our teams in the Open Division. Let's take a look at the leaderboards and see how far ahead of the pack BR Demons are, and Fallout, who is closest to them.
I just choked a little bit on my water here. 38 points. BR Demons with a 38-point game. They are 12 points away from a match point, 50 points unlocked, which means all they would need is one more game to win, and they could close this out in 3. But Bagged Milk, though, really, really impressive. We called them out as kind of a dark horse team with 17 right behind them. Really, really impressive for them. Tom, what's standing out to you?
You know, I thought there was going to be a bigger discrepancy from the BR Demons and the rest of this lobby. I mean, 38 points, it's a ton. But 17 and 13 for second and third place is still really solid. Even Canadian Demons being in fourth place is really solid as well. So big shout out to BR Demons. This is what you anticipated, though, after seeing them in the advanced skills division, for them to take over this open skills division. Again, you can only hope to contain them. You're not going to stop them.
You know, we were wondering if a team like, say, the Hosers, I was going, oh, maybe they're late bloomers. BR Demons are steamrollers. Once they get going, the accrued momentum is just making them more and more deadly. And looking down the leaderboard, even at a team in 15th place, Wee Wee Poutine, they actually had a pretty decent game, found some solid fights, found themselves in a really nice position during Zone 4, and yet, with their 5 points, still need so much more to catch up towards these top 5 spots in the leaderboard. Now, they will have the opportunity to do so. However, we're going to be returning to World's Edge again, and we've now seen all the faces of World's Edge. We've got northern zones, we've gotten southern zones, we've gotten central zones. The only thing we haven't had is like a geyser zone, and T-Squared, the chances that we get anything like that are so ludicrous. So I think it's back to what we said earlier. It's not time to take down BR Demons, it's time to avoid them.
It is, yeah. The only thing that's going to stop them is if they get to match point format and they start to tighten up a little bit. But if they keep their play style going, if they stay aggressive, I really don't feel like anyone's going to be able to catch them. But I'm really impressed with the rest of this lobby. We can talk about BR Demons because they've been dominating for, you know, game after game, but there's still a lot of talent out there, and we can't get too overexcited about just one game. BR Demons is going to have to keep on improving and keep impressing us with their play style.
I have to agree, this is the best that Canada has to offer when it comes to Apex Legends. So to see even more of that, I'm going to let you guys take it away for game number 2.
Thank you so much, Dia. Our residential Canadian host with the most Fallout here alongside T-Squared. I lived in Canada for a year. Tom, you ever been to Canada before? MLG Toronto.
I did, yeah. Won MLG Toronto back in, 2008?
You said sneaking that you won it, too. Nice.
Yeah, of course I had to. If I got second, I wouldn't have said anything. But, you know, I also, when I was, you know, dating back in my day, I had a girlfriend that lived in Montreal, studied abroad, and I would drive from Syracuse, where I was from, on up or back and forth, go past Niagara Falls. That whole drive is absolutely beautiful. Big shout out to everybody that has competed, played video games in Canada, and has also made the trip down to the States as well to go and compete. It's awesome to see what TELUS has been able to do. All of our partners, the DSA group, putting everything together. It's been an absolute blast so far, and I've loved learning about some of these new players.
Yeah, that's right. You and I both. You know, so these players like V Rose is, again, the only woman to be competing in this competition. Big shout out to her. We're watching Milkers, Cool Starburst, Darth Shinto, and Pig Lord. So I love that we're taking a look here. Quick whip around some of the newer teams we haven't had a chance to talk too much about in this competition. But again, this is the open skills competition. So for those that are just tuning in, there were 4 different divisions. There was beginners, intermediate, and advanced. So no matter what your skill level was, you had a division to play against people of your equal skill, which is really important, right? It's no fun for anybody. The Predator level player or the Diamond or Masters level player or the Bronze player, if you're mismatched in skills. But the fact that you can experience late game competitive Apex Esports, which is really the most beautiful way that it's played against people of your skill, is awesome. But then the open skills competition, which is this, is everyone, every single person of every skill division. If you want to join and compete against the best of the best, you can. Shout out to TELUS. The way that they put this event together was perfect. It actually inspired me, the Apex Rising initiative that we recently launched. We have the charity program coming up, Tom, here soon. By the way, if you want to play in that or cast in that, let me know sooner than later. This is what inspired it. This format, it was Canadian only, and obviously because of TELUS, but this format is really what's missing, and what's needed in Apex right now is giving everyone a chance to compete, experience late game Apex of people of their skill level. TELUS really got it right.
Count me in on the casting. I'm definitely going to be there. But yes, I definitely love what we have seen so far from everybody. But Tangy says, you know what? There's no crafting here. You get nothing of the sort. Wow. Immediate 0 to 100 real quick. And I love that comedy is full sending across the bridge to say, you know what? Sorry, buddy. We're out of here.
Sorry, Nadir. Listen, go back to accounting because, you know, right now we're playing as a team of 2. Nadir is going to get taken out here. First in, last out. Sorry, last in, first out of the competition is Nadir as he gets eliminated while crafting. Tangy, AC, well played. You always want to bait the crafter or the replicator because you're standing still while using it, so it's really a free kill. If you could sneak up on somebody like a sneaky beaver and get that quick elimination.
And nothing's more frustrating when you're playing and you are trying to upgrade your armor and then all of a sudden, boom, you get taken down. But that's how the timing is sometimes, and It's a little unfortunate, but maybe they'll be able to get that banner and get him back into the game and all will be well. But Aiden has been popping off with this wingman. Fat Deeps also has the charge rifle inside of your kill feed at the top right. You can find out all the action that is not going on your screen. But we also have multiple fights taking place with a Nemesis too. So when we're looking at Bronze Bonobos, they're making the rotation coming in from a pretty tough spot to typically rotate out of. But right now it seems to be A-okay. It seems to be free. And they're going to be able to get out of dodge.
Right. Dumbo's working their way through. Shout out to Dumbo. The elephant, by the way. They're not calling themselves dumb. They just really love the elephant. Dumbo with the big ears. Shout out to Tangy, Dojo, and Sales. That was a pretty 500 IQ play for the Dumbos right there to get the crafting easy kill. They get 1 kill point to their name. If those, again, are new to maybe watching competitive Apex, welcome. It is a roller coaster. It's so much fun to watch. Each kill is worth 1 point. Okay, so if you get 10 kills, you get 10 points. Well, on top of that, placements will get you points. First place is 12 points. Second place is 9 points. Third is 7. And going all the way down to 16th place, which gets you 1 point. So you want to get a combination of kills and high placement to earn as many points as possible. Once you get to 50 points after 3, 4, 5 games, you unlock what's called match point, which means if you win any subsequent game, you win the competition. First to 50 points is the first to unlock it, but you got to win after that.
It's always nice when multiple teams are on match point and it's more and more intense. But I love what you brought up earlier, our advanced skills division. Oh, big shots there from Anthony, but he has to back down because he's just playing as a solo. And they're going to be able to finish him off. More kills going on.
He backed down already, right down to the graveyard. He really backed down all the way down to the graveyard right there. Anthony getting taken out. Unfortunate situation for him. He obviously did what he can. Good beams, like you said, but the Valkyrie Q was just too slow, and BR Demon's not going to miss any shots there. They end up taking him out.
There are also multiple fights taking place. This is a lot of action. I mean, not a lot of full squads are being wiped, but a lot of knocks are taking place, and I'm not seeing full finishes quite yet. So a couple of charge rifles inside of the lobby. Costa ends up getting dropped by Piglord, and that's going to be Gamers getting eliminated. One of our teams that we thought for sure would be pretty high up in the leaderboard after 2 games, unfortunately not having their best 2 games. Looking forward to bouncing back in game number 3. Now, Mirage Voyage going on over towards what I like to call the Hot Springs area. This is a potential third party coming in for the Dumbos.
Right. Third to the party is the best to the party. Late to the party, even better sometimes. Lane gonna get beamed. All his shields gone. Blink says, I'm out of here. I don't want anything to do with this. Runs to high ground, and now that entire team is going to be separated. LPB, all solos right now. Individual letters, if you will.
I like the play from Sales to shoot the missile swarm up on over towards the door just in case that player was going to go and elect to come back around. But this is a 2-on-2-on-3 situation that LPB is not interested in getting along. You can see that passive from Blinkers really paying dividends. He's even hitting it with the little buddy hop all the way underneath the building. BR Demons getting eliminated, actually. That's going to be them going out in 16th place. The lobby can breathe, finally.
That is a sigh of relief. A joint, exasperated sigh. Thank goodness we don't have to deal with the 3 pro players in this lobby. In the open skills division, keep in mind, it's fair, right? Because it's the advanced skills division, this is the open skills division. They weren't farming the beginner or the intermediate. It was the best of the best in Canada, and we wanted to see who the best were. And we wanted to see maybe there's someone in Canada that we don't know about that can shut them down. And guess what? There's a chance here, Tom. I mean, with them eliminated right now, they're not going to be on match point. Someone else can match them at 38, 39, or 40 points.
All of a sudden, everybody starts moving around with a little bit more pep in their step once they realize they're not fighting up against the BR Demons. It's crazy what that can do for your mental. Nice arc star on the door to knock down that fortified wall. That Catalyst had already set up. The spikes take a little bit extra shots to get through as well. There goes the wall. So every type of utility being used as Pew Pew goes out in 15th place. Decoy gets a knock onto glass on Coaster. And it's so tough to deal with Catalyst. All of that utility that Dumbos wants to get through, they have to back down and wait for the potential third party. Need to check on over towards Mirage as well, but every single door is going to be covered.
Well, this cat wall is going to disappear here soon, so they might be able to work their way through there. Notice, for those that are wondering why, what is this weird wall that's covering this entrance? That's the ultimate ability of Catalyst, which if you walk through it, you get stunned, snared, you're disarrayed, all of the above. Now it's going to be gone, so that door is now open. They can push through there if they want to, but that bought enough time for them to heal back up.
And it bought enough time for more teams to push up. You could see proficiency in his squad up on over towards Mirage. And you don't know if anyone else is going to come from that thermal station choke too. So playing it safe, better than playing it sorry here for Team Dumbos. I love the way that they were, going about the thought process. Just unfortunate now they may have a third-party opportunity of their own. I don't think those two players were on the team on Mirage.
Interesting. Quite a few teams nearby. Means everyone's predicting a Mirage Voyage or Mirage à Trois finish is what they call it here in this one. My French is terrible. Please, people from Montreal, don't judge me. On board right now, I'm a Spanish and Greek speaker. On board right now with Tangy, right below Mirage Voyage, and quite a few teams. It's quite the party. You take French in high school?
I actually took sign language in German.
What?
Yep.
You could take sign language in high school?
I did, yeah. I already knew a little bit of sign language going forward, so I took that and I took some German, and I feel like I remember way more of the sign language than I do the German.
I don't blame you for that one bit. Good shots right there for Tangy on Cool Starburst. He gets taken out, knocked for now. Will he get res? No, it looks like Dojo's going to want to come for the final kill. He's just going to try and get some intel for his team. He has to be careful chasing this kill right now.
Definitely, and we don't know exactly where the zone's going to be, but we're just kind of predicting based on where everybody else has been postured that this is where it's most likely going to go towards. As you can see, Dumbo is getting knocked. Here comes the push from the team that came out of Thermal Station, and this is what we were worried about for the Dumbos, John. And now they're going to be, stuck here with a one-man circus for sales.
Yeah, Marsh, Frantic, and Vander. The Hosiers are the ones that are going to do a great job punishing the aggression of the Dumbos here. The third party comes through. This is the Hosiers we're used to seeing. They're the #1 seeds for both the advanced and the open skills division. And now that the BR Demons are not in this lobby, I think they're going to light it up here, Tom.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And the confidence is going to be skyrocketing again once you know that you're not going to be going up against one of these teams that's been dominating the entire time. But I'm really a big fan of how Sales is playing this one. Very patient, waiting for the shots to go and land. You also are getting extra information from Tangy, who's on the ground, but that's a full 3-person squad inside of the building as Milkers gets eliminated.
Sales last alive for this team. Woodland Chunk get a pick on Cobra. That's Wee Wee Poutine getting taken out. One member at least with the long-range snipe. Frantic finally going to eliminate Tangy, and it's all up to Sales.
Curious what's happening on the rest of the map as the zone does move around. Men Holding Hands is the squad that's over towards the side of Sales, trying to stop those respawn banners from being picked up. And holy cow, that's a lot of cells being shared there from Snow Scar. Keep in mind, Men Holding Hands, John, they were in a pretty decent position. I believe they were top 3 after game number 1.
I wanted to start busting out in song. It's raining men. It's actually raining shield cells for Men Holding Hands right now. Sales and Dojo and Tangy could have eliminated that team, but the Catalyst ultimate inside the building, that was a clutch play from Verjons. Bought them time, kept them alive, and that's what I always say. People are like, don't waste your Catalyst ult. Waste it. If you don't lose it, if you don't use it, you're gonna lose it. It's my mentality. Make sure you use your abilities, use your weapons, use everything you have to save your life. Exactly what we saw right there. Now Sales, perhaps the calm before the storm for him and his trek, his voyage. Last alive for his team, and you got to think it might be bleak for his future. Here comes the push from the Hosiers, though.
Vander coming in from the skies. This is zone number 2 damage, so it's not going to completely destroy your shields overall, your health meds overall, as Hosiers does have to think about their rotation too. You cannot get too preoccupied with the teams inside the zone without focusing on where your rotation is going to be. Zerbo with the pop-off. He's got the battery, goes over the wall at the perfect time. The door gets knocked down, so he's going to be able to entry frag inside of there as well. And this is Zerbo at his best. His R9 is absolutely ridiculous, in your face. Definitely one of the best players that we have in Canada, especially on Horizon, and he's showing why.
You took the words out of my mouth. Zerbo proving why he is the best Horizon in Canada. The one who does not speak, he does not calm. There's a whole comp Reddit thread about Zerbo and the fact that he plays mute. Not sure as to what the reasoning is. Maybe he might be mute IRL. Shot to Zerbo and anyone who games with disabilities if they are. I know there's Spale and so many others who game with one hand, people with the accessibility or adaptability controller on Xbox. Big shot to every single one of our disabled gamers. Holding it down and representing the entire community that everyone can game. which is amazing. But I don't know the reason for Zerbo here. I'm not going to assume, but nonetheless, he is fragging and frying right now on Horizon.
An absolute beast, and he's just so aggressive that it throws you off. And as soon as you get that advantage, you got to press it. Oh my gosh, it's Woodland Chunk again with the Sentinel. He does not put that weapon down, and you can see why. The amount of damage that he's outputting is unbelievable, almost Kraber-like with the amount of sniping that he's pushing forward with Team 1, 2, 3, trying to lock their side of Lava Fisher down here, John, and a lot of squads still left with round 3 closing. We now have 11 squads as Sales finally gets taken down.
That's right, here comes a big push. Canadian Demons pushing Benny, who just got wrecked by that Sentinel. Here comes the push from Decoy, putting in work, and there's gonna be another 3 kills picked up off of the heels of the Woodland Chunk headshot with the Sentinel. They break ice and they take out SMU Esports, that's St. Mary's from Nova Scotia. Are eliminated from this lobby. Canadian Demons saying, this is our chance, y'all. BR Demons is out. We need to capitalize.
And that's the type of mentality that the Canadian Demons need to carry throughout the entire time. They need to almost pretend like BR Demons aren't in each single game and play with this type of confidence, because you could tell the way that they're picking up kills. There's been games where even in the advanced skills competition that they didn't pick up any kills, and they only needed 8 points to go and get match point format. At one point, they were only 1 point behind the BR Demons before they had their pop-off moment and then got to 100 points. So I want to see them continue to have that confidence. They have that type of skill level. They just need to prove that to themselves, and I think that these are the little baby steps that are going to be able to build their confidence up.
Right. Agreed. That's the big point we made earlier, right? There's not 15 teams in this lobby, there's 20 now. So because of that, there's more people to kill. They can farm and eat as well. Everyone can eat. The BR Demons on the south side of the map, the Canadian Demons on the north side. They play Skyhook. They can have that entire side to themselves. Meanwhile, LPV saying we want a piece of the pie as well. Proficiency puts himself in a bad spot, gets punished.
Gets punished immediately. I think that the play was A-okay, just the follow-up needed to be there, and unfortunately didn't account for this team inside of the blue trailer, which is Wee Poutine, and Proficiency is safe, so there is an opportunity for them to get back down and hit that res. That's exactly what they do. The res is there. The Horizon Q is going to be able to push them back up onto Mirage, and Mirage is definitely the spot to be right now.
That's huge. High ground and a great opportunity to potentially win this game from there. I mean, it's going to be tough to do. I think the zone's going to continue to pull slightly central here, up into the train tracks. So it's going to be a difficult rotation for all these teams on low ground, but the Mirage Voyage elevation certainly helps.
Allows you to get a lot of kill points for these teams that are going to have to eventually rotate on over here. And playing this out in the trailer as just a duo is fairly difficult without a control legend. Typically, you want to see like a Watson in here. A Catalyst would be nice. A Caustic. It's double rotation basic legends right here for Wee Poutine. And you almost think, John, that they may have the God spot realistically, because you talked about being on the ships. Eventually, you will have to drop down and it will pull a little bit more central. Also, on top of the train tracks, that trailer is going to be big as well.
That's right. These are where the zone's going to pull. Let's take a look at the top left of your screen. And yep, just like we talked about, very central pull of this zone. Sometimes it's a hard south or hard north pull, but this one we've seen before. Girl and I actually had a chance to cast this exact zone years ago during the ALGS Championship. Canadian Demon's going to get taken out here to the hands of LPV, the other Titan in this lobby, trying to show that they came to play.
Such an important fight on top of these train tracks to try to push out of Lava Fisher, make your way on over there. Just a couple more shots to connect, and that's Bronze Bonobos taking down the dead off drop to take control of this high ground trailer area. But as soon as that happens, a full 3-man ends up going for the skyward dive to take it away from the Bronze Bonobos.
Yeah, that's right. Tries to time the Valkyrie Q, the missile swarm, and Dolbo gonna have to now find a shield swap, gets it, gets taken out immediately. Proficiency continues to farm, gets another kill point. Nova, last alive on his team. Can he survive is the question. Just trying to dip, dodge, duck, and dead. See you later. The 4 Ds here for him. Meanwhile, jumping on board with Wee Poutine, they find themselves right in the middle of this trailer. Immediately get flanked by Blue. And great damage from Noxious. Oh my god, turns and burns another one.
Noxious has been very impressive. Getting in your face, these shots are ridiculous. LPB, it's their game to lose. They have the high ground. Blixer needs to get back out over towards the high ground. That's exactly what the thought process is. for him. You do not want to afford giving up this god spot over the high ground, as you could just lay down the fire from the rest. Proficiency while all of that's going down is, hey guys, I still need some more loot. I need to get ready for this straight up 3-on-3 to win the game.
That's right. The game of arenas now. If you don't know what that means, there was a game mode in Apex called Arenas. Previously, that was a pure 3v3. You kill the other team, that's the only objective. Plu, gonna give him a Wraith ultimate that's gonna help, and the Bangalore ult goes down, but it might have been a bad Bangalore ultimate. Oh, sorry, that was Fat Deeps' Bangalore ultimate to give them the chance to rotate here. So, a smart rotation for them. They give themselves a breathing chance here with the Wraith ultimate. That's beautiful.
Portal is so important. Lane still has his ultimate for Seer, so that's going to buy some time. Now it's just a matter of where exactly is round 6 going to close. Typically, it's going to be right in between the two, and it's going to go directly on over towards the middle. Right now is when we're going to find out exactly where that's going to happen, and it does. So eventually, you will have to drop off on over towards the high ground. Fallout, what do? Do you get aggressive here on that second layer, which is exactly what LPB is doing? I love this play.
Agreed. That's the right play for LPB. Meanwhile, on the flip side, the zone's actually not pulling in a terrible spot for them. The question is, can they just survive? The name of the game for the low ground team is to survive. The name of the game for LPB is to not let them. Trying to get as much damage as you can and deplete their heals, get them hurt for this last and final fight. Nonetheless, the Bangalore smoke is going to help them. They don't have a Bangalore ultimate, though. I don't know why they used that Bang ult there. They should have saved it for this exact moment.
Maybe they needed the loot on the boxes underneath the bridge so they could get some replenishing happening. But really, when we're looking at the other ultimates, it's going to be the Horizon Black Hole versus Noxious's Maggie Wrecking Ball. So pay attention to those two utilities that need to be used. A couple grenades going on over from Blue, looking for some Sky Nades. Does get a little bit of damage on the opponents. Not enough to make the push, though. And now the zone starts to close, and I love the way that you called that out, Fallout. You have to try to get these guys separated. Maybe you get some big damage and then you immediately drop down, but Blinkster takes a ton of damage.
A knock right there on Blinks. Just 60 more damage would have been monumental, but instead Blinks heals back to full. This is certainly a win condition for the high ground team right now, but tension so tight you can cut it with the rope right now. Blinks are on high ground lane. Proficiency, clear win condition for them. Can the low ground team do something miraculous? The big smashers need to make a play, need to be magicians. They got to pull a rabbit out of the hat sometime soon.
I would love to see a Seer ultimate behind the rock in the middle. So then they'd have to make some sort of play. And then we saw pings going on over towards the rock on the ground to the right-hand side, which is potentially where they could go and drop and play on the low ground. But the smokes are going to go down. They could use that visual clutter to go and make a play. Proficiency opens things up onto Wraith. There goes the Arc Star as well. It could be time to drop with the amount of damage that they put down. It's the Arc Star onto Plu for proficiency. LPB looking like they have a huge advantage.
Plu came out of the Wraith portal or Q immediately to an Arc Star. That was an accidental Arc Star, but guess what? Not an accidental win. LPB is your champion of game number 2. Proficiency with the plays. Broke ice by damaging Plu. Threw the Arc Star at his opponents to keep them at bay, and Plu accidentally queued right into it. What a game right there from LPB. That's a high kill one as well.
And unfortunately, on the other end, Noxious was never able to get his Maggie Wrecking Ball to use because of the amount of damage that Proficiency was putting onto the table. But patience in these final zones is the name of the game. That zone closes so slow, makes for a lot of room for error. You could have had a lot of different mistakes that happened there for LPB. They could have maybe slipped down and fell. They could have, taken too much damage, like when Blinkster took a lot of damage. But overall, great execution and a very fun game.
And a 13 kill game at that. That's huge. That's a 25-point game overall for LPB, and I believe they picked up quite a few kills in game number 1, so that puts them close to the BR Demons. I'm excited to get the overall standings here, but of course, we're first going to bring back Dia to get his thoughts on the post game as we get ready to throw it a break and calculate those standings. Dia, what a great game from LPB.
Yeah, really fun to watch the way that game broke out, especially in the last couple seconds, where you realized during that last ring, as you said, slow close, lots of room for error. The compositional difference that really changed things up, because LPB on the high ground had the Valkyrie, had the Horizon, had lots of room for forgiveness. They used Mirage à Trois, and with that high ground, were able to really effectively close out the game. Looking down at the low ground, however, I mean, you also have a frag out composition. It's just one without vertical mobility. And that was really interesting to watch T-Squared. The way they cleared out everyone underneath Mirage à Trois, but couldn't do anything when there was a team above them.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, that if they had Horizon there instead of Maggie, things could have been a little bit different. Maybe they Horizon queue up and then get the aggression onto them. So at that point, and I think Fallout brought up a lot of great points throughout that, they're just kind of sitting ducks, and they're just sitting there waiting for the enemy team to make a mistake because they don't have an opportunity to, like you said, Dia, open anything up.
Now, I will say, really incredible one. The Milkers, I believe it was. I'm going to check my notes. Yes, Milkers saving the whole lobby, and Nightmare as BR Demons got eliminated real early. Fallout, that means that they're not getting anywhere close to match point after this game.
Yeah, that's right. I think they got 3, maybe 4 kills. That'll put them at 41, 42 overall, if even that. So you're spot on. We get more Apex to see, which I love to see personally. Match point finals certainly entertains. We have a chance here for one of these underdog or rookie teams to dethrone the Titans. David versus Goliath here in the Canadian TELUS Esports Series. This has been so much fun to watch.
Yeah, it's a very exciting day, and you guys were talking about how much good TELUS has done by putting this event together, allowing gamers across Canada to come together and play some seriously good Apex Legends. Well, they're doing a whole lot more than that as well. TELUS has the TELUS Future Friendly Foundation, an independent registered charity that supports all youth in Canada facing obstacles as they strive to become their best, whether it be the best gamers, the best doctors, the best scientists, the best whatever they want. You want to make sure that our children up here in Canada are not being set back. So go ahead, check out the TELUS Future Friendly Foundation by typing in !TELUS Foundation. It'll get you more of an opportunity to get involved in Canada and the well-being of our youngins. While you do that, we're going to take a very short break, and we'll be right back with game number 3.
My name is V Roses.
My name is Tay.
My name is Matt, otherwise known as Zilla.
Actually, my coworker who inspired me to get into Apex. Currently, I'm a competitive Apex player for the St. Clair Saints at St. College. I played Apex casually since Season 7 for a couple seasons, and I peaked Masters twice, and I didn't really think about it until when I moved here and I found SCC.
What started me in my journey as a content creator was my competitive side. I used to play soccer, so you just get this rush, and you're like, oh, I want to be part of something bigger or like better, see where it could take me, you never know.
Probably about a year ago, I was just playing games for fun since I was 11 or 12 back on console. When I got my computer, it just opened up a bunch of new possibilities, and I had a lot of friends throughout Winnipeg that were associated with like Lotus 8. They needed somebody to play Apex, and that was the game that I was spending most of my time on.
My advice to aspiring competitors would be to put yourself out there. I know us gamers were pretty introverted, but networking and showcasing your skills online really helps, especially when it comes to getting recognition and putting your name out there.
Honestly, just be yourself and being consistent. I feel like consistency is like one of the biggest things because people like seeing consistency. For competitors, muscle memory, like sometimes before I go to bed, I go in the firing range and I practice so I can keep the muscle memory of like the patterns of the guns, the recoil patterns.
My advice for aspiring competitors would be to follow your dreams. Anybody can do any of this pro player stuff. Anybody can be anyone they want to be. Practice a lot. Find a good group of people who are willing to do that with you and have mutual goals.
I'm back outside. Fight this guy. Left one. Got a knock over here. Got another knock on it. 140 off him, Aaron. Got them all. Let's go. Get inside. On the roof with me. Last one. Yep. Let's go. The best rod in there. Scanning now. Drop one again. Got him. Nice. You know that? Nice! Oh my god!
Welcome back, folks, to the TELUS Esports Series 2. We are about to jump into our third game on World's Edge, and that means, T-Squared, that for the moment, it's going to be our last. After this, we'll be jumping into 3 games on Storm Point, so if World's Edge is your thing, now's the time.
Yeah, it's your time to put up some points and try to stop BR Demons again, because these guys popped off in the advanced skills division. They were finally slowed down here in the open skill division, and we got an opportunity to see some more players and their points of views, because when you're dropping 25 to 30 points in a game just off kill points alone, there's a lot of kills being taken away, and LPB said, you know what, it's our time to shine, and it looks very similar than what we had a couple hours ago when we saw these 3 at the top of the leaderboard in that order.
It does very scary to see that BR Demons are still just the 1 game, theoretically, off of being on match point. But we owe a lot to the team that eliminated them just last game. Fallout, that's Milkers, sitting in 13th place.
Absolutely. Such an awesome story. This is why you love this event. You know, we were giving a lot of love to TELUS for putting this community and esports series together because of a story like Milkers. You know, Darth went into this competition thinking they wouldn't even make the finals, but hey, let's just try it. They gave it their hardest try. They barely snuck in the last qualifier, and they said this is the most fun they've ever had playing Apex Legends. That's the story you love to see. And here they are now in a very competitive lobby, arguably the best lobby we've ever seen in Canada, in 13th place. D4L, similar story. They snuck in the last week or two. They're currently in 11th. So Milkers, the heroes unsung here in Canada, taking out the Titans, David versus Goliath, absolutely, as they just snuck into this competition, and they opened the door wide open for teams like LPB, Canadian Demons, and others to potentially take that first place spot.
It's one of the most amazing things about Apex when you get the chance to actually play in these competitive lobbies. You guys were mentioning it during our Advanced Division finals, but how quickly the tone of a lobby shifts. You can have the same players in a ranked game, and this is going totally differently. Once you put them in a competitive environment like the TELUS Esports Series is allowing these teams to do, T-Squared, we're already seeing much more slow, I want to say intentional play. Whether or not the lobbies be quick kills or not, these teams are recognizing what each step means and the risk that comes with going out and taking the 3v3 cold.
Yeah, and when BR Demons played aggressive, they didn't have as many teams in the lobby, and now with more teams being inside of the lobby, 5 teams exact, so we have 20 in a full lobby now. It makes it a little bit harder to take as many fights as you were hoping for because you're having more third-party opportunities. It's a little bit more chaotic. So I think that you're going to have, you know, a little chaotic good going on where it's good that it's that way, but it's also going to be nice to see other teams getting into these final zones and how to go and play it, because we saw some really top level Apex from LPB right there, especially the way Proficiency was able to close that out and follow. I thought you made a great point about how you need to not make any mistakes. And then Dia, you were mentioning about how they didn't have any high ground legends to go and retake that. So there's so many layers of Apex here.
Yeah, compositionally, it's been really interesting. Go on, Fallout.
Yeah, I was going to say one point on that as well, Dia, to your point of how teamwork has elevated, right? The reality is all boats rise with the tide. And the tide right now in this scenario is the BR Demons. When you have a chance to participate in a lobby with the best, everyone elevates their game. And that's exactly what we're seeing here. We're seeing players like teams like Milkers and others that have never had competitive Apex experience now truly learn how to slow down the game, play at a pace that is more like competitive or Apex esports. And it's just a beautiful thing to see. And whenever I was a pro, people would always ask me, what's your number one piece of advice to go pro? And I would always say, it's simple. To be the best, you have to beat the best. To beat the best, you got to play against them. Once you have a chance to get into these lobbies and play against the best players in Canada, you're going to get better. And we've seen that with teams like Milkers and so many others.
I love that, and I'm going to keep it. All boats rise with the tide. Let's see how high we can go as we drop in to game number 3 on World's Edge.
Thank you so much, Dia. That is right. Last and final game. Will we rise to an unprecedented point here in what we've seen for World's Edge gameplay? Because I'll tell you right now, not right now, Tom, you broke down the analysis perfectly. That game, too, had so many layers to it, so much intricacy. I loved it. This is high-tier competitive Apex. This is the best lobby we've seen so far in the TELUS Esports Series. The Advanced Lobby Finals we thought would be the pinnacle, but I'm not going to lie, the Open Series has actually impressed even more.
It really has, and I love to see the teams and the players, how they're playing it. And another great point about the competition rising, how you need to go against the best to get that type of pace. The pace was set early and often by the BR Demons. Teams got to watch how they were going to play before, so they know that a lot of team fights are going to go take place. They know that they're going to go and get pushed in certain areas. So if you're landing over towards Big Mod, you realize, hey, there's a threat. We need to stick together. We need to loot together because we watched what they're capable of if we're splitting our loot and taking our sweet time as we take a look at where the zone's going to pull Fallout. And this just screams Overlook.
Yeah, it does scream Overlook. I think we might have an Overlook finish here at the top right of your screen where Cobra, Purgix, and Frodon are. That's the wee poutine French-Canadian squad. Meanwhile, you're right, Tom. Look at Big Mod. All 3 members of that squad, Noxious and the Big Smash, are all sticking together, holding hands, because they do not want the same thing to happen, but that they let up, and the BR Demons were able to capitalize. This time, they're playing as a unit, and you like to see teamwork here. Meanwhile, jumping over to our launch site team, it's Konoha, Team 7, also in the crosshairs of the BR Demons. They got to be cautious.
This is definitely something where you want to go and rotate as fast as possible and wait for that skyward dive so you could just fly right past them, because going over towards that balloon to try to go and redeploy somewhere else is not a smart move because of the fact that they could just be sitting there. Enemies are going to be scanned. It's going to be rescanned over here by Konoha Team 7, and they're going to get some valuable information on where everyone's going to be landing. I think that's going to be the most important thing if we do go to 3 more games on World's Edge. And that's a great point that Dia meant. We may not know if they can end it on Storm Point here. Mathematically, out of, I think, 8 games that have been played, BR Demons have taken, 4 of them. So they have a 50% win percentage right now, which is a little unheard of.
That is unheard of in the grand scheme of competitive Apex. You barely see it. And that said, it's not like it's never been done before. We've seen TSM, NRG, Alliance, Nasky, Stray Fidel, now the Kansas City Pioneers do similar things in some of their 6-game series. With that said, kudos to this Canadian scene, really keeping par and showing that it's not just the BR Demons that are going to win 75 or 80 or 90% of the games. They're showing that there's a lot of additional talent in Canada on display today. Meanwhile, Konoha Team 7 with the wide rate rotation over into Lava City, probably a wise decision. They did their research and they found that the team that was dropping Noxious in them, that were dropping over in Big Mod, are actually leaving the Lava City loot so they can go clean up all that loot on the rotate and hit themselves a beacon scan to get the information where the next ring is going to be. Definitely agreed. And remember, Dumbos came along and Tangy was the player to laser somebody on top of the replicator earlier as 1, 2, 3. They get eliminated fairly early. Reeds finds one onto Fat Deep, so that's already going to be their team taking a fight to somebody. So 3 separate squads are going to be fighting right off round 1 closing. Update for y'all. It looks like the Hosiers. 3-piece Milkers off rip. So Milkers, the Cinderella story we were talking about, we were highlighting them before this game. Sadly, get taken out early here. Now they're not done. They find themselves getting all this loot here on ground holes as well. And a team right above them. It's a big fight. A lot of action over towards Landslide to kick off this game. Oh my gosh. Woo!
Wow.
Movement. What's up, Frantic?
I really like this movement from Frantic, Paul. I think that going up to the zip line and playing all the way around while hitting these little Valkyrie jetpack movements are huge. A lot of sky nades are coming through too. Reeds continues to put the hurting on the kill feed. While that's happening, Marsh is going to go and try to gather some information on Seer. He puts in some work. The bait and switch comes in from Frantic, and the Hosers are playing this phenomenally. That's going to be D4L and the Bronze Bonobos going down. That is how you play Apex there as the BR Demons. Hey, you mentioned it. Caustic can be the only thing to slow these guys down.
That's right. Did we just witness the Canadian Cirque du Soleil? That was insane.
I can't wait to see what their synchronized swimming squad's going to be like.
That's right. That was absolutely wild. Using the zip lines like they were flying across a circus right there were the Hosiers. Wow. What's the Canadian show about the rural town in Canada? Someone's got to help me out here.
Someone in the chat's going to you have to wait on that 5-minute delay for that one.
Dia just said it and I missed it. He's typing it. Come from away. That's what it felt like. We had the come from away boys in the circus showing a display of skill right there on Landslide. That was wild.
Ridiculous plays coming in from them, and I think that it started with the jetpack Valkyrie plays. It doesn't get really any better than pushing up and having a huge disadvantage in a fight and walking away with the dub. They were able to do it right there. Meanwhile, PR Demons took down 2 separate squads while that one fight was taking place, and haven't seen this from Crust yet. Usually we've seen him with the flatline, but he's got the Rampage and the Scout.
Yeah, okay. Nemesis car on display here. You know, everyone loves the R400, which is the R99, the R301 combination, fully automatic weapons. Meanwhile, the Nemesis has kind of taken the place of a lot of people's hearts as the best assault rifle in the game right now. And that was intentional. Respawn designed that weapon saying, let's tune it a little bit aggressive right now. Try and get people to stop using the R301, the flatline, the fan favorites. And Nemesis certainly has played that role for many. Because my favorite loadout is the the Nemesis and the R99, just because it's so powerful right now. Here comes a push, though, with BR Demons over in Geyser.
Yeah, big fan of the R99. Always been one of my favorite weapons, along with the Wingman. But the Rampage Scout is something that's a little bit unheard of. Someone's got to play the long range, and it seems to be Crust right now. And for this range, it's perfect.
That's right. Oh, my gosh. The accuracy from Crust. Again, keyboard and mouse player on a team with all controller players. Crust showing why that's still pertinent and popular here. As Fat Deeps goes down, Noxious damaged, Flew last alive alongside Noxious for his team. The third party comes through.
That means there's 2 teams. Yeah, exactly. The third party happening from Tangy coming around the corner. Remember, they were rotating outside from the thermal station area, and Noxious gonna ditch and get out of Geyser while that's happening. The third party, 2 teams start to fight after that. Make that a 4th party now because Singmans gets involved with the charge rifle. So a lot of rotation happening over from Geyser, and BR Demons recognizing that, and they're backing off.
Right. Meanwhile, it's flipping on over to LPB, your winners from last game with 25 points right now. Another big game here from them can keep them in contention and potentially upset the Titans in the BR Demons. They have the Hosiers in their sights right now. We saw some acrobatic display from them earlier. Can they find a way to swing their way out of this one?
Definitely can, as Loud gets eliminated and some kills going back on over to the BR Demons. He has 5 kills already out of the 23 kills that have taken place so far. So a lot of points being on the table for BR Demons as LPB is looking to find some blood here. And I think that it's been a very interesting game because while you're running around, you don't know where a lot of this fighting sometimes is going to take place. Sometimes it comes in the most unorthodox spots. You can see people have to rotate from the south and go through that Geyser choke, or you have to go through the Lava Siphon choke. And it seems like all of that action avoided where Harvester is, and that's where LPB's been waiting and posturing, hoping to find action.
Big fight going on right now on the north side of the map, over towards Climatizer Epicenter area. It's the Canadian Demons rotating from Skyhook and Trials. Have a clean 3v3 up there towards Epicenter. We'll see if they take it, and we'll see if we'll have a chance to jump over that action if the fight continues here. Meanwhile, Kanoa Team 7 making their rotation, making their way downtown, walking fast over towards Fragment East. And here's the fight we were referencing. SMU Esports up against the Canadian Demons. This could be scary for them.
Fallout is just looking to put every single song in your head. It originally started with its rating med. Now we're going back to some more stuff that, you know, listen, Fallout. I'm doing karaoke with you the next time I see you, and we're singing both those songs.
Bet. Mark the words right there. Ship it. It's happening. Man's going to make a trip up to Chicago from St. Louis. We'll enjoy ourselves some Lisa Carlton, something like that. 1,000 miles on board right now. Is she Canadian? I don't know if she's Canadian. Avril Lavigne. That's what we're gonna sing some Avril Lavigne together.
I'm down for some Skater Boy.
Done and done. On board now with TR Gigglypuff. Or do you think it's Jigglypuff? He just doesn't know how to spell. I'm going Gigglypuff. Final answer.
I think it's either that or you don't know how to pronounce. We'll find out once we ask him. But SMU Esports, they are playing the hard edge, and that's the one thing that I know as we see round 2 starting to close. This is a very safe type of play style. At this point with gray armor, I can definitely understand under the circumstances why you would want to. But the problem when you do this Fallout, and you know this as well, everyone else starts charging up their Evo shields, and you just end up getting preyed on later.
Yeah, that's right. Canadian Demons been hunting this fight. They've wanted it for quite some time now. Brendan, SMU want nothing to do with it. That's why the Catalyst meta right now is so frustrating, because you can't take these fights. But guess what? If that happens, you C4 the door open basically and immediately shred. Zerbo did not miss. That was a disgusting one clip from him.
Such great patience to go and take this fight exactly how they wanted to. It's the Arc Star, which blows down the fortified door into the immediate one clip, and it's TR Gigglypuff. He is down and out, unfortunately, for SMU Esports. They met their fate at the hands of one of the best teams that we have in all of Canada, and you can see why. Methodical push going through as the BR Demons looking for a methodical push of their own. I'm anticipating the Seer ult from Crust to come down very shortly after that Catalyst wall.
Like, speaking of the Canadian Forces Joint Task Force, it felt like an operation right there with the way they breached that wall and immediately executed that strategy. That was well played, well done from them. On board with Crust, Reeds, and Aiden now. Back to Goliath, the final boss of this lobby. Well, guess what? T-Squared took him down back in 2008. Can you do it here? BR Demons on top right now with everyone trying to shut them down.
BR Demons wants to hold on to that Seer ultimate because of the fact that they cannot toss it in the premier spot. I like that discipline coming in from Crust, but these shots from behind are the biggest nuisance. They want to push forward, but they can't because of the Seer ultimate that's already been put down from the enemy team, plus the sniper shots that are taking place. The confidence to do this between 5 different teams is absolutely insane.
Yeah, that's wild. You gotta have nothing but ultimate confidence. Hard to do in this lobby. Nice damage though off the rip. Crust gonna get down to no health. Pump shield that back to full. Look at the damage being done by Aiden. He breaks ice, gets the first knock on Hexley. Lets his teammates finish. Reeds, Crust trying to do what they can, but the third party's gonna come through. It's Woodland Chunk. Guess what? Woodland Chunk of the Canadian Demons takes down one. The BR Demons may fall again.
That was extremely chunky. These shots are looking good from Reeds, down to 1 HP from Woodland. They get the banner. They're going for the immediate res. If you're ever going to die, that's the spot that you want to get it eliminated in, right where you can go and grab your death box back immediately. 1 kill going on over Woodland Chunk, but Crust is going to come back angry. What a shot with the Sentinel.
You gotta be kidding me. That is exactly the most opportune death I think I've ever seen in Apex Legends. Immediately gets rezzed and his box is there, ready to completely re-loot it, and he's back in the fight just like that. The BR Demons are back. Crust is alive, but for how long before a third party comes? Aiden's gonna drop this wall. No, he decides to hold for now.
Does drop the wall, not in the spot that we were anticipating.
Exactly.
Crust ends up getting rezzed. No, it's Reeds with the res. Crust, oh, it gets canceled at the very last second. Both doors are going to be fortified. There's going to have to be another grenade that comes through, and that's exactly what happens. Can Aiden defend this with Crust, who basically doesn't even have a weapon? BR Demons has the points to get to 50 here, so all is not lost in terms of this game, but it's so important to eliminate them. Otherwise, they are going to take over this lobby.
And again. This time they don't get the heal canceled. The res comes through. The damage from Aiden, and oh my gosh, it's gonna be Decoy who punishes him for pushing. Aiden immediately fortifies the wall behind him, and that means one of the walls fortified upstairs is gonna be removed. That opens up the door for the Canadian Demons in a 3v3 fight against the BR Demons. Decoy just runs with his tails between his legs, backs out, resets. Zerbo and Decoy down to 2, and the BR Demons survive.
They actually got eliminated throughout all of that. So BR Demons and Canadian Demons almost take each other out. It's Zerbo as the last player alive from that entire fight. So much action happening right there. BR Demons eventually went out in 10th place, and it was Wee Wee Poutine. It was so close right there. Somehow one player got away. But we're seeing some longbow action. Hello, Fallout. What is this? Nice wig gameplay?
Yeah, you don't see the longbow very often in competitive Apex, but here it is from Cobra. They dropped here or nearby and said, let's just chill, and put a longbow in our hands instead. And now they have an opportunity to win this game. And I missed that in my kill feed, so good call, Tom. Way to catch it. BR Demons eliminated. Canadian Demons wounded, down to just 1. It's Zerbo. And guess who's profiting in all of this? It's LCB.
Yeah, LCB loves to see that in the kill feed. Zerbo is in a good spot until it's not, I guess is the best way to explain this, right? Because you're feeling confident for now. As soon as that zone closes, a lot more teams are going to be on top of you. Unfortunately, no mobile respawn beacon right now. Also, the res was taken by BR Demons, so there's not going to be an opportunity to get the banners and get your team back into this one. And while we have an opportunity to breathe 30 seconds until this zone closes, another change that we didn't get a chance to mention while introducing all of the types of legends that have positions for themselves now are the support legends are now able to craft banners and res people that their respawn is timed out. That has to be one of my favorite changes as well.
Yeah, that's huge. Characters like Loba, Gibraltar, Lifeline, Newcastle, support legends. If you haven't played Apex in Season 16, you better go check it out. Such great changes that came through for quality of life fixes for the game. As I say that, a wild seer falls off a mountain, gets taken out in the midst by Chanahan. Dead off drop here, not dead off drop today.
Tough spot to be when the zone starts to close, but I like this high ground from dead off drop. And when you talk about playing Overlook, this is probably the best position to be in. So they've done the research. They have to focus this team down below them, but that's what you need. The Digi-threat on the R9 for instances like this. The Nemesis with the 2x Fallout. We're talking about favorite loadouts that you have. Well, this is the exact loadout for dead off drop.
That's right. I'm a big fan. Marsh, here we go. Good damage. The Hosier still alive, by the way. And by the way, the reference I was trying to make earlier was Leonard Kenny. Thank you to Griffin, our producer, for finally righting my wrong from earlier. The Hosiers, aka the Leonard Kenny boys. See what they can do here. Frantic, iMarsh, Vander having themselves a game. 4 kills to the hands of Marsh. I know Frantic's been popping off as well.
I tried one of the pickup lines from that show once and it did not work. So, you know, on a scale of 1 to America, how free are you this weekend? It does not work.
Okay, confirmed. Let it be known. Do not try that ever again. I feel like that would only work for a Canadian from wherever Leonard Kenny's from. Northern Canada? I don't know. Saskatchewan? I don't know. I'm learning, by the way.
Such a good show. Highly recommend. Dead off drop.
So
Still alive in the God
spot. You left me
here.
hanging?
I do the show. I couldn't pay attention at the time, right? There's a lot going on. I'm trying to cast Apex, okay?
while maintaining pop culture references. On board now, Canadian pop culture references at that. On board now with Vander, Frantic, and Marsh. 6 squads remain, but 14 players. So that means quite a few of these teams are damaged because 6 times 3 equals 18.
Good math coming in from Fallout. Can't pronounce words to save his life, but can definitely do math as the Hosiers are posted up and have a little standoff with dead off drop. While all this is happening, LCB is high ground on top of the sniper post, and they will eventually have to move out of that area. So you can see 1, 2, 3 buildings Fallout are actually in the zone. It may not look like that, but a little bit of sliver of the corner from each of those 2 buildings are going to be available for play.
Yeah, that's a good point. LPB in a good spot. Only Hosiers or dead off drop will survive this rotate here. You know they're going to be getting gate capped by all these teams in the comfort of their homes. Meanwhile, we have a team top tower as well as a great power position. I think of Scars circa 2021 EMEA ALGS gameplay when I think of that position. Mandy with the charge rifle on board with Marsh right now, though. Frantic. Marsh, Vander trying to channel their best Mandy impersonation with the rotation.
I love this rotation to play against the wall.
That's smart.
And safe play away from where the action is going to be, which is directly behind them. So they have to be very careful. The Arc Star goes through the sliver. A great position to be in right now for Marsh, and he's continuing to force players into the zone so they eat the damage. And LPB, Fallout, you brought it up earlier, they have been the beneficiaries of two of our teams directly in front of them being eliminated, and they're looking like they're in a great spot to potentially win this game.
Yeah, one member's going to go down, but LPB doesn't want to give up their god spot. They have high ground. They're not going to give it up. And they are going to be the ones that are helping the Hosiers get back to full because they prevent dead off drop from pushing. This is the 3-team, multi-team affair that makes Apex so much fun to watch. We got another great game here. The Hosiers, who dominated the Open Series and Advanced Skills competition as the best team, #1 seed coming in, still alive, a fan favorite. At least for me, I'm a fan because of their team name. They're called the Hosiers. That's amazing.
The way that they've played has been so patient this entire time, too. So I think patience is key in these final circles. But when you look at when LPB and their location, they are the team that has the best spot in terms of how far they have to actually rotate. So whether you're inside of the building or on top of this high ground, these are the positions that you want to be in. What LPB can't afford is a team to coexist directly below them, and that seems to be the case. Hosiers is going to go and connect with the smokes to shut off the visual angles so they could go and advance forward, and now everyone's going to go all in on this blue trailer area. So what an interesting zone. By far the most amount of players and teams we've had so far.
Look at the macro that they have to manage right now, Tom. They have the team up top, have to provide a smoke screen for them. They got a team right to their left in the trailer. 5 squads, every single one needs to be accounted for. Vander wants to take matters into his own hands with the RE45. Doesn't get the damage he wanted, but that's a start. Pushes wide left, finds himself some moment of respite. He's going to heal back to full.
The RE45 is so clutch in these instances. Zerbo ends up, just surviving with a sliver of HP, still alive inside of this box somehow, some way. May end up coming back to bite somebody to end this game, but all eyes are on him. 6 players looking at one lonely Zerbo inside of this box. Meanwhile, the distraction comes from the backhand side. Vander starts to push on over towards the pill. 3 players still inside of the blue trailer. Canadian Demons going out. That's going to be Zerbo surviving. The Hosiers go out as well. LPB still alive on over towards the high ground. I love the idea of throwing that black hole on over towards the door. He ends up holding on to it, maybe for the final team.
That's right, wise decision, maintaining their ultimate. LPB has a chance to go back-to-back. They have God Spot, and they descend from the heavens. The grenade gonna fall, the gravity lift as they just wait, watch, commiserate as every single person is below them. Here comes the push, here comes the final step on the ants below. Lane the last alive, can he go big? No, it's gonna be Wee Poutine who do it. We on top.
What a game, so much chaos. That is what Apex Legends is all about. In the previous game, we had 2 teams of 3, 6 players total. In game number 3, we had 13 players in 5 full squads. Not full, but 5 squads total. Playing that one out to see who gets first place. And overall, it's Wee Poutine. Wow, what a game.
That was insane. Any team, it was really hard to say. You thought LPB had the clear win condition with high ground, but the zone pulled away from them. So they had to drop. And in the end, the team that stayed, I didn't get their team name, but the team that stayed, it was Dead Off Drop, I believe, that stayed inside the trailer, maintained control, took out the Hosiers relatively early. They had a chance to potentially win that game. Instead, it was Wee Poutine who was center map, kind of stayed relatively quiet there. I'd love to bring Dia back into the conversation here because that was so incredibly interesting. Such an intense late game that could have gone any way there. Dia, walk us through it here. That was insane.
I mean, it really was a wild game. It had everything from Canadian pop culture references to Rampart picks to our first overlooked zone. I think we were just flying high that whole time. BR Demons even got taken out, and the fact that that happened relatively early on into the lobby by the hands of the Canadian Demons, no less, this was far and away one of the games that we're going to look back on, remember, as a series definer. And as you said, LPB, with another great position, had a moment where
they faced a really big decision. T-Squared, you called this out. Saving the Horizon Ultimate for the last fight. And while they didn't quite get there, I really like the way that these teams, not just the Hosers, not just LPV, but every single one, are thinking with that last squad in mind.
No doubt about it. Yeah, I think that the Horizon ult, when he had it in his hand, should have been tossed over towards the trailer. I think they picked those 3 kills up and they dropped down and focused directly below him. The thing is once you get into that spot, the best thing a team can do is play directly below the sniper tower, and that's what Wee Poutine did. So you got to give him credit for understanding that situation. The teams that got to that final circle, you could tell that all of the teams in this lobby that got to that point understood how this overlook circle goes and how it gets played out, because it's a very popular end zone.
And that's true. And honestly, they were the quiet team, Wee Poutine, that just stayed relatively quiet. We didn't see them on our camera too often, but Tommy hit the nail on the head. The bottom sniper tower team just inched their way in. They didn't make a lot of noise, and that's sometimes how you want to play those late games. You don't want to be the team that's running around like Rambo, like the Hosiers were right there, generating a lot of attention and getting focused, because then you do get focused. You get chosen essentially by the entire lobby as the next team to be eliminated, much like we saw Zexpo getting taken out, and then the Hosiers right after. And by the way, since I know it's been driving you crazy, Dia, when we get together, our karaoke song is going to be Shania Twain, You and I, just so you know.
Oh my god, I'm so excited. Well,
let's go, girls.
Now that we've got that to look forward to, I do have to say, we've also got Storm Point to look forward to. So we'll refocus and take on the TELUS Esports Series 2 when we get back from a short break.
My name is B Roses.
My name is Tay.
My name is Matt, otherwise known as Zilla.
Actually, my coworker who inspired me to get into Apex. Currently, I'm a competitive Apex player for the St. Clair Saints at St. Clair College. I played Apex casually since Season 7 for a couple of seasons, and I peaked Masters twice, and I didn't really think about it until when I moved here and I found SCC.
What started me in my journey as a content creator was my competitive side. I used to play soccer, so you just get this rush, and you're like, oh, I want to be part of something bigger or like better. See where it could take me, you never know.
Probably about a year ago, I was just playing games for fun since I was 11 or 12, but back on console. When I got my computer, it just opened up a bunch of new possibilities, and I had a lot of friends throughout Winnipeg that were associated with like Lotus 8. They needed somebody to play Apex, and that was the game that I was spending most of my time on.
My advice to aspiring competitors would be to put yourself out there. I know us gamers were pretty introverted, but networking and showcasing your skills online really helps, especially when it comes to getting recognition and putting your name out there.
Honestly, just be yourself and being consistent. I feel like consistency is like one of the biggest things because people like seeing consistency. For competitors, muscle memory, like sometimes before I go to bed, I go in the firing range and I practice so I can keep the muscle memory of like the patterns of the guns, the recoil patterns.
My advice for aspiring competitors would be to follow your dreams. Anybody can do any of this pro player stuff. Anybody can be anyone they want to be. Practice a lot. Find a good group of people who are willing to do that with you and have mutual goals.
I'm bang outing. Fight this guy. Left one. Got a knock over here. Got another knock on it. 140 off him, Aaron. Got them all. Let's go. Get inside. On the roof with me. Last one. Yep. Let's go. The best rod in there. What is this? One more. Scanning now. Drop one again. No. Got him. Nice. Nice! Oh my god!
Welcome back to the TELUS Esports Series, folks. We are about to jump into Game 4, but before we do, we have to reckon with a very big change in the lobby. Let's bring up those scoreboards. Fallout, something is amiss here. Now there's risk in the game.
That's right. We have ourselves a story, but the BR Demons were able to secure a match point, 58 points, despite getting taken out like 10th. That means they amassed so many kills. I don't know how they did it. Wow, that's insane. LPB, though, keeping it interesting. 43 points from them. They can unlock match point in this next game unless the BR Demons win it all and end it. Tom, what are you seeing here that stands out to you? This is crazy.
You know what stands out to me is that if LPB was able to pick up one out of, there was 3 full squads left, and they were one of them. And if they were able to pick up one more kill, plus the win, plus the 3 kills that they want, basically they could have been at 50 points if they had won that last game, plus got 1 extra kill.
Right.
That's the point differential. So we could have 2 teams on match point right now. But yes, this is where things start to get extremely interesting because BR Demons, they're going to have an X on their back. They've won a majority of these games throughout the day in the advanced skills division. They're kind of slowing down, I guess you could say, with 58 points, but I can't wait to see what happens on Stormpoint.
I mean, I'm very excited to see how, especially their demonic counterparts, play this next match, because they are the only squad of our top 4 that hasn't won a game yet. The Canadian Demons, sitting at 33 points, still have to hit that big pop-off potential like LPB have had in their past. So looking forward to the way they'll play things out. As we've mentioned, though, Stormpoint is coming up, and Stormpoint does tend to change things. I mean, Fallout, you've seen plenty of Stormpoint in your time, and even during the advanced division, we got to see how it actually became a much faster game, counter to what I was thinking would happen on Stormpoint.
Yeah, that's right. You know, BR Demons playing over towards Barometer. We saw a lot of aggression come from them and a lot of early rotates come from a variety of other teams. And really with Stormpoint, there's so many areas of the map that are just entirely enclosed from another. So you could take fights freely without risk of third party in Stormpoint, much like you can't on King's Canyon, Olympus, and even World's Edge in a lot of ways. So I'm excited for this next game. I gotta do one quick shot though. Wee Wee Poutine and Hosiers, they both break into the top 5. I'm impressed by their gameplay. They showed up big time in game number 3 on World's Edge.
Yeah, very good stuff from them, and I'm sure we're going to get to see more. I'm not going to make either of you wait. T-Squared and Fallout, have a great time in game number 4.
Thank you so much. I love Dia's throws. My throws are so generic, Tom. You've been casting ALGS with me for years. I'm like, Tom, onset, take it away. And this guy's like, have a great time casting this game. That's the Canadian friendliness as a host. I need to incorporate.
I think he's just genuinely nice, Fallout, and you show up 10 minutes late to every meeting that we've ever had. So.
What? I'm usually very punctual. Thank you very much. That is slander, and I will not have. No, I'm just joking. Shout out to Dia, the host with the most, absolutely crushing it. And we are jumping in, ladies and gentlemen, to game number 4 on Stormpoint here. We hope everyone's enjoying the action at home. We are having a lot of fun ourselves and hope you guys and girls are enjoying it yourselves as we jump into game number 4 on Storm Point. Tom, any bold predictions here? I mean, actually, not even bold. Any predictions in general? Do you think BR Demons are going to close it out, or do you think someone else is going to?
You know, I really think that because of BR Demons' experience that they had in the previous match format in our advanced skills division, that they are going to have a really good grasp on how to play this one. And I think that they have to really play this slow. And by slow, that's still them taking a decent amount of fights. But that experience right there, plus having Crust on your team who's been through these situations since the beginning of Apex, is the biggest advantage that you could technically have besides even having the 50 points. So right now it's just a matter of who's going to be able to get on top of these guys, third party these guys, shut them down. And then maybe once multiple teams get to 50 points, that's when we'll see the pressure start to kind of get to them and see if they can deal with that type of pressure. Because right now, it's been very chill for them. They haven't been in a situation where anyone has gone overboard and tried to take their spot from them.
Yeah, that's very true. So someone's gonna have to do it here. Look, I love that we had the advanced finals before these open finals. I didn't expect the open finals to be so much more competitive. It's been so much fun to see that players and teams from other skill divisions, you know, from the intermediate skill division, are showing up here to play in a very big way against some of these pro teams and making for some entertaining Apex Legends. But with that said, we also had the advanced skill finals first, which means all these teams got to adjust and adapt. The definition of insanity is trying the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. Well, the BR Demons, LPB, they tried such different strategies, and it's worked out well for them. We have ourselves a competition here.
Speaking of results, if you ever want results in the gym, find Fallout at an event and work out with this guy because he's an absolute madman. I'm pretty sure we held planks for like 10 minutes just for a warm-up.
Dude, Gaskin and I worked out in London too. Hopefully he can attest. I was surprised. I had to keep up with Gaskin half the time. But hold that thought for just a second. Bagged Milk find themselves in a fight. Big one at that against RY nearby. It's a 2v1, I believe.
Nice shots coming
Goodbye.
in from Wi-Fi. Holy cow. Full sends it right onto that Sears chest. And the shot's just connected through, and you're wondering why is he's doing a little 360. That's the Sear passive, the heart sensor, the heartbeat that you're looking for to try to see if there's any enemies within the 75-meter range. Maybe it got nerfed a little bit, but I think that's still the same range. As you can see, the loot now going on over towards Bagged Milk, and they're going to take their kills and eventually make their way on out of this POI. But what a shot there from Wi-Fi.
Yeah, it was great. One clip comes through, gets the full kill. And he only had about 100 HP to his name. So nice shot from Wi-Fi. By the way, you say milk, like you're from Wisconsin or Minnesota. So you fit right in. I don't know if that's a Canadian thing too, but you fit right in here to this broadcast. So I'm really impressed. Unless you just are that great that you assimilated cultures already. No comment? No comment.
Kind of lost me right there.
Yeah, I'm like, what? Milk? Oh man! All right, I digress. 75.
I mean, you can't start saying big words like assimilated culture. And I dropped out of school, so you gotta give me a break.
I love you, Tom.
I can put it together. I get what you're saying.
You got it. You got it. My man Tom pursued pro gaming at a young age. I mean, I wouldn't blame him for getting signed by Dr. Pepper and all that too. But now, jokes aside here, jumping on board with the BR Demons right now over towards Barometer, and they're still taking their time to rotate. So again, you asked the question, Dia did as well. Differences between Stormpoint and World's Edge. Well, notice how BR Demons is playing this so much differently. They looted Lava Siphon so fast and rotated on Barometer because they're playing on the edge, the southern side of the map. They're taking their time on this rotate.
They are, and they're going to continue to play it safe here. And I want to see LPB and, again, all these other teams that have been forcing their hand try to catch up to what the BR Demons pace has been, because now that the pace is going to slow down just a little bit, it's going to give them more opportunities to catch up in points, which makes that conversation with BR Demons even heavier, because do they just keep running through the lobby and playing hyper aggressive so they can take points away, which is something that we talked about in the skills division earlier for the advanced skills division. So Wee Poutine taking on over the high ground rock, which we know that this is a really premium spot to lock down.
Yeah, we call it God Rock right now. This spot allows you to look down upon everyone else. Such a vital position. I'm excited to see if Wee Poutine can get some kills from that exact spot. They are your winners of the last game. They did it really by surprise, playing bottom sniper tower, found themselves a dub, got themselves into the top 5. As we take a look back at LPB here in Antenna, they're taking their time on edge, rotating, crafting, and much like the way that BR Demons are playing, taking their time to get all the materials that they need for this rotation.
No doubt about it, and that's one of the things that you'll see on Stormpoint a lot more is replicator use, because you're going to need to get these shields charged up. You will find a lot of action on Stormpoint, but it just seems like that is the thing to do, is get your shield charged up, make sure you're not leaving without a gray armor. Everyone needs to have at least blue or purple as the big smashers get eliminated. Sales putting in the work onto Noxice, Fat, Deeps, and Flu. We saw them have a second place performance in our previous games on World's Edge, but I want to see what this team here is able to do. This is one of our squads that can potentially play catch up and get on to match point. They are only 8 points away. This reminds me of similar what was happening with the Canadian Demons, trying to catch up to the BR Demons, as we see potential rotation coming through Jurassic Park. The Prowlers, my arch nemesis in Apex. It's not anybody else, it's the Prowlers.
You could care less if you're playing Imperial HAL like you did in the LGS Online tournaments back in the day, but the Prowlers, they get you, huh?
All the time. I'm terrified. We're talking about nightmares. It's the Prowlers for me, all right? No problem with the spiders. I think Stella, big shout out to Stella, she's afraid of spiders and does not like the spiders. For me, it's just the Prowlers. I feel like they're just out
They're
to
very
get me every single time.
They're very jump scary. They'll pop out of nowhere, literally, and then like all of a sudden they're on the roof with you. So again, I feel you on that one. The LPB squad working their way over to what we call Jurassic Park, and I like how they played that. Played it slow, made sure no one was there. Meanwhile, things are going to slow down here a little bit. So again, for those that are just tuning in, you're enjoying maybe the Apex or esports caught your eye, and you said, let me check this out on Optic TV in Canada. TELUS Optic TV or online. Welcome. This is Apex Legends. So much fun, but it's interesting. Every game is kind of like a roller coaster. There's the initial first drop of the roller coaster that's like kind of small, not too crazy, but still kind of fun, gets you going, gets you excited. That's the early game fights, why we see 5 squads eliminated. Then things slow down a little bit as you're working to the mid game. You're working your way back up that roller coaster. And then there's the rotational ring 3, ring 4 fights, the second drop of the roller coaster. And then, of course, you work your way all the way back to the top, the calm before the storm of the last and final fight. That's ring 4, ring 5. We'll keep you communicating every step of the way, but expect this ring to get smaller and smaller, and that last drop is going to be insane. But this is the point of the game where things slow down a little bit.
Also, I want to bring up the TELUS feedback survey. So if you want to type in !feedback in the chat, anyone that fills that out, they can get a 20% discount count off Nanoleaf products and be entered to win a $350 Best Buy gift card. That is huge, because these Nanoleaf things that I have behind me, I know, Fall, you're a huge fan of them as well. These lights are dope. So big shout out to our sponsors, TELUS, Xbox, HyperX, Nanoleaf, GameCon Canada, and again, the DSA group for putting this awesome event on. This is the TELUS Esports Series 2. The first season was Rocket League. Moving on over to Apex Legends, I can't wait to see what happens for our open skills division, which has been very, very competitive for our best players in Canada, holding it together, making a name for themselves.
That's right. Shout out to every single person in the Twitch chat right now, hanging out, talking. The Twitch community, my man Concept out there. Hello, Blue Tarek, Moz. We see and we appreciate y'all hanging out in the Twitch chat. Everyone, of course, watching on Optic as well. Thank you for tuning in here. And of course, we'd love your feedback in the broadcast. Anything we can do better, as always. And hopefully, we'll have a chance to see the TELUS Esports Series number 3, because this has been such an amazing event series. Hundreds of Canadians have come through and had a chance to compete in this competition across all the open skills divisions. And it all comes down to this: the last and final game in series of the Esports Series presented by TELUS comes to fruition in game number 4 on Stormpoint. The BR Demons could close this out with a win.
We saw them have to go through one match point game before they found their win in game number 5. And they close it out in 4 games. We've already seen them set records in terms of points for a match point format, picking up 40 points in one game, then almost doing again with the amount of points that they've been putting on the board kill-wise. It's hard to keep up. But we've seen in the open skills division, these players really hunkering down as we take a look at that zone. Nice job with the picture-in-picture from our production team to showcase exactly where a majority of this action is going to take place. Southwest is where the zone is going to continue to pull. That's why you see teams posturing over towards that side. A lot of teams going to be fighting on that northeastern side. And you know who's sitting there is our team in first place. They are waiting for all of these teams to try to pass through them.
Right. Anthony, Haruno, and Simons currently find themselves in a fairly good spot positioning wise, but this building's always tricky. There's a lot of open gaps, a lot of ways to get pushed on the roof, window angles, etc. that can get you punished here. So we'll see if they can maintain control. I'd love to take a quick whip around and see other teams like the Dumbos, BR Demons. Where's everyone positioned right now is the question. Vander gets a knock on Decoy. That's huge. Decoy of the Canadian Demons is out of this lobby.
He's the one that's playing Mirage. So LPB gonna like what they see if they can get Canadian Demons out of this lobby. Lane, Blakester, Proficiency. Proficiency's been putting in some serious work. One of the reasons that they were able to win a game on Stormpoint with the way that he played game number 2. And right now, I feel like this could be the biggest competition to try to stop the BR Demons, who is now on your screen. Fallout, what do you think?
Yeah, that's right. Best opportunity to shut them down and to force a game number 5. I agree. Could they play spoiler to the BR Demons going back to back? And again, if you're just tuning in, the BR Demons, the only professional team in this lobby. It's open to obviously every single Canadian player. They found the best 3 Canadians, put them on one squad. Aiden and Reed's already teammates as part of Glitch Energy, and they had Crust join them, formerly of Sentinels. It's a very, very dangerous squad, and they now have a chance to go back-to-back with championships. Lane, though, doing a good job knocking Haruno Sakura from across the map. He finds himself a chance to get a kill point here. LPB is the one team that could stop.
Flatline with the 2-4 is very hard to keep that recoil safe and under control. That's exactly what Lane's able to do. So great medium range shots there. Unfortunately, Fallout only 30 shots left in this weapon, so he's going to have to find some ammo along the way. And it doesn't look like any of these bins are carrying the ammo that he's looking for.
Yeah, I mean, and only having a Peacekeeper is not going to help him in a long-range shot. Doesn't even have a ton of Peacekeeper ammo either, so the best scenario. They need a refresh. Looks like they're going to hit a Valkyrie ultimate. They're going to try and find themselves a great position and see how they use this ultimate. This is always risky. High risk, high reward. You can get in a great position, or you get spotted out by every single team and you get focused. Looks like they find themselves on this rock. It's a great spot to take, and they will be able to chill for now.
This type of situation, you really just have to rely on your teammates to find some kills and then go and try to scrap up some loot. But when you're on the edge, just the Sheila is charged and ready to go. Don't open that door, otherwise you're done for.
And he wanted it. He wanted it bad. Didn't get it. He got to rotate all the way around instead. Maybe, just maybe, there'd be someone around that way.
Maybe, just maybe, you're going to go into Usher.
Yeah, that's right. Imagine it's the 7th pop culture song reference. We're on point today.
We're about to have our own, TELUS Esports Series CD that's coming out. We're about to drop the hottest mixtape next time we have the 3-shot.
That's right. Now you think you know music. Milkers right now taking the high ground here. Working their way all the way around, and they find a great spot here. I love this rotate, this Valk ult from Starburst, who, by the way, is the one that signed them up. He said, boys, Darth, Pig, I don't care if you don't want to play in this. If you're nervous, if you're scared, I'm signing this up anyways. And they said it was the best decision they ever made, the most fun they've ever had playing Apex. As an amateur team competing in this series, they've just had the Valk rotate and call of their lives. That was brilliant.
This rock is tough to deal with. Piglord taking a lot of damage. It's going to be scout on scout action there. And before you could even blink, Piglord just gets 200 to 0. Now he's just having to use his knockdown shield for his teammates as the artillery starts coming in. Frag grenade. You have an Arc Star as well. Zerbo finds a knock onto Lane from LBP. And LPB is eliminated, so that is not a good sign for them, but a great sign for the Canadian Demons as the wall goes down from Wee Wee Poutine. There goes the shots with the Peacekeeper, 81-99, and nobody's even noticing where Cobra is coming from. Cobra, excuse me. It's cool Starburst getting knocked as well. Froden coming around the corner, multiple teams inside on top of this fight, but Wee Wee Poutine is going to take the dub.
And that just goes to show in competitive Apex, one small misplay, which was Pig peeking his little piggy head and ears out, ends up getting them punished. And obviously, I wouldn't say entirely his fault. These lobbies are so different. My first time playing competitive Apex, I had no idea that if you poke your head out for a second, it's going to get ripped off by 3 players aiming down sights. That's exactly what happened to Pig right there. He learned today. A lot of these players are playing in highly competitive lobbies for the first time. And in the end, the Hosiers also get taken out. The Canadian Demons continue to roll here. Can they hit match point?
They have the banner of Decoy, and you see the respawn is directly on the edge of the zone. It could be a really smart to play to get him back in here. Smokes from Woodland Chunk could buy time. He's grabbing the Sentinel still, even with the zone closing and being fairly short. But realistically, for Piglord, I just feel like it was a position diff fallout. I know that he wants to peek his head out and look for a second, but at a certain point, the team on the Rocks is going to win that fight 100 times out of 100, unless something crazy happens. So it's not that in terms of peeking your head out as much as it seemed like a safe position, and a lot of times these positions seem safe until immediately they're not.
That's right. BR Demons fully dressed in red Evo shields, which means they have all the max health and HP, 225 to be precise, that they could have. Everyone else has purple, which means they have 200, so they have the health advantage right now over the entire lobby. They have 58 points. They've unlocked match point, which means if they win this game, this will be the end of the TELUS Esports Series 2, but who can shut it down? Who can play spoiler? 3 FA Panda takes out Shanahan, and all up to the last member of Miko of this team. Dead off drop Miko with 5 HP and a dream. He'll be getting taken out here momentarily, you gotta think.
Yeah, he's not popping a med kit. He has Sheila out in his hands instead, and at a certain point you have to heal, but it's going to give away a sound cue, and he understands exactly where both of these players are going to be located. Goes with the battery because it takes less time than the actual med kit. Now he can go for the full heal. But this is the team to look out for. BR Demons, the one team on match point, winners of the advanced skill division, trying to do it here in the open skills division as well. Already has one knock onto Tangy. There goes the grenade inside of the door there for Crust. It's big damage onto the knockdown shield, but it's not enough damage to go and take the players down. Thermite at the door, taking down Reeds to fairly weak, but the Black Hole is going to be landed as well. That's going to be the full set for BR Demons. They need to get control of this building. That's exactly what they do. Dumbos and only 5 more teams stand in their way. This is one of them. Wee Wee Poutine, winners from the previous game, trying to lock down the door, and that's exactly what they do. Big shots from Cobra from the PK. Is it going to be enough? Multiple armor swaps inside, but no one got the memo. The third party's on the outside, not on the inside.
That's right. The Dumbos Wee Wee Poutine tries taking matters into their own hands by pushing the BR Demons and securing another game, but BR Demons says no. The third party comes through as well, and just like that, Frodon goes down. So does Purge. Last alive for Wee Wee Poutine is Purgex. He's gonna get chased down and hunted by BRD, and just like that, they say don't you dare push the BR Demons, the Kings.
Just one shot in the back is all it took. A little bit of help sprinkled on with that third party was more than enough for BR Demons. Not only that, keep in mind of the 3 armor swaps that were inside of the building, so anytime they got weak, they could just retreat back and re-heal up for free.
Insane what we're seeing right now. Aiden, Crust, Reeds, find another one. They're running through the entire lobby right now. This time it's V Roses and the squad nearby. V Roses goes down first. Deadmau5 nearby of Furia, and the BR Demons are running through the entire lobby en route to potentially winning this tournament.
There's not much playable area though, and Canadian Demons are looking to shut things down. If anyone could do it, it's this man on your screen. 2 players from BR Demons go down. It's only up to Aiden in this instance. Multiple players coming in from behind. Aiden down to no shields. Wall is gonna go down. Is that enough to buy time as Zerbo and the Woodland Chunks are gonna shut him down? Gamers goes out, BR Demons go out. We will see a game number 5, and maybe Canadian Demons can get to 50 points here.
That's right. The Canadian Demons take matters into their own hands. They eliminate Aiden, the last and final member. We're going to another game. Canadian Demons with a dream to prove that they could be the best team in Canada right now. If they can win this game, they might unlock match point alongside BRD and steal it right under their nose.
It's completely possible, and keep in mind, they were playing this out as a duo. They were able to get Decoy back in from that respawn that we saw on the edge of the zone, and they play spoiler with a lot of points in their back pocket. It's a full 3-on-3-on-3 as this zone starts to close.
The calm before the storm. things slow down here as it's a 3-team affair. The Canadian Demons desperately need a win to unlock match point and give them a chance. Meanwhile, if you're Loud, Nadir got rezzed, Big King and Comedy, you need something even more miraculous. You need a multi-kill, high-kill game to give yourself a chance to top 3, top 5. Keep in mind, everyone walks away with a prize just for making it to this competition. But the better you place, the better the prize as well. Great shots from Woodland Chunk. He's not missing with the sniper.
Refuses to put down the Sentinel, even in the final zone when it starts to close. Ridiculous plays from him. The Arc Star barely slips away from Comedy, as you can see the Q coming in from Seer as well to try to gather information and stop the kills that are taking place. Doesn't have any batteries, which is pretty interesting this late in the game, but this is the push that they needed, that initial damage. Highest time for them to make it to the direct middle of this circle. The Canadian Demons have them in their sights. The big shots coming in from Zerbo. Woodland Chunk, if he wants to, could switch on over to that Sentinel, but he doesn't need it. The Prowler going, as Vicky would say, and they have the advantage in terms of taking over the real estate. Canadian Demons, one more player left. They're making this final circle look easy, John.
And they're going to take matters into their own hands. The Canadian Demons will likely unlock match point by eliminating the BR Demons, guaranteeing another game and going huge in game number 4. What a performance from the other Demons of the lobby. The Canadian Demons. It's Zerbo, Woodland Chuck, and Decoy.
What a performance in that final circle there. It does not get any prettier than that in terms of how you execute the shots that you're hitting. What a performance. I mean, there's not much to say besides wow in terms of that type of skill level is unheard of. Canadian Demons putting up some big points.
You said it perfectly. They haven't won a game yet. They said, what'd you say, Tom? Watch this. They pick up a dub. They get a 15-kill first place finish. That's a 27-point game. That'll certainly bring them to match point. Now, the question is, Tom, with them and the BR Demons at match point, LPB did not get there. Can they go back to back? Can they win this championship? David versus Goliath, the Canadian Demons stealing it from the pro players in BRD. Wow.
It's possible. It's possible. The Canadian Demons seem to have been playing a little bit better in this open skill division than they were in the advanced skill division. And I think that the way that we're going to see this one come out now, this is what we've been looking for. We've been looking for the pressure now to be on the BR Demons, because I don't think in the advanced skills division we had 2 teams on match point. It was just them for that final game number 5. They took that game, and now we get to see this kind of tug of war that happens in the match point format.
Right. It's going to be a crazy finish. Let's bring Dia back to the conversation here to help us break down the action. Dia, what a showing right now. We thought BRD was going to take it, run away with it. Instead, CD, Canadian Demons, shut it down.
Yeah, I mean, it's the second game this has happened as well. The last game on World's Edge had Canadian Demons taking out the BR Demons over by Overlook, and now we get the same thing on Stormpoint. So despite the fact that we've changed maps, we're kind of getting a feeling of deja vu, especially with the way that the points are shaking out. As you're talking about T-Squared, we got some other teams catching up to them. However, there is still more games left to play. Before we jump into a quick break, I want to remind everybody that we've got a big community that we're building here. We're all ramping up to these finals, but we're here looking beyond that at the TELUS Esports Series, at what kinds of events we can run for the entire esports community, for the Apex community that we've got in Canada. So join up in our Discord, give us a shout as to what you'd like to see, keep updated with the events that we're running so that we can get you involved in the next ones. We're going to take a short break, 5 minutes, then we'll be right back with game number 5.
My name is V Roses.
My name is Tay.
My name is Matt, otherwise known as Zilla.
actually my coworker who inspired me to get into Apex. Currently, I'm a competitive Apex player for the St. Clair Saints at Sanka College. I played Apex casually since Season 7 for a couple seasons, and I peaked Masters twice, and I didn't really think about it until when I moved here and I found SEC.
What started me in my journey as a content creator was my competitive side. I used to play soccer, so you just get this rush, and you're like, oh, I want to be part of something bigger or like better, see where it could take me, you never know.
Probably about a year ago, I was just playing games for fun since I was 11 or 12, but back on console. When I got my computer, it just opened up a bunch of new possibilities, and I had a lot of friends throughout Winnipeg that were associated with like Lotus 8. They needed somebody to play Apex, and that was the game that I was spending most of my time on.
My advice to aspiring competitors would be to put yourself out there. I know us gamers, we're pretty introverted, but networking and showcasing your skills online really helps, especially when it comes to getting recognition and putting your name out there.
Honestly, just be yourself and being consistent. I feel like consistency is like one of the biggest things because people like seeing consistency. For competitors, muscle memory, like sometimes before I go to bed, I go in the firing range and I practice so I can keep the muscle memory of like the patterns of the guns, the recoil patterns.
My advice for aspiring competitors would be to follow your dreams. Anybody can do any of this pro player stuff. Anybody can be anyone they want to be. Practice a lot. Find a good group of people who are willing to do that with you and have mutual goals.
I'm bang, high-octane. Fight this guy. Left one. Got a knock over here. Got another knock on it. 140 off him, Aaron. Got them all. Let's go. Get inside. On the roof. Last one. Yep.
Let's go. The best rod in there.
One more.
You got to see what they do.
Scanning now. Drop one again. No. Got him. Nice.
Nice! Oh my god!
Welcome back to the TELUS Esports Series. Oh yeah, I like the pose. Can we can all get like this? As we've got, well, arguably one of our most exciting games
You can't just
coming up.
not explain the context if we're going to be striking a Our producer said 10 seconds of the hottest mixtape drop, so me and T Squared were... Never mind. Continue. I'm sorry.
We can do the mixtape thing. We'll run it back. We'll run it back. Let's take a look at the leaderboards first, and then how about when the leaderboards come down, then we can do the mixtape thing,
right.
because we have to talk about the demonic... What do I call this? Rivalry fallout?
It's right. That's the best way to put it. The two of them have been going back and forth, tit for tat. And in the end, in our last competition of the TELUS Esports Series, we have both the Demon squads, the BR Demons, the Canadian Demons, at match point. Next of the two that win will win the overall competition here. This is the best story we could have written, Tom.
No doubt about it that the Canadian Demons have been a team that we've had our eye on in terms of putting up a fight against BR Demons, but don't count out LPB and Wee Wee Poutine. And the longer this goes on, the more pressure these teams are going to have. They've been gaming all day, so maybe even fatigue could be a factor going forward.
Certainly could. And we saw that happen with, small missteps that we're seeing across the lobby, whether it be Valkolts like what we saw on Stormpoint in the Advanced Division, or whether it be just small missteps like we saw out of the Milkers on the low ground. Great capitalization, by the way, from Wee Wee Poutine, being able to effectively capitalize on anybody that Cobra sets up. This guy has been a sniper god throughout the regular season, and it's really cool to watch Wee Wee Poutine be able to leverage that. I do hear we're coming back to cameras, so everybody strike a pose. Ready? Okay, I've never seen rap.
What? Was he ready to fight? Was that Creed?
No, this is like I'm resting on my.
Oh,
yeah.
Is that a mixtape?
Why don't we just carry Dia? If he was in the middle, he could lay and we just hold him.
Yeah, that's right. Hold him.
And he just lays there like this.
It's like paint my partner pose. That's like paint me please. That's what
We'd be the men holding hands mixtape.
Yeah, the men holding hands mixtape.
I am feeling pretty Renaissance. I put up the hair. I got everything ready, but nothing really prepared me for what we've seen today. And I don't think I can say anything to prepare you guys. So we're gonna go ahead and toss it over as we've got Game 5 lined up and ready to go. Let's see if we find a winner.
Thank you so much, Dia. No more mixtape poses, because guess what? Try hard mode activated. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're enjoying the TELUS Esports Series 2. I'm Fallout, joined alongside T Squared. We have a storybook finish between David and Goliath, the pro team, the BR Demons, known as Glitch Energy in the ALGS Pro League, Aiden, the Destroyer, and Reeds, top players in Canada, playing with Crust of Sentinels for many, many years, now on SCS, playing against the Canadian Demons, Zexbro, who's been absolutely killing it and crushing it every single time we've seen him as Horizon. They have also unlocked match point, Tom, if anyone's serious.
Wow, and look at the zone. It actually pulls over towards the north, which is great for the Canadian Demons, because look at Zerbo, Woodland Chunk. They're over at Lightning Rod. This should pull pretty north, kind of over towards where the wall is going to be. So I think right now, this is what you kind of want to see if you are that team in purple over towards the Northeast Lightning side. And now we're going to see what happens for the team all the way down towards the south. And barometer, that's going to be the BR Demons. So a great job of production pulling up that scan onto zone number 2. BR Demons also taking some damage, so they've been contested, but it looks like they've got the fight under control.
Right? And one team said, you know what? We're fighting for the underdog. We're fighting for the little guy in the Canadian Demons, and tried to drop on top of BR Demons to give them a chance and to give their team a chance as well. I respect it. Look, that's what that's why match point finals is so interesting, is you have all types of different strategies. You get griefing, things like that. People always associate griefing as a negative, but look, and the reality is that's strategy in the grand scheme of a match point final, and you got to be ready for it. The BR Demons were ready for it. They had their heads in a swivel as they were dropping, and they thwarted the potential raining of their parade.
Yeah, I kind of think of it like an intentional foul almost, where it's like hack-a-shack almost, if you guys are familiar with Shaquille O'Neal, where it's not, the best strategy, it's not the most sound strategy, heck, it's even kind of frowned down upon, but it is a strategy in its own right, and sometimes you got to do crazy stuff if you want to try to stop people from trying to win the game, and sometimes that's, intentionally trying to throw your own game in order to do that. So Canadian Demons, they do have the zone, they're going to craft up and get on over there ASAP.
That's right. BR Demons and the Canadian Demons both at match point. For those that are just tuning in, welcome to the TELUS Esports Series. where we have a match point final, which means you have to get to 50 points by getting kills and placement points per game. Once you get to 50, you unlock match point, and you have an opportunity to win the next game and finish the tournament. If you don't win the next game, the show goes on, and we will go all night until finally someone is able to achieve or accomplish the feat. With that said, if you're a team like Wee Wee Poutine, LPB, 45 and 38 points respectively, you can some way, somehow shut down those two teams and stay alive in this competition.
All night long.
All night.
Add it to the CD.
Add it. We're making a
And
mixtape
Canadian Demons actually takes a weird rotation here. I thought that they were going to immediately go for the zone, but they're going to end up going to the armory to get full loot and to get as much ammo as they need, as Zerbo's going to creep his way up on over towards the armory. And this is ambush that they're setting up. So this is a very risky play from the Canadian Demons. I like it. It could have a high reward. If they don't win this fight, and if they get third party, though, this is going to be a huge mistake.
Yeah, this could
Oh,
be
there's only 2 players from the Hosiers.
Yeah, that's interesting. So the Hosier's going to lose one. Sad. Look at this. Like a sneaky little wabbit. Creeping on up. Getting ready to hunt and try to catch their opponents off guard here. And they don't even know that there's only 2 here. So this could be tragic. I like this strat call. But again, it is risky. I mean, they don't know that there's 2, I don't think. The fact that they're doing this with all the confidence in the world scares me a little bit, because you're at match point. You just got to make it to late game. You don't have to get a lot of points here. You're already basically guaranteed second. If you just win this game, you can take first.
Eliminating the amount of people on their side of the zone is very important, though. So while they are thinking about continuing to play passive, oh my gosh, the perfect arc star.
And just like that, 2 kill points and wiping this squad and getting all their loot. So maybe that was a good decision, Tom. They're going to have a chance to get all the way to the purple shields and match where BR Demons are. And look at this, BR Demons rotating incredibly early, fairly early for them. They've been taking their time over in Barometer, but they know this is a tough zone. So a favorable zone for the Canadian Demons. A northeastern zone with them dropping in Lightning Rod is huge. This is an opportunity for them to steal this championship.
I have never seen a more perfect arc star coming outside of the armory than what I just witnessed. That was methodical and perfectly timed. The Demons is going to gather some information on where the enemies are going to be located. A big time spike heat going on over towards the door. It's going to buy time for them to continue to make their way on over through Jurassic Park. But I like this play. Don't mess around. Don't fight useless fights outside of the zone. Let's start getting a little bit closer and then make our play based on that. And you can see just how much ground they actually do have to cover.
Working their way through Jurassic Park. Meanwhile, a couple other storylines we got to set up. Look, obviously the big one is going to be the BR Demons, Canadian Demons. We also have LCP, or I'm messing up their acronym over and over again. LCB,
LPB.
LPB, thank you. LPB, I keep thinking.
Could be LBP, we never know.
You know, OCP, yeah, you know, I'm thinking that. You know, that song for the night. Add to the mixtape, another one. Add to the mixtape. But yeah, LPB is another squad. Wee Wee Poutine, the French Canadians, also in contention for match point here. So quite a few teams with an opportunity to play spoiler and force another game.
You know, he says the miggity, 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 Mac. What if we did the giggity, 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 Chad?
Oh, that's great. That's great.
And it's just Fallout.
We're rolling here with the mixtape. This could be a fire mixtape. I'm gonna give out CDs.
It's gonna be a really good mixtape.
It is. Can someone please take note? We just need a quick, summary of all the songs here. We're gonna throw it on a playlist. It'll be fantastic.
So things are gonna slow down right now based on the 2 teams that have had the most aggression. They're both on match point. As you see our first Gibby, who's also our first support legend to craft the banners that we were talking about earlier. And we can see where the zone is going to be pulling and where the rest of these players are going to be located. But because of the 2 teams that are in first and second being on match point, that means there's not going to be as many fights that are taking place. So this is going to be the most type of end zone that we've been looking for in terms of the most congestion we're going to see. And it's going to be very exciting. Nothing gets better when multiple teams are on match point and they're all in that final zone number 6.
That's part of our job. I think Tom and I would both agree with that. Obviously from a competitive integrity perspective, I totally get some of the feedback shared from pros. But even with that said, I was chatting with Nocturnal. I was chatting with, I think, Sweet and Hal and a few others. And for the first time, Nocturnal said to me, You know what? You can quote me. You can post this video. I think match point format is actually great for Apex, and thumbs up for me for match point format. And in London, we saw the best teams be in the top 2, and arguably the best team win in TSM. And that's what you love it or hate it. This match point format, I think, is here to stay. Nocturnal agreed. And in the end, it provides these moments that are so much fun to watch, so intense.
Exactly.
Otherwise, it'd be the BR Demons game, and we would have had no storylines here. I mean, everyone would have known the BR Demons would have just wiped the floor of this lobby.
Exactly. Well, it's also, Apex is a game about winning the game, right? That's what makes the BR so special, is BR Demons take some serious damage on their skyward dive forward. That's going to be the wall going down from Aiden. He's still taking damage as well. Reeds isn't helping. He's getting onto the high ground, so he could definitely heal and then put some fire cover down. But that was a scary moment for the BR Demons.
Imagine a scenario where they get taken out early and it's everyone on the edge of their seats to see if the Canadian Demons can close out this game. Nope, doesn't happen here. They work their safe rotation all the way on the east side of the map. Canadian Demons, well, they find the positioning that they want. They feel good about it. We'll see. Oh my god, this guy's got shield bats for days. First it was the shield cells, now he's raining shield bats. Insane.
Decoy, Woodland, Chunk, Zerbo, with the 3 legends that you never really thought would mix together, kind of like Dia, Fallout, and myself, but it's working. And they don't have a catalyst, which is the one kind of issue that I see with this composition when you're really trying to lock down these buildings. But again, if you could just play your composition the right way, anything's possible.
Right. What a fight here between these two teams. Men holding hands. Just across the way is Herna Sakura. And even just further north are the Canadian Demons. Every team rotating early. 16 squads alive. Round 2 is closing. We're about to have 16 squads in Ring 3. This is a competitive and sweaty lobby for sure, as every single team and player knows what's at stake here.
You can see how valuable the Scout is in situations like this when you need to have that medium to long range weapon. Scout, Volt, 2 weapons that have seen themselves inside the care packages, inside of the crafters for various reasons of being a very strong combination, especially when utilized together. But directly in the center of the zone here. Eventually it will move and probably pull away from zone number 4 and zone number 5, but as of now they're going to be in a very, very safe spot. Gamers was the team that actually shut down the BR Demons in the previous match, so definitely keep an eye out for them as this zone starts to close in.
That's really cool, right? Gamers, the Milkmen or Milkers, a lot of the underrated, unknown teams that aren't necessarily in the top 5 right now are the ones that have given an opportunity to the rest to potentially beat Goliath. So it's a community affair. All of Canada seems to be trying to shut down this top team, the pro team, the only pro team in this competition, to see if someone else can win it. Keep in mind here, you get a deal for all the great intel. We've been keeping an eye on it, but the the Canadian Demons dropped Lightning Rod. So this is a home zone for them. They also got gifted from the gods of the Canadian Apex scene, perhaps, with a chance to win this with their home zone.
The B-Roses are only female competitor here tonight in our open skills division. Also saw Costa in the chat saying that if he could, he would apply beard oil on my beard. Well, Costa, if you win a game here, I will allow this to happen.
You will let another man put beard oil on your beard?
Yep,
Amazing.
we'll stream it.
And they'll stream it. Confirmed. You just have to make your way to St. Louis.
Men Holding Beards, our new team name.
It's a Men Holding Beards versus Men Holding Hands. Look at the gamers on display right now. Milkers on display right now. The 2 teams that blade spoil the BR Demons in 2 games by taking them out early. Let's see if Piglord, who had a slight misplay last game, and of course I know he regretted it, can bounce back in this one. 16 squads left. This is a tough rotation for them. Uphill. This is the most punishing zone in the game, Tom. You have to work your way all the way up elevation and uphill from south to north.
So many times, this is where the value of Valkyrie is so important, and that's why it's almost 100% pick rate on Stormpoint, which makes the Canadian Demons team composition even more impressive, and it's another reason why this zone was so valuable to them, so they didn't have to get into situations like this, as the Milkers have 1 minute to decide exactly what they want to do, and there's no way that's an enemy player. Okay, I was gonna say that's just directly in front of him. That's gonna be a teammate. A little bit of a visual glitch there, but it's going to be a scanned survey beacon. That's going to be laying up on over towards the high ground, about 380 meters away. This is the rotation that you have to make, though, Fall. Like you said, it's so tough making your way from this low ground on over towards the high ground, because if you get your skyward dive and you're not able to get past these mountains, it's basically useless.
Yeah, great point. Here comes a big fight, though. Dead off drop. Oh my gosh, gets melted down to 75 HP. Pops the shield back immediately. But Benny, Mocker says, nuh-uh, we're going to push up, trying to punish you. The black hole comes through, but it's not going to connect. Both teams will be able to hit reset. One team, will they go through command center? Will they work their way and force their square peg through a round hole here? Here comes the push, and misses the first gravity lift opportunity.
I like this play, assuming that they're still going to be around the corner, but they're not, because this is the layers and layers of gatekeeping that's going to take place. Milkers get eliminated. You can see Noxice and his squad picking up those kills from the big smashers. Fat Deeps needs to get up, and the immediate play is going to be to put the portal down from Blue. I love this timing, but there's an entire team up on top of this high ground that should be looking down.
Yeah, that's right. It's going to be a tough rotation. Blue's had some really good and clutch Wraith portals, though, in this competition so far. The first one on Game 2 of World's Edge, where they ended up getting second place, so it didn't matter a whole lot, but the portal's going to help. Here comes the push. Brendan, SMU Esports' very own St. Mary's of Nova Scotia gets taken out. It's all up to Benny Mackers, the last alive for this team, and the team that was right behind them that they couldn't take care of before is going to then punish them, foreshadowing perhaps.
Nice try from Benny, but SMU Esports going out in 14th place. Big Smashers gets in time to the zone, and Fat Deeps hasn't hit the full heal yet, but this is, again, so brutal in terms of the positioning that if you're not in the zone, you are basically going to be eliminated by these teams on the high ground, just like you would call out Fallout. So it's going to be, again, layers and layers of gatekeeping. Meanwhile, you can see Reeds from the BR Demons. He's taking some damage on your screen from the player outlines that we are blessed with as the observers, and it's going to continue to pull further and further away from the big smashers.
That's why it's so important to rotate early as soon as you sense it could be a north zone. This is the most punishing zone in the game. It's a high point finish. And the teams that drop here have the advantage, right? Canadian Demons got the best position in the game. Look at their spot. They picked it. Guess what? They got their pick of the litter, and they predicted the zone perfectly. I see Voddery in the chat saying, I'm a Canadian Demons fan. Who do you all want to win? Let us know. Blow it up in the chat right now. This could be the very last game, and this could be very much so the Canadian Demons upsetting the BR Demons in game number 5.
Nice shots from Costa in the air. This is the building that's directly across from where the Canadian Demons are going to be located. And keep in mind, this is a very talented squad. All of these squads are to fight their way throughout the 4-week process, playing 2 days each time. And this is gamers now trying to follow up on what they did before, which could create a huge domino effect in this lobby based on the amount of fights that we're seeing. Aiden gets involved. V Roses gets involved as well. It's a 3-team skirmish to see who can take the secondary spot.
This is huge. I mentioned Voddery in the chat. Would have loved to have been Voddery with the Mastiff shots right there, but looks like they'll be able to reset to full. BR Demons back and fully alive. They found their way from Barometer. They rotated up to top, and guess what? They're going to be right next door to the Canadian Demons. Perhaps a metaphor for how this game will finish. Will they make it to top 2? Reeds, Crust, and Aiden's finding a way to push this team right below them, but decides not to. I love how Reeds has played on Valkyrie this entire series. He's not the typical Valkyrie support player. He's the Verholst-esque Valkyrie playmaker.
No doubt the entry fragger for his squad. Reeds does have to back down because of that Seer ultimate. Bronze Bono is going to get eliminated in 11th place. The problem with what just happened there, unfortunately for the gamers, is they got the initial knock, and then all of a sudden things start to snowball a little bit out of hand because they end up giving their spot over to BR Demons, which, while they do find a secondary spot, it still opens up the lobby for the BR Demons. Now they get into a safe spot underneath the bridge. Fallout, would you rather be underneath the bridge with these armor swaps, or would you rather be in the position in the buildings?
I think where Canadian Demons undoubtedly is the best spot. I mean, we'll see where the zone pulls right now, and if I'm right, but overall, that back right corner is the safest spot because you have no one behind you, and that's where the zone's going to pull as well. Canadian Demons have the best opportunity. BR Demons right in front of gamers. It could be V-Rose is the only female in this tournament that can play spoil to the Goliath of this lobby. The Brazilian Canadian controller demon herself, the queen. Let's see if she can do it as we jump aboard the BR Demons. They're going to try to do it themselves. Decoy down to 1 HP in a dream. Zervo needs to go huge. Turns, burns 1. 45 damage, but it's not enough. The Canadian Demons get griefed.
The Canadian Demons got sent on in the God spot as soon as the zone closed. That opens things up for the BR Demons. Canadian Demons down to one final player. It's Decoy. If anyone could do it, it's going to be him. He can hit the silent res, but keep in mind, you have Crust on Seer, who's going to be spotting players out left and right. Reeds goes down. We may be seeing a Game 6 fallout based on what we're seeing right now. The res goes on to Reeds. Aiden doing that for himself. You still have a player inside of the building. That's going to be Decoy. Can he go and stop these guys? He gets the res. It gets canceled, but it doesn't matter. It wasn't in the right spot as the invisible res happens inside.
That's huge. He's gonna get a teammate up. Aiden knocks Stone Scar. Reeds gets back up to full, but gets flanked by Proficiency. Who is it? None other than the Challenger Circuit, who almost lays Spoil, but no. Proficiency can't make it happen. And the BR Demons take high ground. They take Godspot.
They take Godspot, but there are 2 players alive right now for the Canadian Demons. Yes, they did lose out on 1. There is a mobile respawn beacon where the gamers were located, and Zerbo is back and fully healthy here. They have a little bit of a crossfire, so if one player enters this building, they are done for.
Zerbo is a monster. The best Horizon in Canada. He doesn't calm in game. He just shoots his gun and uses the ping system. And he does it to such success. The only player I've heard of where that's the case. Again, I don't know the full reason for that. I'd love to learn. Nonetheless, big shot to Zerbo. I've been so impressed by his gameplay. Crust, Reeds, and Aiden versus Zerbo and Decoy. Right below them can V Roses and the Gamer Squad find a way to enter the mix here. Kuzme is going to push through. Here comes the griefing, and it's going to be enough. Kuzme, the Challenger Circuit winner from Challenger Circuit #1 with Blueberry, takes out the Canadian Demons.
That's Bagged Milk pushing inside of the building. Cheesy Potato on the Caustic. Keep in mind, above all of this, you still have the BR Demons fully healthy. You also have Gamers down below. That's going to be a double knock, and that's a triple knock onto Gamers. It's BR Demons in the God spot, in the high ground fallout. It's their game to lose.
Yeah, Kuzme just did the one thing that is going to basically, you got to think, secure BRD the win. They griefed the only team that had a chance to stop them. It was Zerbo, who's been so talented, but they had to try and get that spot. That's the right call, certainly. Meanwhile, a team of 2 right behind them and a team of 3 inside. So now Kuzme has to say, okay, we did it for purpose. We did it for reason. It wasn't for nothing. Can Kuzme, Wi-Fi and Cheesy Potato, play spoiler with the Caustic to the BR Demons above them?
If they could take down both of these teams, that's going to give them an opportunity to potentially get on over towards 50 points. I agree. It was the right play. Was it perfectly executed? It's pretty close. They got knocked, but here comes a flank from Reeds. He's not willing to risk it. This is a 3-on-3-on-2 situation. You never want to be the meat inside of the sandwich here. You have to back off. You have to play this safe. You have to play this wise if you're BR Demons. Otherwise, you're letting this lobby catch up.
And BR Demons takes the upstairs attic and gets the surprise on Caustic. That's the best character you can take out. I don't know if he has his ultimate. They break shield, and now the BR Demons find the other team as well. They're managing both teams. There's 2 Caustics in this lobby, and they're managing the macro so well.
Forcing each other to fight is huge. If Bagged Milk can survive on this Caustic and get these guys off the roof, that's phenomenal. But the problem is you switch on over to the BR Demons' points of view, and they're just beaming the enemy players. It's going to end up a 3-on-3 here very shortly with Bagged Milk having to take down BR Demons to push this tournament any further.
Yeah, Vurions gets taken out. JP, the T-God, needs to play spoil. It all is up to him. He's playing the knockdown shield well, doing his job. If JP can stay alive right now, the T-God, and they 4v3 the BR Demons, that's the only way we go to another game. I don't see the BR Demons, formerly known as the Arena Demons, losing a 3v3. I just don't see it happening.
The flank is coming through from both ends. There goes the final push from Reeds. He's able to find men holding hands, and it's a 3-on-3. Bagged Milk going up against BR Demons. Can BR Demons take this dub? The shots are looking good through the wall, and that's it. BR Demons are your champions.
Congratulations to the BR Demons for going back-to-back as your champions and winners of the TELUS Esports Series Apex Legends Open and Advanced Skills Division. What a performance from BRD. The best 3 Canadian players, and showing exactly why. It's Reeds, Aiden the Destroyer, and Crust. They end up on top. and they're your back-to-back champions, Tom.
And that's why you love the match point format. It's so exciting in these final moments there. Unfortunately for the Canadian Demons, they had the God spot, but so many other teams wanted that, and you may just have to show up late to the party to get the confetti. That's exactly what BR Demons was able to do, and they did it in style.
So impressive. Canadian Demons predicted the zone so well. I was honestly blown away by their prediction of where that zone was going to pull. They just couldn't maintain their positioning. They got pushed, I don't know by who early on, that did so much damage to them. And in the end, the Canadian Demons got taken out. They lost one. They were a team of two, and Kuzme was the one that pushed them and shut them down, but then couldn't finish the job with the 3v3 fight over the BR Demons. And instead, the BR Demons, known as Glitch Energy in the ALGS Pro League, are your champions. A 15-kill first place finish, finishing this day with a stamp and a trademark performance. Wow. Unbelievable showing, unbelievable performance from the BR Demons. They do it again with 15 kills, perfect all day. And that's going to wrap up the entirety of the TELUS Esports Series. Look, this is the perfect culmination, the perfect finish of what has been an unbelievable 6 to 8 weeks of competition ever since February registration started. And I had a chance to get in touch with this TELUS Esports Series group. I was blown away by the format, the most authentic activation I've ever seen a brand do in esports. I mean, to do something that Apex needed, a grassroots community countrywide event that puts Canada on the map, because gosh knows we don't have enough of that. We need more opportunities for Canadians to prove themselves in the global scene of Apex Legends, and this series did exactly that. There were 4 different divisions. We had the open, we had the advanced, the intermediate, and the beginner divisions, and in the end, we had champions across all 4. BR Demons, 2/4 of those champions, Dia.
Yeah, indeed. I gotta say, we'll address it right now. Yeah. T-Squared is looking how I'm feeling right now. Just absolutely slack-jawed that we just saw that back-to-back match point series victory. That doesn't happen every day. That happens so infrequently that we even have the opportunity to see something like this. And as you were talking about, a real win for the community here in Canada, who need very much an opportunity to highlight our players and give them competitive experience so that, you know, we can get in with everybody else. Canada is sorely lacking representation, even in the North American ALGS.
And yeah, and I agree with that. And that's changing. That's changing because of this competition. You have players like the Milkers and DL and so many others that found a way to qualify and maybe just caught the bug and experienced how amazing competitive Apex is. Something tells me we'll be seeing them competing in the Challenger circuit. I really hope we do, because we do need more Canadians in the ALGS. We have, 3, 4, maybe 5 Canadian pros. Sentinels was always the team that kind of held it down. They're obviously no more. So I hope this was the first inspiration that sparked a fire for Canadian Apex Legends players. I have a feeling it was. If you played at any point of this competition, let us know on Twitter. Make sure to tweet using the TELUS Esports Series tag at TELUS, TELUS, all caps, and show some love to TELUS for putting this together. And of course, a massive shout out to all of our sponsors below. You see it. So Xbox, HyperX, Nanoleaf for these sick lights, and GameCon Canada for making this possible and inspiring an entire nation to pursue their passion for Apex Legends.
Yeah, it has been truly incredible, and Fallout done a wonderful thing. Thanking all of our sponsors, all the people that make this possible. I want to thank you and T-Squared for coming in and covering the advanced and open division. You guys bring so much experience with you, and it's amazing to know that Canadian talent is also getting looked at by people who represent the Apex community, like both of you. So thank you to you two for joining us. DSA and TELUS have done an amazing job of putting on this event, and to many, many more. You can actually stay tuned with the many, many more that we're hoping to have by joining our Discord. So go ahead, click the little box below. If you're watching this on Optic TV, you can head over to the DSA group on Twitter and find the Discord link there so that you can get involved in future esports events Canada-wide. Thank you all so much for tuning in to our advanced and open division. All of you, have a wonderful night, and we'll see you next time for the TELUS Esports Series.
I'm bang octane. Fight this guy. Left one. Got a knock over here. Got another knock on it. 140 off of Aaron. Got them all. Let's go. Get inside.
On the roof with me.
Last one.
Yep.
Let's go. The best route in there.
One more. Scanning now. Drop one again. No. Got him. Nice.
Nice! Oh my god!